We are live.
Hello! We did it! We're here! We made it, Stuart! Welcome!
Yay. Section 31 movie. Uh,
Our first movie since 2016. That's exciting!
sure, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The excitement is real. Now, how have we decided that we are going to deal with this 3.5 hour review live with you all of this film? How have we decided we're doing that?
It's not going to be past 3 hours, I can guarantee.
Epilogue, Stuart, epilogue.
That's not going to be past 3 hours, yeah. How
are we dealing with it?
How are we dealing with it? Well, it's a Drunkyard, so I have alcohol and I have stuff for shots. So big enough super chat, I'll do a shot. Every super chat, I'm going to have a little drink. And we'll try to get through this. Maybe alcohol's what we need.
Maybe best enjoyed. I mean, there are good bad films and bad good films, and there are films that you want to go in on the hard liquor for. But we have a special guest for the epilogue after show, Marie, my other half, who's also in the other room with a drink. So if you'd like to specifically hashtag Marie drink, she is also available. I can go out and tell her, and it'll be mildly funny. Just saying. Or you can save that up if you say hashtag Marie drink for when she appears, so she has to down some shots. Right? Playfield is open to you all fine people.
Oh, yeah. And we'll see if I stick around at the end. I might not. Depends how I feel. So.
Yes, and my dad also might want to come on and talk as well. He has opinions. Because it's the first time they all watched it today, so they've we've lived this, Stuart. They've just experienced it, so they have thoughts. They feel how we felt on Friday. Yeah.
Which, if you haven't seen that review, check it out. It's our edited review. It was released yesterday.
It's a long one, but not too long. Yeah. It's 44 minutes.
So there you go.
All right, guys, going to super chat, see what you guys think. Let us know, as we always say, early drink. So let us know $5 what you thought of the movie going in. Get us some drinks so we can start some tipsy fun early on. Put them in now, guys. Right, what have we got, Stuart?
Sergeant Montgomery, $5. Fate, who makes the words, does the commenting in advance.
Yes.
Nice.
True. Now, where do you think I should start, Stuart? Brothers Premium Cider, this unberry-leavable, or classic strawberry and lime? Where do you think I should start with my soft drink? The can, okay.
I have Polar Ice Berry Blizzard, blue lemonade.
Okay.
With vodka.
Very berry-y. In fact, I remember that we had some very gracious super chats on our premiere live, which is very kind of me, so I want to read this out right at the start before I forget. Mark Lawrence put in $5. This was yesterday's premiere of the review. Mark Lawrence put in $5 and said, the actress they got for young Georgia was cute, not gonna lie, got distracted by that a bit.
Okay.
Fair dues, Mark. Also, TXR Ray, £10, thank you for that. Emperor Shoujo is an irredeemable character. Imagine making a Section 31 show led by Adolf Hitler. We don't have to imagine, we just watched it. Joseph Starling or Pol Pot, thinking that she is cool action heroine is wrong. She is a monster. Thank you for £10. And a strong sentiment. Sasiguru, is this movie... so this movie is a waste... Oh, that is too low down. So this movie is a waste of time, just like the trailer implied? No. Eric Martin, $5. Have a drink, enjoy, can't stay. Well, we can say this. Neither of us were there. I was there for a little bit, but...
Indeed.
And last of all, TX weigh another £15. Khan or Legate Damar are far better characters as villains. Khan was full of anger at the loss of his wife. Damar dealt with the consequences of his prior actions and died hero to free Cardassia. Yeah. That's Eddie points. Thank you all for the pre-super chats. Appreciate it. All right, back to the real-time, live time, Stuart.
Ray Ricks, £5.
Good to see you, Ray.
I don't mean to say that Section 31 movies should be hauling garbage. I meant to say that it should be hauled away as garbage. Which, in our edited review, I did make a point of saying that it's kind of apropos that the ship they have at the end is a garbage scow, which is indeed has a cargo bay full of garbage. But anyway,
oops.
Sergeant Montgomery, $5. Power is taken, not given in the Mirror Universe. Here we are given the Empire away via Hunger Games. Yeah. It's very strange. And Olivia Julius, $5. Make the English drunk. May Sam be the drunkest he's ever been on the live.
Gosh, that is a bold sentiment. But as we know, that's not up to us, is it? It is not up to us. All right, I'm going to ring Sim.
James Mick says, would it have been better as a series? Fucking absolutely not, because it would have suffered from what Picard Season 2 suffered from. One really interesting idea and plot point that's would stretched razor thin in the middle. Picard Season 2 shouldn't have been 10 episodes. It was a good 3-episode story, then move on to another story. They didn't have to drag it out like they did, and it becomes like a piece of chewing gum that you just stretch, and in the middle it gets all... Bleh. I have PTSD from watching Picard Season 2, and Discovery seasons suffered from the same fucking thing, so... Anyway, hit like, guys. Hit the like button. Make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. Click the notification bell icon to all. Don't forget to super chat in. We will be drinking every super chat, so if you can, please do. We appreciate it. For larger super chats, like $20, we will be doing shots, and it might help us get through this. So help us out in any way you can. We appreciate it. Or click the join button down below. There's a join button on YouTube here, or you can head on over to Patreon/Trekyards. It's another way to support us on a monthly basis. And we appreciate it all. It helps us out immensely. So if you can, please do. But just be part of the conversation. And yeah. Whew. Also, there are links down below to the Teespring and the TeePublic store. Really cool stuff in there all the time, including some Trekyards merch. So if you're interested and want to get into some cool merchandise, go check that out. We'd appreciate that as well. But you just being here is awesome. So hit that like button. It's the easiest way to help us out and support us, and we really appreciate all that you guys do. So anyway, so yeah. Oh, Misha is here. I haven't seen Misha in a long time, and Misha hasn't seen me either because Misha's blind.
Is how perspective works. No, not true. Unless they watch our regular videos, and they would have seen you every Saturday.
But never seen me. Heard me.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, Misha, $20.
Oh,
thank you, Misha. Good
thanks so
to
much.
see you.
Very
If you
kind.
felt the fight scenes went on too long and were boring, well, you have no idea. Yeah, because you couldn't see them. I 100% agree. They wanted to show off Michelle Yeoh's martial arts, and I think they did a fine job of that. I'm going to have a shot for that, by the way.
Yes. Shots make a big difference. Thank you.
And yeah, there's too many. There's 3 fight scenes that I thought were super exaggerated and long. One being the chase in the middle, for sure. The first one was 5 minutes long. It felt like it was 20 minutes the first time I watched it.
That was funny. We did a review. You miscalculated by a factor of 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the last one was just a visual goddamn mess. There's too much on screen. There's too much swapping back and forth between stuff, and the fight scene should have been much shorter.
Stuart, I love you. I always had to show you who I was.
Shut
Do you
up.
believe me, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
You know, it's. I like that we do content and we have these discussions and we think about things in different ways. It's really, really fun. But we just had this long debate about best action film, and we debated about how the action scenes in some, elevate whatever, and we talked about Kingsman. And so you said action scenes meant to show Michelle Yeoh. These are subpar action scenes, and that's the best you can say about them. You look at actually a good action scene, like they probably had time to rehearse really good quality action scenes, but they just couldn't afford a good. Like, I'm not saying they were bad, but they were not anything to talk about meaningfully versus things we've talked about being like these are actually good fights,
Even if they were good, you wouldn't know because you couldn't see, because the way they filmed it was atrocious.
Sometimes.
The color palette was all over the place. So was the lighting. Cinematography was awful. It was all a blurry mess.
Okay,
so even if you wanted to focus on Michelle Yeoh doing something amazing, you can't.
Well, certainly the second time I was trying to work out, could I tell it was her in the fights? And I couldn't. If that was the point, Yeah. All right. So the question of the day, Stuart, my man. What do you think of Star Trek Section 31, the movie? And my favourite question, how do you feel after multiple watches? Because we watched it within minutes of finishing, with no time to reflect, no reviews read, spoiler-filled, nothing. And even certain things, the plot weren't necessarily clear until we did the second watch, possibly. So what do you think of the film now, and how does multiple watches do for you?
Multiple watchings makes it worse. I look forward to the funny banter. Like I said in our editor review, I really enjoyed the characters. The characters all had something I really liked. I really liked Zeph, the guy that got killed, unfortunately. And you could tell it was definitely set up to be a series. You could also tell that it was potential that there's going to be more. And multiple viewings, though, I just dread the fight scenes. And I try to enjoy them more each time, and I just can't. They actually get more excruciating each time I watch them. So I do look forward to the funny banter. There is some good stuff there. Like, there is some good stuff mixed in here. It's not a lot, and it's also doesn't feel at all Star Trek the more I watch it. I mean, the first time I watched it, it didn't feel like Star Trek either, but it just gets worse each time, in my opinion. I've seen it quite a few times now, unfortunately. So I've seen it. I don't need to re-see it. I'll see clips of my favorite characters. That'll be fine. I'll be happy with that. But so yeah, I didn't really enjoy it. I mean, if you watched our edited review, my initial score was a 5 out of 10, which I think was being generous.
And we're going to re-debate that, because I want to go in knowing the scores early. Yeah.
Because I really did. I went in with very low expectations, and they kind of exceeded it a little bit with the characters. I thought the characters would be boring and drab, and we wouldn't get to know anybody. We actually got to know some of the characters better than we got to know the bridge crew in Discovery after 4 or 5 seasons, which is sad and pathetic. And I don't know. I like the banter. I like the kind of heist type vibe of it, and I could have done with more of that, but it just felt very sloppily put together. And like I said, cinematography wise, it was awful. There's too much going on in those final fight scenes. There's too much harsh lighting, too many weird, like, there's just so much going on. It was hard to like enjoy it. I wish there was more Star Trek in my Star Trek, like sitting down and having a discussion about a particular problem, and moments to chill for a minute. And it gets very ugly when they get to the planet. It's just the same old Discovery vibe and look, and I expected it to be a very morose story, very slow, very political, very, killing people every 5 seconds. Kind of glad it wasn't that. Sure, we got some deaths. Michelle Yeoh eats a fucking eyeball, which I hated. Like, stuff like that didn't need to be there, but I enjoyed the characters. And I just wish we could have got more time with them and heard them more, because they were all great. Even the only one that wasn't great was San. But yeah, I don't know. It impressed me in certain ways because I didn't expect that kind of level of humor and kind of levity. But it also really super disappointed me because I knew going in it wasn't going to feel like Star Trek, and it was going to feel like Discovery, and that's exactly what I got. And even going in knowing that and being not anticipating anything great, I was still kind of let down a little. But I was also lifted up by the characters, which skews my score a bit, and that's why it's 5 out of 10 and not lower. Because
at least it is currently.
Yeah, I really like the actors. I really like the characters, and I love the way they banter with each other. I thought that was kind of well done. But yeah, that's my take on it. I thought the story was awful. You have to have a galaxy destroying or a quadrant destroying device, because of course you do, because it's Discovery writing. It can't be something more Star Trek in its vibe. I mean, it's Section 31, so you don't really expect that necessarily, but also some things don't make sense. A lot of things don't make sense.
Some things.
Yes, when it comes to the weapon at the end, as well as San being the same age as Yo, even though Yo was sent to a different time period. It's stupidness going on. Nothing great visually, ship-wise, nothing that ties it to the Lost Era or the area it actually belongs in. I get it, they're outside Federation space, but all you needed was one scene at the beginning where you see Rachel Garrett in a Starfleet uniform on a Starfleet ship getting an order from her captain that you need to go and babysit this group of goddamn misfits and make sure nobody gets murdered, and then see a Federation ship warp to the edge of Federation space, stop, shuttle bay opens, her civilian shuttle gets out, goes to the base, the block or whatever it was called. Go there. That's all you needed was a small little bit of Star Trek in my Star Trek movie, and I would have been extremely happy. Although that being said, they would have fucked up the ship, they would have fucked up the L-cars, they would have fucked up the uniforms for the Lost Era, and so I'm kind of glad they didn't go there. But that's my thought.
Because what's funny is they could have actually had George Takei in A Monster Maroon as an older Sulu.
Yeah.
And it would have been absolutely fine at the start of the movie. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was serving on his second ship. That's all good, right? And it's like, oh shit, they did what? Because hey, Jamie Lee Curtis, surprise guest star. Why not George Takei? He charged less.
A lot of people compared this to Suicide Squad, and I get that totally.
The first bad one, you mean?
What?
The first bad one, you mean? Not the good second.
Yes. Yes. Well, just the concept of these misfits that are kind of expendable, that you don't, you totally disavow knowledge of. But anyway, so yeah, that's my thoughts on it. It was fine for the characters. The rest of it was just hot garbage, I guess. So it'll be interesting to see where this discussion goes. Too long fight scenes, not super well written or thought out. You could tell it suffered from used to be a series syndrome to change into a movie format. And I'm glad it wasn't a series. That's all I can say. So that's my take. I'm going to read a super chat.
Yes,
and then I'll
please
ask
do.
his take. Taylor T, $20.
Thanks so much.
I enjoyed the characters and their rapport together. Yes, I agree. This movie just seems poorly executed, and the flow of the plot was noticeably off. Yes. It felt like a waste of Michelle Yeoh's talent. Absolutely. She even had one bad acting scene, which I'll talk about in a second. An okay movie, but very non-Trek. Yeah, that's my summary right there as well. Yeah, the one scene where her acting was fucking atrocious, in my opinion, was in the forest where they're going to look for Zeph. And she's talking to the Section 31 guy. She goes, oh, so I'm the monster that you can count on to do your dirty work. And the way she delivered that line was just fucking awful. But anyway, I'm going to have a drink for that, Tyler. Thank you so much.
These make a difference. Thank you so much.
Oh, and Ray Ricks as well. We'll get to yours in a second, Sam.
Oh, please.
20 pounds.
Thank you. They said make a difference.
Giorgio is evil, not hero. Paper-thin character, legacy characters who are nothing like the original. The story is flat and disjointed. Also, in the Lost Era, how would Starfleet be placing any limits on Section 31 with a lieutenant, no less? Well, that didn't bother me. All of Rachel Garrett's stuff I thought was good. They didn't really ruin the character for me at all. And that's what Starfleet would do. I mean, she's an agent of chaos, a chaos goblin, as she got called. So it kind of makes sense to assign her this duty. I had no problem with that, honestly.
Well, I mean, she's not written
Cheers, by the way.
or played like Rachel Garrett because she's so much younger without any experience. So
Rachel Garrett, yeah.
So you would not know she was Rachel Garrett except they told you. There was nothing. There was not a single bit of performance that was similar, but there wouldn't be, right?
Except 2 lines of dialogue. Don't worry, you won't do anything that won't get you to captain, and then
Yeah.
I want to be a captain one day.
Yeah, but it's like, if you saw like Buenamigo, right? If you saw Buenamigo from Lower Decks and you saw him as an ensign, it's like he's not going to be anything the same because why would he be? Just why him the other day. So that's fine. She's you wouldn't have known she was Garrett, and I'm sad for the actress to have so little to do, relatively speaking. Although I guess they're implying that she has to go through the shit of Section 31 to become a good officer. Like that's a bad thing she did in her past, and then she got through it, undid it, and then said, right now I'm done with that. I can be a good Starfleet officer, etc. Because it doesn't feel like an agent of chaos in Enterprise. That's in totally nothing from the TNG episode.
And Sasagura 2000 throws in €10.
Thanks so much.
That's half a shot here. I haven't watched it and never will. I've never been able to forgive it for the death of my Star Trek. Oh no, here is some money to soothe your pain.
So I don't understand that, and I've heard a few people say, and a lot of people says, I watched 20 minutes and turned it off.
I think that's exaggerating.
I mean, is the phrase "Are you a Star Trek fan" appropriate? Because For me personally, as soon as you turn it off, you no longer have a right to talk about the movie because you don't know the movie. It's like saying, "Oh, I hate this TV series because I watched the first 3 episodes out of 20." Well, then you haven't seen the season. Things have build-up, twists, like development. You can't say you hate the movie. You didn't see the movie. You saw a bit of it, and the first half is very different. The second half is different. The first third and the second third. So why bother? Like, why turn it off? Watch it, have your opinions, move forward. Not what I mean. I guess I'm being mean to you, but it's like, okay, then your opinion means, well, there's no opinion because you can't have one for that long. At least for me, anyway. I guess you could argue it's so bad you don't want to know, but then again, just don't talk about it. You've no ability to, I don't know. Like, watch it. It's only an hour and a half, right? You'll be done in an hour and a half and move on with your life, right? I don't know. Never quite got that.
And Daniel Grayling said, I feel like it should have gone for a 5-episode miniseries because the production values do not justify calling itself a movie. Totally agree with the not movie vibe and feel of it, but to be a 5-episode miniseries would have been fucking painful to watch. Because as it was, there were big chunks that were just a waste of fucking time. And it would suffer from the Picard Season 2 syndrome of this really great plot that could have been 3 episodes and been fucking fantastic. They stretched to 10. It's like a piece of gum. You go like this, just fucking dips in the middle and gets super thin. I have PTSD from Picard Season 2 because everything that should have been resolved instantly dragged on for 3 to 4 fucking episodes, and it was fucking awful. So no, it should not have been a series, and thank God they course corrected on that. The movie was fine as it was. It was an hour and 35 minutes. Watch it, get out of your system. It's not much longer than an episode of Discovery. And Discovery had the same problem with their seasons. Great plot point, make it 3 episodes, then move on to another story element for another 3 episodes, and then a 2-episode finish up. You could have 3 great plots in the season, but no, they have one really good idea, and they milk it for everything it's worth to the point where it's boring and absolutely painful to watch. So no, it should not have been a series. I totally disagree with that.
Yeah, I think the story was so light and minimal, it would have been a very poorly received series because you would think, why have I watched 5 hours just for a basic revenge plot? You would have had more with the characters, which would have been good, but the reveal of it being San is not a good reveal, and it doesn't feel good in the movie format, which means it would have felt worse in a TV format as just stretched. And I would not have wanted to see 3 episodes or even 2 episodes on that middle planet, but they would have. That would have been that would have been their whole full movie length, and that would have been awful.
That whole mole hunt would have been 3 or 4 episodes.
Well, it would have been a full episode. If it would have been like cliffhanger 1, yeah, full 55 minutes of that. Yeah. Can you imagine?
Yeah. No, I cannot.
Yeah,
And Geraldine Carstensen throws in $25.
Oh.
Said, I didn't make a comment out of practice.
Oh,
what's your comment?
Well, please put it in, and thanks so much. That helps a lot.
Please comment. And Philip Gaming says this could have been 2 episodes within Discovery. Yes. Yeah, that would have been fine. But they don't tend to take a MacGuffin that can destroy a quadrant or the universe and make it a 2 or 3 episode thing, because it's got to be a whole season, and the build-up is always way better than the payoff. So,
and super weapons are only so interesting because they just kill people.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a shot.
Yes,
they haven't commented yet.
All right, do you want to ask me then why you do that?
No. Yes. What did you think on another viewing? Is it better, worse? What do you think of my thoughts? We haven't even got into the review yet, for God's sake.
Yes. That's what exactly. And I was telling you what Marie thinks as well. So I think it was a less good second watch. That's my first thought. The reason I say that is because the first watch of anything...
Hold on. I missed that. Did you say less good? Or
yes, it's less good the second watch.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you. First watch, we both went with low expectations. Therefore, and especially since the day before's reviews were all like 2-3 out of 10s. That's horrendous in any spectrum, especially for a Star Trek movie. So I went in thinking, it's not going to be good, right? And if you know that lets you see it for what it is, which is a made for Netflix movie where the actress they got most of the budget, and they kind of did, well, how can we spread the budget by using same sets and blah blah. So that you know, that was the first watch, but I was intrigued by the plot slightly. Yes, the first watch, the last third gets kind of boring. Everything on the mirror ship, which for us should be quite engaging, was genuinely dull. It's not a good fight. Sanna's not a good character, etc., etc. The second watch, it changes everything, especially the last third, because we know from the first watch that Georgiou has to activate the bomb herself, which means that as soon as the bomb is activated in the shuttle, I, as an audience, have no tension because I know nothing is happening because the bomb will not go off until she turns it on, which actually changes the entire last fight because there's no time tension. It's like, well, no, everyone's fine. No one's at risk here because she has to turn it on even though that's not part of his plan because she shouldn't be there, which is another giant plot hole.
I assumed if it didn't get the bio recognition to activate it fully, it would have just blown up the ship or something because it got activated and didn't have the right biosignature.
I mean, there's no proof.
There's lacking dialogue for a lot of things.
I mean, they say there's no failsafe, so I'd assume it either blow up or not. There was nothing. There's no. So, but that helped the second watch, knowing there's no risk. I still liked the first 16 minutes because it feels fresher and interesting, and it has some ideas going on. But the second, the middle, basically everything after the phase fight, on second viewing is worse. Because I know who the mole is, and there's very little setup to that. I like all the characters, but I know they're basically meaningless because they all die this and then, and so they all have a lot less impact second time because they mean less in the story. And Georgiou's acting comes across as being worse second time because she's just not doing very much. She's actually in it less than you think. Which, big cast. Oh, can't he? Still can't he?
I said, who was the guy that fought Georgiou in that first fight? Was that San?
Yeah.
Or was that the little microscopic
No, that was San in the phase suit.
Somebody else.
Yeah. Oh. He just happened to have the same phase tech that she happened to have that one scene for no discernible reason.
Yeah.
So definitely worse on second watch, and the end is even worse because, again, from original watch, I like the characters. They got horribly killed. They're laughing and joking. A brand new team was set up. You lost half your team. Like, at least have a second of commemorance for that. I know they're all, like, heartless people, but it felt very disingenuous. Like, and now we're going to start for the sequel. It's like, but you lost the people that we liked. What are you doing? And then to double down the fact that, I know they're sort of joking, but Georgiou's a heartless killer they can't trust in the last scene reminds you she's the villain of the piece. So at the end, it feels even more disingenuous. Because she's either meant to grow, or she's meant to be the villain. As in, and she's neither in this, which is very strange. But yeah, she's a very odd character, because she is horrible, and she is ineffective. But she's happy just to run a bot.
Well, hit like, guys. 94 of you here, 41 likes.
Beautiful.
I'm going to get to some super
chats.
I'm going to cut you off there for a second.
Please do.
Done.
Yes, I'm not on that. Yeah.
Not a bad account, $2. Section 31 truly is the shape of the future of Star Trek. Shut up. I hate you so much.
I mean, not with review scores. Because if this was a cinema movie, people would not go and see it, and it would bomb in the it would bomb in the theater. So it would. Oh my god! It's Dan Ben's third super chat. God damn it.
B Syndicate, $2. Space Hitler makes for a poor protagonist. Yes.
Luckily, people are strong around her.
I'll have a few drinks for those.
Yeah.
Every super chat.
Yeah.
Daniel Grayling, $5. Stay hydrated, fellas. Loving the live stream. Thank you. Hit like, everybody.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be a special live, guys.
And I just want to put this out there right now for everybody that's watching. Every month this year, we're going to do a movie review on a weekend as a Drunkyards. We're going to start with the motion picture next month and go through all the Star Trek movies one after the other every month.
Yep.
So look forward to that. It'll be a weekend, so a lot of people will be off. More people can join.
Yep.
It'll be a special event. So.
And you can imagine doing some of the gags later on in the film when we're just absolutely mullered.
Well, we're gonna have super chat goals of have us quote something from the movie.
Yep.
Because we know the movies so well. So, and the more we drink,
the
more fun it'll be.
Yeah, they're gonna be special. I'm excited for those. This is the first one, so welcome.
Unfortunately, I wanted to start with the motion picture, but the schedule just lined up.
We had another movie come out. It was crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Daniel Grayling, $5. Oh,
Thank you.
read that one. Sorry, never mind.
Oh.
Not a band account, $2. Maybe Heroic Space Hitler isn't Roddenberry's Trek. Yeah, no. Geraldine Carstensen does comment now finally. Hey, Cap. Yo, Commander.
Hey.
Good to see you guys. Not good about the movie. Yeah. The quote-unquote movie. It didn't feel like a movie at all with the cinematography, in my opinion, but hey. Mark Lawrence, $10. It reminded me of Dr. Strangelove. Why have a doomsday weapon if no one knows about it?
Well, no, it was a failsafe bomb. No, she says it. It was a failsafe bomb. If I'm ever deposed, I'll bomb and kill everyone, and then they can't use Empire. Yeah, that was fine.
It's scorched earth.
Yeah.
If somebody takes me out, they'll have nothing to roll over.
But second time, I felt implied in the dialogue that she ordered it destroyed after Saturn gave his life as well, as it means every person who was in the team who built it and the guy delivering it thought it was too much. So I think she instantly thought this is too much and destroyed it. So actually, I was, except some clerk said, "Nah, I'm going to keep this," and then put it in a box for 80
half
years.
a shot. Hold on, we'll get to that in a second, Mark. Ray Ricks, £5.
Thank you, Ray.
Also, how much would they have spent on Jamie Lee Curtis for a 60-second cameo? That's probably at least another 2 episodes of Lower Decks. Yeah. And that was odd to have her as control with that stuff on her face. But at least it's a human control and not an AI control. Unless that's an AI representation of... or a physical representation of the AI, but...
And can I commend them slightly? At least they committed to she's the voiceover at the start of the film as well.
Yes.
Which
somebody was trying to lock down whose voice that was.
Which is ballsy, though.
Is that Denise Crosby? I'm like, no. Wait till the end.
Because a percentage of the population will guess that's her, even though it's random. So at least it is her, even though it could spoil it. So I appreciate, because second time around, that's like, oh, yeah. But I heard that she did Everywhere with Everything with Michelle Yeoh, and she said, I want to be in, you're doing that next? I want to be in that. And an actor can, they can say, I'll do a half a day for, 400,000 for them, which is a super low rate. And that just, I think that's what they probably would have done. So it would probably have been very, very low. And Jamie Lee's, a 73-year-old actress. She's not going to be able to pull in what she used to. So it was more of a nice vanity thing, although I'm sad that's her one now in. But hey, important role. I mean, the canon of Star Trek. I mean, gotta go.
Oh, that comes. It was going to be a series and have her be like Charlie from Charlie's Angels. It gives them the missions.
That is true. I mean, talk about an old star B-lister.
Yeah.
High B-lister back in the day. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Dan Ben, £2 or £2.
Thank you.
What's better or worse, Section 31 or very short treks? At least very short treks had Trek in them.
Wow.
I'd probably watch all the very short treks rather than rewatch this. Put it that way. But that's a very, very interesting question. Wow. You broke our brains there a bit.
Because some of those are just embarrassingly bad. Like, this isn't embarrassingly bad. This is depressingly bad. That's different. Like, you had to know we're making fun of you, Trekkies. This is, we just can't make anything better.
Yeah.
That's different. Wow. Yeah.
Good question, Dan.
Yeah.
Dan goes on to say there's a lot more people in the chat today. Well, yeah, because it's a weekend and because there's hate watchers that hated this Section 31. I want to see what
and
we
it wasn't good.
So.
And we have a lot to say.
And it wasn't good, yeah. Ryan Fogarty, $5.
Yeah.
I dare you to include the TNG 2 part or Picard space part with your movie reviews. Funny, I was just watching that today, the Gambit. We were watching it right before this live, me and Sylvia, because it was on Pluto TV on the TNG channel, and I was like, "This is a good episode, but it shouldn't have been a 2-parter." It is easily the worst 2-parter of TNG because it doesn't need to be a 2-parter. So yes, interesting you brought that up, Ryan. Are you watching Pluto TV as well, sir?
Now I also want to do a live about this next week, so I really think it's worth asking. So I had a very different comments. Gut reaction, everyone in the chat. And you, Stuart. Are you ready, guys? Gut reaction. Which is a better... No. Which do you enjoy more? Not what's a better movie. Not what is a better Star Trek movie. What do you enjoy more? Star Trek Section 31 or Star Trek 5 The Final Frontier? Gut reaction.
Star Trek 5. I've never been
a hater
of Star Trek 5.
But that is recognized the least graded quality of the movies for various reasons. So does this now take that crown? So guys, right now, let us know. Everybody zip in the chat. What is a better movie, or do you enjoy more, Star Trek 5 or this?
Yes, let us know in the chat. Also, 87 of you here, please hit the like button. 58 likes so far. We can get that higher. Please hit like if you haven't. Vote in the poll. What did you think of this film? Loved it. Great movie. Liked it. Decent film, actually. It's okay or meh. And did not like it. So go vote. Yeah, everybody's going to say Star Trek 5. That should have been the poll, because we would have got 100%.
There will be a later... Yeah.
Okay. Not a band account, $2. Is this Paramount's final wake up to restore Trek? Fuck no, because Alex Kurtzman is still in charge. A lot of people are concerned about Starfleet Academy because of this. I'm not really concerned. I think Starfleet Academy is going to steer more towards the Strange New Worlds vibe, because Strange New Worlds kind of has Star Trek stories that are episodic and actually worked. They actually did a much better job. We like Strange New Worlds. I don't think Academy is going to fall into this trap.
Well, it'll be melodrama in a way that will annoy a lot of people, but if it has a few good deep cut sci-fi things, then it'll steer into the Strange Worlds and Zeitgeist, which just happen to work.
Yeah,
because it is just
And Working Class Zero, £10. Least divisive Star Trek in years. Everyone thinks it's terrible. Yeah. Brought us together. Section 31 brought the Star Trek community.
That has been odd, because I was expecting many of the, because I think it's fair to say, Stuart, there's a spectrum of Trek online audience. We are firmly in the centre, right there in the middle. There's people who love primarily most things, and people who hate most things, and they will not credit the bad because it's fine, and they'll credit the good, it's bad, whatever. So it's been intriguing to see even the people who skew a lot more, I'll like it no matter what, and say a few negative things, have all said, it's not a good film. So that's been kind of interesting to see, because I was expecting a bit more of those people who have a bit more access to CBS to not want to shit on their parade. But besides saying about will this be the final nail, I would imagine that Kurtzman watches this and says, Trek fans aren't ready for this, and in a couple of months when non-Trek fans watch it and enjoy it for the Netflix of the week movie, the views will go up and we'll get some good reviews, and when the not Trekkies watch it, they'll like it because it's a good movie. It's just not a good Trek movie. I wasn't trying to make a good Trek movie.
It's not a good movie, as we said with our review. As you said, if it was a Netflix film, it would be mediocre. If
at
it was just
best,
a random space thing. Yeah, exactly.
I think I said it'd be a 4 out of 10 at best. If it was a generic movie.
The only reason that's going to happen is if Paramount buys likes and positive comments for this thing, which wouldn't be past them. Plus, the other thing I think that might happen, which I was concerned about while watching it, was this is going to kill Star Trek, because it's like, whoever's buying CBS and Paramount, Sundance, whatever it is, are going to be like, well, that fucking underperformed. People don't want to see Star Trek. So they're going to start shelving projects. Like Connie Newsom's new show might be shelved. Who knows what's going to happen as a result? They're not going to look at fucking Prodigy and Lower Decks, something that people love, but didn't get a good response because not everybody watched it because it's fucking animated or a kid's show. Like, it could be a death nail in the coffin, unfortunately, and that's sad because it's just not Star Trek. So
you say that, but a lot of the time, it was great, it was wonderful. A lot of the time, though, in those sorts of boardrooms, they don't watch the thing they're talking about. If they watch it, they'll understand why it was not well reviewed. You know, like this isn't one of the things where people didn't get it. Like you can like Picard season 1 because you don't know Star Trek. Like it's got some other stuff to it. This doesn't have a lot of other stuff to it, so it's more objectively, it's like Nemesis. You can see that and say, it's not a very good movie as well. There's this objectively, it doesn't really quite work.
I kind of disagree. The people in those corporate boardrooms are not going to watch it, but there's so much money invested in it. Like, how could it not be good for Star Trek fans? If Star Trek fans hate it, that means Star Trek fans hate Star Trek and don't want any more Star Trek.
But I mean,
that's their fucking mentality.
But this is the very example. If they watch it, they will see there's a reason why it wasn't reviewed well. Other things like Prodigy, Lower Decks, they see bad numbers and they're not watching it because it's too much. This, they can just objectively watch and say, I'm not going to blame Star Trek, I'm going to blame this piece. It's a bit of a rarity.
I don't have faith in the corporate mentality.
I'm saying if they did, they have. It's one of those few easy open and shut cases versus other things where it's a bit more whatever.
We got a few more super chats though, so thank you guys. Ryan Fogarty, $2. Star Trek 5 at least has a scene with McCoy and his dad. Well, yes, and the good trifecta of Spock, Bones, and McCoy. Spock, Kirk, and Bones. Oh my God, there we go.
And I said, and yay booze. I said to somebody yesterday, I said, like, Cyborg is a better character than anybody in this movie. So, and there are other characters who are not that far off him. Like, I like all five of the guest cast. I like Clang and his lady. Every single one of the guest cast I like, but like more than these guys. But I mean, there's a lot more like in Star Trek 5.
I want to take this opportunity real quick with 104 people here to say, hit the like button. Let's get to 100 likes.
Yes.
Make sure you subscribe to the channel and join us every month for other
Yes.
Trek reviews all this year. Also, super chat in, comment in. We want to hear your thoughts. Go vote on the poll.
And this is a great time to make us drink because we're going to be more drunk to review it. So keep it coming, guys.
I'm already feeling it,
Yep.
so that's not great.
This is great.
We haven't even got into the review yet.
Yep.
Sergeant Montgomery, $2. The true Star Trek MacGuffin is Alex Kurtzman. Stop bringing up Alex Kurtzman because I don't have good things to say. Did Sean Ferrick just interview him?
He was on the press tour.
Ooh, we should have got in on that. I don't want to interview Alex Kurtzman because I don't think it would go well. Sylvia's laughing at me because she knows.
I would love to interview him. I think it would go great.
Oh, I think it would be too. It'd be good for a lot of things. I'd have to keep my mouth shut though. That's why you should interview. Anyway, Ray Ricks, member for 34 months in the rank of Federation Council. Also, I'm with Sam. They completely destroyed a large chunk of Mirror Universe space out of sight, out of mind, I guess. No, that's not the implication I got watching it. I thought all the energy was devoted to closing this rift of the ion storms. All they needed was a line of dialogue saying that's what happened. Or yes, they risked destroying a quadrant of their galaxy by detonating it there as well. Also, they risked the fleet, which was presumably on the other side, Sand's fleet of ships that were coming through, and destroyed a bunch of the Terran Empire. So I never got the implication that was the case. I just wish there was a line of dialogue clarifying, but guess what? There's a lot of lines of dialogue that are missing because we don't know the ramifications of what happened in this goddamn story. So,
okay, new goal, guys. 10 super chats, 5 or more, a free shot. So spam in some 10s. Some 5s, sorry. And if we can get 10 of those 5s, we'll do a bonus shot.
Bonus shot.
They're
good.
They're built for Drunkyards. So, rewatching it, I was intrigued. So that was my first comment, the first watch. And I was saying it facetiously, right? I know, obviously, I don't mean to say we bombed a quarter of the quadrant. But the way they framed it literally is there was a bomb that would destroy sector by sector the quarter of a galaxy. It went through the anomaly because we saw it. It blew up. Thereby, it would kill, at least it would have exploded and killed a chunk of the universe, right? The problem is, if you say this ion storm is enough to stop it, then it's a very shitty bomb. All you do is you just take it and detonate it in an ion, like, really easy. Or, if a thing is blowing up across a quadrant, then any ion storm would be able to suck its power. Like, you instantly made a nullifier for the best bomb that the bitch Empress could build, and it becomes, like, it becomes super small as a bomb. Because, not just that, they, as our heroes, Garrett was, 50 meters away, and the explosion didn't kill her? So not even the excess radiation from a galaxy-wide bomb hurt them in any way, with no shields, as I said earlier, no shields. So it made the entire end, second time watch, feel so small and meaningless because they nullified the weapon within its life. Really affects second time watching.
Well, Gorgonzola says, Trekyards, how can they seal the rift with a bioweapon if there's no living tissue within the anomaly? Well, they never clarified it was a bioweapon. They didn't clarify what it fucking did. It just moved system to system like a virus. I guess that's where you got bioweapon from. But that's not what they were implying, I think, with that line. It just destroyed...
Yeah, there is dialogue to this. It's just they bullshit you. So I rewatched it and I was listening because I've heard these comments. The guy that sold it was a bioweapon seller. He did not say it was a bioweapon. He sells bioweapons. Now that does not tell you it's a bioweapon. So that the weapon's not a bioweapon. And then at the end, as you say, she compares it to a thing that goes like a virus, but not actually a virus.
You say that, but it was stored at a bioweapons facility, so I can see
it was
where
held secret.
It was, yes.
Put a non-bioweapon.
What better place to hide a non-bioweapon than a bioweapon facility?
That's fine. Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine. My only problem with that though is that no, that's fine. It's fine. My only problem with that is how exactly is a bomb? Does a bomb travel at warp? How are you killing a quarter of a quarter of a galaxy?
Never clarified. Don't know. Move on.
It's a bomb it's a bomb the size of this Blu-ray box. How is it going to warp destroy quarter of a galaxy? It can't.
It
can't.
Let's get to those.
It's ridiculous.
Sergeant Montgomery, $2. I wish it would have destroyed the Burnham universe. Damn. Sounders EBFG, $5. Missed opportunity to not bring back Linda Park for the movie. Oh yeah.
Oh.
The whole picking 18 fucking kids.
We'll get there.
To become the emperor. We still have to get there. But yeah, it's stupid. That's not how the Terran Empire works. You advance in rank and reputation by assassinations and coups to take out your superiors. That's not how this would have been done.
Dude, if that was a up-age makeup Linda Park as a lady who gives her the throne at the start.
That would have been fucking great.
Oh, that would have been a chef. Wouldn't have been weird, but a chef's kiss of yes.
So you are right.
Hadn't even thought of that.
It was a missed opportunity, Sounders.
Wow. Yeah.
I'll have drinks for these in a second, but Chris C throws in £5. Sorry, lads. No amount of booze can delete the turd from the memory banks. What's Terry Metellus up to these days? Sadly, he's working on, well, not sadly, good for him. He's working with Disney on the Vision show. So
in England.
Yeah, he's going to be in the UK, yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Yes.
Phil Evans, £5.
Thank you, Phil.
I am usually optimistic about all Trek, even Discovery. This movie is unforgivable and should never have been made it to release. But Michelle Yeoh, we have an Oscar-winning actress, guys. It can't be bad.
And it was an Oscar-winning performance by her as well.
No, it absolutely was not.
But if you won an Oscar once, you can win it. Every performance is Oscar-winning.
Well, that's like saying Michael Chabon won a fucking whatever award. So therefore, all his work on Discovery must be fantastic, and Picard or whatever.
That's how that works, right? Every time they're the same good.
Yes, once you win a reward, you rest on your laurels. Anything you make after that, even if you shit in the goddamn toilet and scoop it up and give it to the corporates, they'll be like, "Oh my god, this is amazing! This is award-winning shit."
You know what's funny about an awarding actress? Is the script that they acted they did well with.
It's the script, exactly, and the director and everything, yes.
Like, she didn't say the words. She was given the words to say well. The script is half of that at least, because you give a lot of actors the same script and do well, or you can give the same actor a not good script and do poorly. So it's 50% script, 50% like, whatever. Just saying.
Next up. Ooh. B Syndicate throws in $5.
So much.
Keep talking about good Trek on SOC. Sockment. Just rewatch TNG, Lower Decks, Prodigy, Strange New Worlds, and Good Trek. Those numbers still mean something. Yeah, we're still doing our Trek TNG reviews and stuff. Don't worry, we always talk about all Trek. So if you like it or you don't, we'll be covering it.
But there's 107 of you to talk about this, so you clearly want to talk about this.
Yes, and by the way, hit the like button if you haven't already. We're still not at 100, and it should be easy. If you're just joining us or haven't hit like yet, please do so.
And 108 votes on the poll. Can we get 12 more votes? And then we'll close out and do a new result poll. So what do you think of the film? Loved it? Liked it? Okay, Med, don't like. 109 votes. It's free. It's easy. Let's get 11 more votes. To 120. Vote now!
And Misha throws in $10.
Misha!
I'm glad you're back, Misha. I was thinking about you the other day. I saw one of your other videos, and I'm like, I haven't seen Misha show up in a long time. So I'm glad you're here. Check out my lives as well as on my personal channel if you can. I'd appreciate that. But he says Peanut thought it was uninspiring too. And that's from a Chihuahua. Chihuahuas are pretty, I'm sorry your dog didn't enjoy Section 31. I'll drink to that for sure. That's a.
And I'll say last thing before I jump into the real review here. Unless you have another rant. I've seen
Rant? Me?
Rant alert. I've seen Star Trek Discovery seasons 1 and 2.
You have?
right? Which is a Kurtzman, like, far more this team's production, and you can tell by the style and visual, right? Like, that was my guiding star of what I thought this might be like. So I don't know why people expect it to be a better movie when it was based on those ideas, those teams, those writers. Like, that's where it came from.
Why they thought that? Because Strange New Worlds was good. They learned. They thought, okay, we're going to make something the fans want to see. So I was hoping for Section 31 that might be the case. Because I didn't expect Strange New Worlds to be as good as it was, or is. We enjoy Section 31, genuinely.
Yeah.
Good stories, Star Trek inspired stories. Mm-hmm. I would assume they would have learned from that and done that here, because they had enough time to do so.
But wasn't it amazing that it felt like a Discovery Season 1 or 2 product? In a tangible something. Now, I don't know if what it says to you, but the costume designer returned from Season 1 2 Discovery, Gersha Phillips, who was the all-hail lady who did the amazing stuff in Season 1 and Season 2. I like Bernadette in seasons, She's Changed Worlds, but like the later costume people, like they brought the original, like some of the original team back, and it feels like Discovery Season 1 and 2. And I wasn't not surprised.
Those costume people you liked have joined me at London Comic Con. They came to the booth. They came to the captain's chair. They talked to me about the work they did on Discovery. So, yeah, they're from Toronto.
Oh yeah,
yeah, they're good people. It was a husband and wife team, and they also made the Tribbles for unfortunately the Discovery Tribble version, but the Trouble with Edward.
Oh, why you mention that? Why you? Don't bring us down.
But anyway, yeah, they are good people and good costumes. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Moving on. Can we get to the review now? That would be nice.
So, Stuart, let's talk about Star Trek Section 31, the movie.
Oh,
Fate
Who Makes the Sword does the forging in advance.
And you know what's funny?
That's the first quote.
It was almost the exact same unification in terms of how they framed the text appearing to Spearing, and one did it better. Can you guess which one?
No, please tell me.
Oh, the unification. Also, this is, I guess, the garbage scow ship at the start, not the Section 31 hero ship. Which kind of tells you up front it's not the ship that you think it is.
Oh, yeah. I like the Section 31 ship, except for the whatever was happening to the hull the whole time.
I don't even know what it looked like, to be honest. The movie didn't give us any shots of it, really.
And no, Phoenix Gundam, this is not the review. We're doing this review, our standard review format, where we go scene by scene, talk about each scene, the good and the bad in it. We're just getting into that now. So,
yes,
we've given our thoughts about it. We'll see if their thoughts are different at the end. That's kind of the point of giving our thoughts before. So, we appreciate you guys joining us for the ride, by the way.
Yes, and as with all the Drunkyards, the first hour of these sorts of big reviews is you guys putting your thoughts in, getting us the lick it up so we can do a review in a fun way. That's exactly how it should be. You want to see us fired up in this format. So yes, we start with the garbage scow, decent music. Now I know you hate the intro. Second watch, I like the intro even more. It's shot nice, it's clean. I get some texture with Mirror Universe.
The lighting's awful. It's Discovery lighting. Everything's drab and boring and dull, and I fucking hate it.
Yes, it's a crappy
Sylvia
place.
walked into the room when I was 6 minutes into watching it the first time, where the ship comes down. The strike sound, yeah. And and I paused it, and she said, "So how's the movie?" And I said, "I fucking hate it." Because she had just murdered her family. I didn't say that part because I wanted her to watch it later, but atrociously bad. I'm sorry. Mirror Universe stuff does not work for me at all. Even the whole premise of him forging a sword at the exact same moment she comes back. Yes, I understand she was in a competition to be the Emperor, so maybe he was making... Why didn't he do it earlier? Why didn't he do it when she left?
No, he's just a blacksmith guy. It's his job.
Okay, fine.
This is just his job. What do you mean? It's just some guy. He just works. Which is why I was intrigued by the
whole first quote about forging the sword.
No, ignore it. Doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
They didn't think about it. Yeah. But I like this intro for, like I said, lots of reasons. No, I like it in comparison to the rest of the movie. I don't like it, but it stands up better to me than the rest of the movie as a scene. That's for me personally. Like, I like the fact that there's so much context here, that the mirror universe is not a great big place. It's not that great. This is obviously some generic poor planet. You know, it's like a Tatooine vibe, right? With a small T. But also, it tells you contextually that whereas we would have thought that all the mirror universe, like, pick kids from houses would be famous people or rich houses, Giorgio is just from some blacksmith on a random planet, which tells you that Sam is just some guy, that no one is important. There's random kids they picked up. There's nothing special about them, which is an important contextual clue. It doesn't go anywhere with that, but it's interesting.
Working class zero. I hate this piss filter they use all over this intro. I totally agree with you. That's what I mean by the cinematography and the fucking Discovery feel. It's just fucking awful.
Well, that's the color grade, but yeah, it's oddly orange. You gotta work hard. Now, why did not see her dab a vial into the liquid, the soup? Because second thing, because when we watch the trailers, someone killed her family. Oh no! But then she murdered them with soup. Did they see her do it?
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Ryan Fogarty, $2. Section 31 and Starfleet Academy are both safe choices on paper. Starfleet Academy has a lot of potential. Yeah. If they learn from Strange New Worlds, hopefully it'll be good. With Robert Picardo, I feel confident it won't be awful. So,
yeah, he's a goat in general.
And Thomas Potts, $2. Why didn't that bright sun cause them problems? I mean, it did. They were evil. They were all evil because of that.
They didn't even address the fact they can't look into bright light.
Oh, that was fucking stupid.
Oh my god, they did. They can't.
No, they didn't double down on the stupid. Didn't praise them for that. That's a good thing.
I hadn't thought of that. You're right. They can't look into the sun. I mean, he was wearing goggles, in fairness, but they weren't.
That's just fucking stupid.
As if don't invent shit and then have to use it later. Wow.
Misha, $10. If they had to do the super weapon thing, why not use the Tantalus device from TOS?
That's too early. Way too early for that.
Yeah.
Well, no, I guess. Well, no.
It's around the same time.
Well, no, because fucking San is from the past. Like, he's old.
That's a whole other problem near the end.
Yeah. So back to
this part where they're talking about did you survive? I mean, out of 18 of you, there were 2 left. Did you win? And she was looking at this pot of boiling soup, and I really, first time, I expected her to like topple it on top of her mother, which is right across from her, scorch her with 3rd-degree burns, soup, like scalding hot soup, and then start slashing and killing everybody. I knew they were going to get killed, because by this point you got the context that one more thing had to be done for the winner. So you knew what was coming. It was written on the wall.
Yeah.
That's what I expected. I'm glad it wasn't that brutal. I'm glad it was more subtle with the poisoning. But, yeah, I mean, she just came back from 18 months of torture and whatever, and you can make our meal for us. What? Make her a homecoming meal. Make it yourself. Maybe the mother did make it and she did slip a vial into it when they weren't looking. But if somebody returns after 18 months, aren't you going to be spending every time like talking to them and looking at them? So how did she get the poison in there? It was my vibe that she made the meal for them as I'm back. But if you're making a meal coming back after 18 months, why is it only fucking soup?
Because they're poor.
Steak. Well, steak. They're poor. I get it. But
I mean, have you seen the house? It's a hovel.
It's a shithole.
Question. I noticed the second time. Why? Now I think it's because they're implying she's walked for like 3 days, and she's brutally sun damaged. But it's the same. But it's not the planet Terra. It's, I'm presuming, some colony, because I didn't think this was Earth for a second. This is some random planet. So why is she speaking like this? The whole scene, she's projecting very loudly a whisper.
To cover up the fact of what you brought up to me. To cover up the fact that she doesn't have a broken fucking English accent like Michelle Yeoh. She's got perfect fucking English. So to make it sound bad, they made her sound like...
Because she plays the whole scene as if I am tortured and I must not kill you with soup. Don't look at the thing I'm pouring in the soup. Because the thing is, she's genuinely whispering as an actress, and then raising it in the audio mix, so it's a really loud whisper, and it's so weird. As a weird choice. I also noticed, because someone said to me in the internet that everyone in the scene's dubbed. I don't necessarily notice, but I did see second time that they rarely show dialogue with people talking. It's always like looking at another face, as if no one can speak proper English and they're having to like, I don't know what's happening. But there's no disconnect of people talking and them. There's a bit there, but it was like, this is intentionally editing around that.
Okay, there's 3 super chats I want to get to, and then a couple more comments. So thank you guys for commenting. Ray Rex, 10 pounds. Got to run, guys. Have a drink on me. Further numb yourself for the next couple of hours.
Well, I'll be here in a bit if you want to come back. Oh, Sergeant Montgomery, I think she looks like Giorgio Fine.
Well, we're going to get to that. Hold on.
Okay.
Cheers. Sergeant Montgomery, $5. Don't forget to garnish your drinks with some succulent humanoid eyeballs.
Hey, human.
I assume they might be some like delicacy, like a cow eye or something, like some kind of animal, but they definitely looked human, and I hate the fact that she still eats fucking eyeballs.
But the irony is, you could have made that scene great by the guy saying, human? No, in my old life I liked them, but now I've got vegan friendly, like I've gone soft.
Vegan friendly eyeballs.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it might be a fake eyeball, but she put it the like nerves back in the drink, and there's like some blood.
But you'd want that texture if you're eating the eyeball. But that could have been a fun play on. She used to do that when she was Empress, so here she is doing it to have the experience, but it's vegan.
And it's intimidating to see somebody eating an eyeball, so you don't want to fuck with them. So make it a fake.
So you could have fun with
that. B Syndicate, $2. A peanut hamper spinoff would have been better.
Yes,
you're not wrong.
Yep.
I hate peanut hamper. So.
Yep.
Phoenix Gundam, why is Philippa's family so poor? Thought they were Imperial nobles. I mean, if they said that in Discovery, they just forgot and don't care.
Yeah, because
I don't know if they ever said that. And Fator says, that's another oddity, because according to Discovery, she grew up in Malaysia. Well, this could be Malaysia. You don't fucking know.
Yeah, it's just someplace.
Yeah. And she doesn't even look like her. I mentioned this to Sam at the time. When she walks over the dune, she has the walk of Michelle Yeoh. And on a second and third viewing, I'm like, is that actually Michelle Yeoh walking? Because it's the exact same walk. And then they focus on her face. So I don't know. But I thought they did a pretty good job. The only thing that Sam brought up that kind of had me go, But she has a perfect English cadence and accent in this first scene. And then later she's got the broken Michelle Yeoh English. So that was an odd choice. And that's why I just mentioned when he said, why is she talking like this? It's to hide that. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah,
this is a thing that started to me in the first watch. She speaks better English than Michelle Yeoh with a clearer accent. And she's meant to be the young version. And oddly, I don't know if this is intentional. In the Mirror Universe scenes, Michelle Yeoh's accent is significantly harder to understand. I don't know if that was intentional because that's her younger without experiencing other people, but it was like a notable shift in quality versus the other scenes. I was intrigued by that. I don't know.
Interesting.
But I thought this was a pretty decent. I mean, she's like what, 17, and Michelle Yeoh is 67. I mean, 45 years difference before Emperor. Like, that's fine. I thought she was a pretty fine. And honestly, I would have liked to have seen more scenes with this woman. Honestly, more flashbacks, more Empire stuff. I would have been absolutely down for that.
And don't forget the whole flashback was in the flashback of.
Well, this is the flashback. In fairness, this is a scene. In fairness,
we are 2 but 1 of her and San. You know, it wasn't allowed to say friend during this competition, but we said it secretly to each other.
I love you.
Yes, there is that. Yep.
And I love second.
And
time.
I don't think. And I'm sorry. I made the argument too that you can't love anybody if you decide to murder your family. That's just fucking stupid. You don't have the capacity for love if you're able to murder your family, including your parents and your. Who
seemed pleasant. Like, this is the Mirror Universe. Everyone's a shit. They seem perfectly pleasant. A nice little kid. You know, and it would have been fine. I say fine, not fine, but Discovery fine. Had they seen like a shot of the brother like snapping a bug's neck and say, "Ha, look, mum," like being brutal little kids.
That's what I said about the opening scene. The first time I watched it, I'm thinking to myself, why aren't these people killing each other for the food? I know they're a family, but it's the Terran universe.
It's nothing to gain there. There's no.
It's just fucking.
But it's such an interesting scene in that I am so. Oh no, that was a different thing. Back on the flashback. The flashback's so cheap they just shoot at a orange light.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Side note. But yeah, don't buy for a second the Mirror Universe. We found 18 kids, and the strongest one. I don't believe it. I just don't. It doesn't. It's not at all Mirror Universe-y.
I think too, if this had been a series, we would have seen more of these flashbacks of them in the competition, getting close to each other, so you actually give a fuck about their relationship.
That would be useful. Yeah.
Because I think that would have been the case, but since they turned it into a movie, you don't get that. They cut that part out. So.
But I just do not believe they would do that as a mirror universe. It's just so out of kilter. Especially
if... Yeah. Well, so go ahead. Oh. No, go ahead.
Well, especially if, like, oh no, I've got to kill my family to rule over 20 billion lives, have the power over the stars, and control the destiny of billions. Like, of course they're going to kill their parents. They're the mirror universe. Like, it's not really a choice. Why would, like, there's no skill criterion, there's no earned it criterion. I just kill my family. It's like, okay. Like, I'm getting everything. Of course they would. Like, I don't blame her for this scene. She's just an evil bitch.
Yes.
I don't blame her. And that's why that's about the other thing. I have PTSD from Discovery. This scene should brutalize me as a Star Trek fan. Our main hero massacred her family in cold blood, as close to, and then we know what she did later. She's irredeemable as a character, and the first scene tells us she's irredeemable. She's a horrible villain, and this is the opening meant to feel sorry for her.
Well,
are you kidding?
That's the whole you're living with guilt thing that she does with the augment guy. But 187 Off-Road says they missed an awesome opportunity to connect with Hoshi in some way. Absolutely. Yep. Bring Hoshi back, have her be her mentor, somebody that Yoshi took this young girl under her wing, and then this young girl goes and betrays her and stabs her in the back, literally, and becomes the Emperor. That would have been fucking phenomenal. Would have made more sense than this competition. And she could have fallen in love with one of the other slaves that was under Yoshi. And, you know, they were both planning to do this thing, and she got there first. But then holding this guy, San, under her heel for years as a slave and showing no empathy or care towards him until the very end.
But she didn't know it was the end, even. She's written
no, it's just... I mean, that's good on her that she didn't know it was the end, honestly. That kind of is something for the character, at least. But anyway, we'll get to that scene.
Yes, we will. But back to Hoshi. Can you imagine if the first scene had been a shot on the LED wall in a TOS set, like looking set with Hoshi, and it's like a TOS throne room, what? And it's Hoshi with old age makeup. She's got a giant cape, and she's like... I have decided that my rule has ended. I will choose 18 children to rule. The Defiant will be your new throne. Yes, Empress, yes, Empress. And it says 18 months later, I am Giorgio. I will do this thing for you, Empress. And like start with this amazing TOS hybrid flashback with them, like fucking confuse the audience, and then straight into it, boom. And it's like she chose because she's crazy, whatever.
Start with a Star Trek moment, like I said with Rachel Garrett, being on a Starfleet ship, being assigned this job.
As well, yes, that. But I mean, that would have made so much sense. Like, oh, yeah. I didn't even think for a second Hoshi, but it's such a good idea.
Yep. Ryan Fogarty, $2. You just like the Star Trek Hunger Games spinoff? Yes, we do. May fortune favor you, or whatever the fuck.
And we saw it in bloody Lower Decks with the planet where they're all fighting. We kind of saw it already. Kind of.
Anyway,
So I just do not believe the Mirror Universe plot line with that. It doesn't work for me. They have no reason for it, and she's just some girl. If she's a rich house, I could slightly buy it.
So,
yes.
Here's the thing, right? We're an hour and 8 minutes into this review, and we're 6 minutes into the fucking show. But then again, a good 20 minutes of the show was just fight scenes, which have nothing really to talk about. So this will all equal out in the end.
This is the only scene with Star Trek in it. Just think, we've got the Mirror Universe, we've got canon. So this is something new, okay?
I mean, true. True.
Then...
No. I'm not. Sorry, I mute you.
No. I'll wait for you. This is going great.
All right, I'm back. Anyway, the ship appears.
I'm going to finish the poll as well. 134 votes. Yes, Stu. What do you think of this film? And again, anyone can anyone can be in this poll. Loved it. Great. Loser, 1%. As less than one person voted for that somehow. 4% liked it, so 5% approval rating. 18%, okay, meh. 76% did not like it. Your thoughts on this poll,
Yeah.
Stuart?
I mean, not unexpected. Honestly, from all I've heard from everybody, that's pretty on point. Although the 1% have said loved it, liked it, great movie. I feel it's a troll at some point. But hey. Someone making main characters gladiator fight for their amusement is so cliche now. Yeah. All right, new poll is up. Which is a better film, Star Trek V or Section 31? Also, 104 of you here, which is fantastic. Thank you guys. Make sure you're subscribed and notified so you don't miss any of our content. And 92 likes. Hit the like button. Let's get to 100. That'd be awesome.
Sergeant Montgomery, yes you are. So, now I'm confused by this, and we saw this. I'm glad I saw this in the trailer. The ISS Chiron lands. Now,
It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Keep in mind, Stuart, this was designed by Emperor Giorgio and Paul Stamets in the future as a mycelial control ship.
Hold on. Only the mycelial aspect of that is true. This is the ship. This is the Imperial ship. They modified it to add the mycelial sphere. Oh my god, I can't even speak. So I don't hate that the ship's in this, first of all.
But how do you know it was modified, not built custom?
I don't.
I always got the implication you'd have to custom build a ship because it was built around the Doomsday Machine, as John Eves said.
This proves you're wrong.
This proves I'm wrong. But isn't that weird that Giorgio never builds a flagship over 40 years? Because this dates the fuck out of this ship.
That's why she was so upset when she said, "Where are my engineers?" They all killed themselves. And the look on her face is like, for fuck's sakes, I wanted them to build me a ship.
Well, it's Bob or ship, and I picked Bob.
So I gotta use this whole piece of shit that I've been living on and modify it now. That explains that scene. There we go. We solved another part of the movie.
But I get, yeah, we want an asset, but this absolutely devalues it in Discovery. Would you not agree?
No. Yes. Maybe. I don't really care. It's the smallest part.
The only other ship we have. It's a ship. We got a ship. We got an old ship. We haven't seen it in 7 years. And it's cool it can do this, but it's also never in any of the wide shots, so fucking you forget it's there straight away. Put the work into putting a goddamn mid. You pricks.
MLB meeting was pretty impressive and cool, but who is this bitch that says you succeeded where the competitors could not? I wish that would have been Yoshi.
Yoshi?
Hoshi. I said Yoshi a few times. Hoshi. Yeah, Yoshi from Mario. I wish it would have been her as an old lady saying, look, I'm giving up my reign. This is the fairest way. Not that the fair counts in this shared universe, but I can think of doing this. Who is this bitch? Is this the current emperor? Is this just one of the royalty that are deciding this?
Well, they credit her at the end, I believe, as a regent.
Yes, yeah.
But she's also only got like 2 lines. She's got a cool vibe. I would like to see more than one scene with her. But I like the Marineverse, as in comparatively. Let's see. She is Terran Protector, Sonia Smits. She's a Terran Protector. There you go.
Oh, Protector.
There's a very few cast in this, so there's not that many people to...
Misha throws in $5.
Oh,
Thank you, Misha. Her flagship could have been worse. Could have been one from the Disco Klingon ship designers.
But it literally could have been a TOS ship. Like, it literally could have been a TOS Colony Dreadnought. You know what I mean? Like, have a bit of fun with it. But anyway, so San comes in. He's not willing to brutalize and kill his family, therefore they kill his entire family. And his entire village.
Fair.
So why did he not kill his family?
Because he's a human being.
And he got them all killed then.
Who has a moral compass. The thing that I was wondering during all this is, the first one to do it is the one that will become the emperor. What are they fucking? How would you prove that you were the first one to do it? I guess they're monitoring them clearly.
Well, there's only 2 left. This is the last test, so he didn't choose.
Well, I know,
she chose.
You wander home to a shithole in the middle of nowhere. How are you going to message them and say, "Hey, look, I did it. Here's the proof." Oh no, they beam in. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. There's a giant ship over orbit over there. Yeah. Now, do you think that she actually said to him, "San, I love you. I love you too. I'll kill my family, so you don't have to kill yours. so that we can live together. You be my slave. Because one of us has to do it. I'll take the bullet for us both.
But why would he want to love her then if she's so fucking callous that she would kill her family?
Because she's letting him be. Well, the thing is, I think the point is there's no good option, and they potentially found an option together.
So you think she fucked him over essentially?
No, I think she allowed him to not have to kill his parents.
Well, I wish I would have been
to
in
save
there.
him the guilt.
I would have showed some modicum of caring and
but
compassion and love.
There is a little bit though when he's being burned. Before that, she's like, "We are one. Like there's something here. Like we did this together almost."
That's not what she said.
Well,
she said we are two, and he says also one, and she's like, not anymore.
Which is the other confusing bit, because the way she acts is she still thinks they are, but then she brutalizes him without remorse.
At that point, she had to denounce him and do that.
But then why say no more in person? Say we are still together. So you should, yeah, exactly right. The scene says she doesn't love him anymore, moving on. So, oh, then what's the point of the whole scene? I don't know.
It's just awful to watch this whole fucking thing. And luckily, the sword was in the forge, so it was scalding hot. I expected her to like decapitate him at this point. Honestly, the first time watching,
she does do that, yeah.
But
and why did she have to brutalize his face?
So we know who he is later because he doesn't look anything like this fucking guy.
Yeah, his hair's too nice.
Reason.
He had good hair.
And then as soon as she does that, he's got a 3rd-degree burn on his face. He falls into the sand. And the first thing I said was, "Don't fall into the sand; it's gonna get infected."
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's like fall on the other side or some shit. Show us the burn.
But also, magic mirror attack. Although speaking of, she did have a stabby the Terran regent. She had a agonizer on her, so at least had those. No agonizer.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, she has on her belt. So anyway, she's now Empress by just doing some mean things and surviving this, I guess. Which is all good. Now,
perfect person I'd want to serve under.
Yeah, I mean, she's literally the worst person in Trek, and she's our hero. It's a very odd scene to start with. Because if you had been clever, you would have shown the scene where she wasn't a brutal maniac who would kill her family. You'd show that she either couldn't do it, wasn't able to do it, had a workaround. Like, maybe she rescued her family and faked their deaths. Like, something nuanced versus just murderer. Because she doesn't come off well in the scene.
She doesn't come off well at all. Even during Discovery, we're like, this person is unredeemable. And then at the end, we're like, they kind of made it work a little bit. Like, and then right away, just double down on the let's murder our family and just be awful again. I mean, for people that maybe haven't seen Discovery, sure, I get it. But
yeah, this scene then pissed me off. If you're going to do a special in-universe briefing, you can't use clips from another universe that you didn't have access to, or the fucking future. You fucking pricks. You don't have clips of her being interrogated by fucking, Guardian Forever. You haven't got these clips. Section 31, you don't have this stuff. What are you doing? This is bloody...
Yeah, and Chuck Jones says, have we got a year for the main plot or just a start date? Yeah, it's 22 some thing.
Yeah, but I keep hearing the start.
Discovery takes place in 257. Well, it takes place Discovery starts 10 years before TOS, and then it gets all muddy. And then, the Guardian of Forever, or Carl, sends her back to a time, which is roughly fits in the early part of the Lost era, because Rachel Garrett's the lieutenant. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah. I
forget the exact year, but we did look it up. You can look it up. It's fine.
But that was based on memory alpha, because the star date being a 1-2 is like, what?
Yeah.
That's not... Even I knew straight that wasn't Lost era, like, star date. It's like, that's not Lost era.
Digby Smollett says, Section 31 obviously has an agent in the Terran Empire, LOL. Sure.
Yeah, so Trials and Tribulations takes place stardate 4523.7.
Well, I'm not going to get into the stardate thing. Stardates originally were based on your location from the center of the galaxy as well, so they kind of varied a little bit. It's fine. I don't know.
Star
I don't
Trek
even
Search for
care
Spock
anymore.
takes place on 8210.3. So apparently Search for Spock takes place years before. I knew that
After
wasn't.
this?
Yeah, I knew that wasn't right.
Yeah.
Because this,
Stardate's
according to this, it is pre-Trouble with Edward, so it's Discovery era. Yeah, according to that, this is the Vulcan Hello takes place 1207. This takes place 80 star dates away from the Vulcan Hello.
We would assume Rachel Garrett would have been a lieutenant in during the movies.
Yeah.
That era. And then eventually became a captain, got the Enterprise C.
Yeah, this should be during the movies. You should absolutely find it. Well, that's the thing. Memory Alpha gives a date. I don't know where they got the date from, but that's not remotely the right star date. Like, not even close.
Anyway, moving on. So we get this briefing, and they make a point of saying this dog bites. So you just called your main character, who's a female, a dog. That's not quite right.
By another A-list female celebrity.
True. But the redacted comments here, the subject is Emperor Philippa Georgiou of the Terran Empire. She is an established threat and tyrant with a vast history of calculated atrocities against her people as well as others.
Great lead character.
Located in a parallel universe with the highest criminal population in recorded history.
Just really...
After an unexpected event, though, thought to have been around circa 2257, Georgiou was brought to our universe. Starfleet lost contact after a short time with Section 31. So she served in Section 31 for a short time. And then...
Why are they not confused that they lost track of her for 65 years and then she came back and she looks the same?
Yeah.
Because that's what happened. They lost track of her for 65 years.
That's exactly what happened.
So if they forgot they had the entire Discovery time travel plot and they think this is like real time with Discovery.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't know from the tech it's not Discovery era. You would not know.
Exactly. And they made a point of saying even there, Georgiou had a market cornered on atrocities. They show a planet being bombed, so we get the implication of genocide.
Both intro scenes, she's a horrible person. Great start to the film, guys. She's horrible.
In 2257, she was brought to our universe. She's the Guardian of Forever.
In the future.
And joined Section 31. Yes. But after a few years, we lost contact. And then recently, she was spotted using an alias. Then we get this map, which has star bases on both sides of the border, which confused me because we can't cross that border.
Well, are they star bases or known locations?
They say Starbase 25 and Starbase 11 on the other side of the border.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Oh.
We're tracking a new threat on the black market, and it forbids us from crossing that border, which is outlined there. And you see Starbases on the side of the border.
The Argus Array? That doesn't exist yet, does it?
Well, maybe under construction. And then Shintaka. There's a lot of good references on here, and I haven't compared it to the official Star Trek Maps book, but I'm sure that's exactly a page out of it.
Okay.
They just didn't get the era right, because of course they didn't.
At least they had Romulus and Rom 2, whatever it's called.
Which would be Remus, yeah.
And again, they have clips from the future Discovery episodes and from Universe they haven't got clips of, which breaks immersion instantly. I'm like, you have plenty of clips of that you can have access to. Use those.
Yeah, extremely dangerous. Lethal force, martial arts, ruthless, weapons expert. This dog bites, so watch your back.
Is she weapons expert?
For her, in universe, yep.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely, she would be. You have 24 hours to complete the mission, get to work, and that's the end of the transmission.
So 24 hours means they got the mission when they're already on the station, because you can't warp to this place out of space.
But you can in the Discovery, because it doesn't matter distance. You know that.
Yeah, because that only counts second time. Like 24 hours means they had to be in the system already and got the mission. So they had to be told to go to a place without a mission, be given the mission, and then said do it, because you can't travel anywhere in 24 hours. Basically nowhere. Not the past version of space.
Supercoop says, according to Reddit, the Star Trek date makes sense if you use the TNG era star dates and count back. it would be around 40 years before TNG, apparently. Okay, well, that makes sense then. But that's, I mean, what, did they revamp not only the warp scale, but the stardate?
I mean, that's pretty, I think that's acknowledged they had to have to make that make sense, but...
That would be good, yes. I wish that was kind of stated somewhere other
than... But you're saying that, but then all the stardates just read out for the movies, which I'm sure came from somewhere in the movies, are all wrong. Which means, why would you not trust them?
Because the movies still use that stardate branch. That's that stardate version, and then they would have changed it by TNG time, somewhere in the Lost Era, to simplify it, because they did that with the warp scale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe they ran into a species that said, this doesn't make any sense. We calculate things. Here you go. Here's the new stuff. Sorry, Trekyard is 50. And she's a captain? Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah, she looked 50s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So we get Space Station, which is the classic example of we're going to model one bit cleverly and then clone it to make it look like we have money. It's a very, very cheap model. And it looks fine. It's just basically just a big, like, bang fest hotel and then a middle bit.
Yeah. No.
Fine.
We get upbeat music, as it says. Later, there's a line of dialogue when we see Dadano that one of the first lines of dialogue is something about my phone. Can you not modify your fucking song so it doesn't reference the 20th century? We'll get to that when we get to that line of dialogue, but that just annoyed me. On the second viewing, I didn't notice it the first time.
Gotta commend them for using the Star Trek Beyond alien as the singer. She was in Star Trek Beyond, that race, yes. And she was great. Yes. And although, as my dad said, very Fifth Element.
Oh, yeah.
Which I hadn't thought of, but yeah, very apt. And I appreciate she put all that work into makeup. So I have two critiques about this intro. One, we get 3 different introductions to the characters. Pick one and shut the fuck up. I don't need the first... Like, stop showing me the same 6 people in 3 different ways, all of which have learned new information. You do one really well. Really annoying the second time. That
the first time it's like, okay, she's noticing all these people and gauging that they're Section 31 agents. And you learn that when she talks to the other guy. So I kind of like that. I didn't have much of an issue with it, honestly. But
there's 3 intros to the characters. And if you talk about how long that is in a movie, that's like 10 minutes just to set up the characters 3 different times. And also don't believe she could work out the all Section 31. They don't look or feel like Section 31, any of them. Out of a whole bar, like, I don't believe she's happened to clock them more than one walk around. There's a Delton and a Shapeshifter. What about them says Section 31? Nothing. What are you on about? Like, don't make her that impressive.
He was trying, the way she explains it, he was trying to mac on the Delton, but she knew that Kamaloids were the only ones that weren't affected by the Delton sexy time pheromones.
But then they also knew that as being both in the same team, which means she wasn't sexing him and he wasn't trying to not sex her.
They wouldn't have assumed that people would know that necessarily. But considering she used to work for Section 31, you'd think she'd be able to spot that kind of thing.
It's a redundant sort of stuff.
It is. But I'm trying to play devil's advocate a little bit here.
No, that's the thing. They have good intros. Don't do 3 in a row.
Yeah. Sasiguru 2000 member for 38 months at the rank of captain.
Thanks so much.
Captain. If I recall correctly, they used clips from Star Trek 3 and Kirk's trial in Star Trek 4. So it's not without precedent.
And it was not good then. What do you want?
Yeah.
And also they had less money. And they weren't going to reshoot. Like, yeah, I mean, it was not good then as well. It's just... And else that... Well, that wasn't even worse, but...
And Fetor says, also odd she pegged him as a Vulcan instead of a Romulan, given they're identical at times. Yeah, I thought the same thing. Not one mention was saying maybe he's a Romulan, but...
Yeah, exactly. She should have said Romulan. Obviously a Romulan. And then twist, he's not.
Yeah. I did like the idea, though, that he went through Pon farr and didn't get what he needed.
So yeah, that was fun.
That was nice.
Yeah. He was a nice little twist. Yeah. That's the thing. I wanted 2 of these intros, not 3. Only second watch, it's like, oh, we've just done a lot of the same stuff.
I thought she's going by a French name now. Madame Farina.
I think she tries to speak the French accent sometimes. I think.
She does. Yeah.
I can't tell. The accent's just too different. It blends in.
You get a Sharon character from Sharon, which there's only 2 left, and let this be their last battlefield. I don't hate this because, honestly, just because you think there's 2 left doesn't mean there's 2 left. Somebody could have been abducted from their world and brought somewhere else, and I don't have a problem with that.
All I have for you on that is Order 66. So there's always going to be a couple around. It's fine. It's not good, but it's like, yeah, that's fine.
Well, their intro's kind of fun, minus the eyeball. I hate that they did that.
Well, they have to reiterate she's a really bad person. The hero of our story. And phasing this tech, which isn't a thing.
It's a thing for everything. It's a thing for spacesuits now. Just nanotech.
This I found in second watch really padded. I liked it first time not knowing who they were, but second time, this scene is very, very unimportant in the grand scheme, and it's very long and slow. I would prefer this to be cleverer and more snappy to give more time for other stuff. It's unnecessary, especially as the drug they take does nothing to them, which makes it, why are you bothering?
And she also drinks it without even thinking that it might be poison, considering she poisoned her family. And
that was decades ago.
He hesitates to drink his.
As if you shouldn't take drugs on the job.
Or drink poison. Or did the little bits of poison I've been taking to counteract this actually work? It kind of gives that vibe, right?
Also, is she wearing contact lenses in these scenes? Because she has really weird eyes.
Yeah, she does.
What's that for?
That's to help with the light. So she can look at light.
Yeah, I guess so.
I thought.
Yeah, because she isn't in the flashbacks, but they're really brown and like weird, and they're not natural eye. I don't know. But yeah, I wish this scene was a lot shorter with him. It's just more meaningless in second watch. Especially if his plan is to woo her. He's doing not a good job. Not a bad job, but like, this is not the thing that happens in the film. Therefore, don't spend so much time on it. It's not structured well in the second watch.
Well, we get the idea what they were going for, though, because later they lay out their plan that they initially had, which is to get her basically high on this stuff, knock her out, and then use the comaloid to take her farm.
Oh, I thought the plan was to make her hot for him and then just knock her out.
Well, make her hot for him to the point where they get intimate, and then he knocks her out. Yes,
with a big loud sound effect.
There's a lot of play there between the two of them, where it's like, this is a very personal thing. That's why I want you to take me to your office. It's very hands on.
Yeah, that was better second time.
They're kind of leading to that, right?
And I will say, when they both should have died at the end, Rogue One style, I felt chemistry between two actors.
Yeah, I did too, except for the fact that she just lost the actual real lover over like San, and is immediately like, yeah, this guy's pretty good too.
Well, she loved him for 18 months when she was 18.
I know.
And he was a slave for the rest of his life.
As they play back to back like that, it's kind of odd. It bothers me a little bit.
But if you want to say the only way she got Empress was to manipulate him, then it makes sense.
Sure.
But yes, then she says, let's deal with the bullshit. So after the initial who's who, we get a second who's who, but now with dialogue from her perspective, including revealing who Rachel Garrett is and seeing the not Australian Stuart, he's English, as he's been called out in the editor review. Robo guys.
He plays an Australian in fucking Pacific Rim. That's why I called him Australian. Because I said he was in Pacific Rim. He plays the Australian.
Oh, interesting. Cool. Don't know that.
So whatever.
Our second introduction, including Garrett. I don't believe that, again, she walks by her, and within 17 seconds of looking at her, without looking at her, she can tell she's stuck up with a rod up her ass. I don't believe it. Not even for a second. That's not... It doesn't work the way it's presented. It's not good dialogue or edited. Whatever.
I think she might have been saying that by the way she was reacting to her friend there, who was laughing too much at the stage show. She wasn't having a good time, clearly. She was like, just calm down. I don't know. But yes, we get an introduction to everybody, and then we get another introduction to them on the ship, which is the actual real introduction.
Yes.
So, And I like all their personalities. I really like
Mm-hmm.
Zeph. I think he's great. I like the Commonwealth quite a bit. The Delton didn't get a chance to know really, but didn't hate her.
Yeah, they did shockingly well, considering.
Yeah.
They all excelled considering. Well done
then. I like the banter between them. It seems like an oddball kind of Suicide Squad type team, and I think that's great. That makes perfect sense for the context. So I really did, and even the Irish Vulcan. I thought he was fucking hilarious. It was great. He sounded like a leprechaun a few times, maniacally so.
Although given the how we see Section 1 in DS9, I would not believe they would outsource to people who make quippy jokes. There'd be Starfleet officers who are a bit dodge and do bad things. It's not the team you associate. I think you'd be laughed out of the park if you played this in just DS9 time. You'd just be laughed out of the cinema.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Now, this is a different era, different Section 31, but these are not, especially their Team Alpha from the start. This is like a core team. It's like, no, they're not. They're not.
So we get the introduction to Fuzz, who's piloting this robot Vulcan, and he's a nanokin. We found an infestation of them. I love little jabs.
Oh, so we're skipping straight to the ship? Because that's way later.
Well, yeah, because...
Okay.
That's why I said we're getting the real instructions on the ship.
Okay, because we're skipping past the bit where the one guy tells her about you're a dictator and, you know, all that lovely rich stuff about him hating dictators and that stuff, and he calls her out and says,
"Yeah, I want you to live with your memories." Yeah,
yeah, that's actually a good scene because it's interesting because she's willing to live and work on the station where he says, "You're nothing here. You're meaningless. You're shit," which I like that she's willing to be that low in the totem pole. And we never see any illegal stuff that's dodge. She just runs a bar, right? And he is
even said, "We're looking for the original owner of this bar. We haven't found all of him yet. That wasn't me."
And I kind of believe her some.
I do too.
Yeah. So the fact that they are bringing her out, so every death that's caused now is because of them for bringing her out of retirement. You didn't need to bring her out of retirement for this, but yeah. But I actually like that. I think it's interesting, and it gives him a nice vibe of like I know you're kind. Yeah, you suck. Then we get the ship, and then we get the second introduction. Yes.
Yeah.
Third introduction.
And the funny thing with that is like he's so small, and we found an infestation, and then later he's like scale shammer.
Scale shammer.
Little brother. Some good stuff there. So.
Yeah,
like I said, I like the characters and I like the dynamic between them. I thought it was fun. I would have liked to see more of them.
Well, it's probably the best scene in the film in terms of just like it's firing on all cylinders. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's also just another setup scene where you get to have fun. I did notice they gave the Delphin a lot of dialogue because she's about to die in 6 minutes. So they gave her most of the lines, which is awesome. She's great. Really gentle, really simple. I liked her. She's nice. Garrett's barely there. Robot guy. What they say, he has mech. He has a mech disorder that he like has to have it because he's
mechadysphoria. Yeah.
Yeah. Which I guess is like anorexia. You feel one way, so he has mech parts because he can't feel human without them. I guess I don't know. Don't go to it at all. And I heard some people complaining about the Irish robot, who's just how could they have fully realistic robots if data isn't invented yet, and he's the pioneer, and he looks much worse than this.
He's a shell. He's meant to be controlled. I mean, even Mud in iMud had a goddamn colony of lifelike robots.
Yep.
So
that's the answer to me.
Shit.
Yeah. Aliens make robots.
It's not positronically created, so it can think for itself. Yep. It needs to be piloted or controlled.
Yep. I think while it is very advanced, TOS showed us iMud robots. This is just a shell version. Not an issue. It's a bit weird, but okay.
Yeah.
It's very Men in Black, but guys, also we've not had a drink in a long time. We've got drinks in front of us, guys. Help us drink. Don't let us get sober for this because we can't be sober for this.
No. And then I love when they introduce Lieutenant Rachel Garrett. And Giorgio's first reaction to that is, "Who did you piss off to get stuck in Black Ops, Lieutenant?" Knowing that she probably isn't here by choice. And Starfleet is here to make sure we color inside the lines. Starfleet is here to defend the Federation and keep peace and make sure no one commits murder. I kind of like that line. So yeah, I thought that was good. Who did you piss off? And then later, she goes on to focus on she likes chaos. Yes, you're a good science officer, good Starfleet officer, but you like to kind of push or bend the rules a little bit, not break them. But that's why they assigned you to this. It doesn't ruin Rachel Garrett's character for me at all. I was worried about that.
I just wish there were scenes in between that showed an evolution towards exactly who she is to this other character who likes chaos. There's nothing in between. Not a single lick of development. She just suddenly is. So I don't believe it, but it's presented to us. And she's very minimal in this movie. And considering there's several scenes where she's just like, what's happening? She has so little presence in the story where she's the oversight, but she's really never oversight. Like several scenes, Giorgio's giving orders, which you wouldn't do if you were Starfleet oversight. You wouldn't let Hitler decide your orders. So she's a very, very bad officer in this, but they couldn't give her that. They could not give her the presence that the role needed, or she'd be overbearing every scene. They have to let Giorgio be the biggest person. Like, you can't have three captains, because they also call, especially at the end, they call the main Section 1 guy Cap. So he's also the captain, so he's also in charge, but she's oversight in charge. George is in charge. There are three in charges, so it doesn't really work.
Metallica fan 1442 throws in £5. Have yourself a drink. Thank you.
Thank you. But yeah, one of the best scenes of the film for sure. It's fun, it's silly. Now, had they been an actual Wrath of Khan era set that looked anything like it, because this set looks nothing. And what's funny, and we'll do a video on this set looks like the Stargate Universe Destiny bridge down to the Elcar's choice of colour and vibe. It's very similar. I mean, there's not a single, and this is a Section 31 ship. This is a Federation Starfleet ship. There's not a single lick of Starfleet in this, not even the Elcars.
A lot of it looks Klingon in the background, honestly, because of the shape of it, and it's red. So
yeah, it's shockingly devoid of anything Star Trek.
But then we get the Kamaloid, who's like, I could be intimidated by you right now. You look like you're staring into my soul, which kind of has development during the course of all of this. So
yeah, and I like they do set up here that he can't make decisions. That's his entire arc. They do say it. All credit to them. It's right there.
He kind of gets brain freeze at times because he has too many options.
Yeah, for sure. It's actually there.
So we get the briefing on Data No, and we get a lot of information here. Weapons dealer, just a weapons dealer, not bioweapons, from Delta. Conspiracy to willfully subvert or undermine official acts of the Federation. Creation and distribution of biogenic tech or biogenic weapons. Development of banned pathogens. Illegal genetic manipulation and protected species. In addition to his suspected crimes against the Federation, Dadano is considered a person of interest in the germ attacks that targeted Klingon judges on Kronos. In a connection between Dadano and bioweapons can be established. He faces multiple allegations of murder from the Klingon high courts. Cool.
He's not very interesting.
No, and he's a visual mess. I hate it.
He's also, I guess he came from the Mirror Universe and then killed his prime timeline version, took over, and then became weapons dealer. Because there's no chance that he also is a dick here. Because you're the mirror image of yourself. You're not a dick in both universes. That's not really how that works.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. They don't know either.
They don't care. That's the problem.
But I appreciate the second time round that they do say, and I caught it, that he is there. Oh no, Stuart! The Minosians. Why there's a map here where Talos is on it? It's a fucking secret planet where death penalty. What the fuck is Talos on a map?
Not a secret planet. It's known about. Just there's a death sentence.
Just don't put it on a map then.
Well, then that's... And people would say conspiracy. Then
yes.
Planet exists. Why is it not on your maps?
I guess
because they're going to get a death sentence.
All right. So they're at this station because the weapons guy is already going to go there. Because I was trying to work out in the first review why it's all happening. He's already going there. He does go there before he's got a suite he likes. Giorgio just doesn't care enough to know he's there normally. And this Minos is going there to buy off him. That's existent. It's fine, whatever. And they intercept. Okay, makes more sense now the second time.
Ooh, Digby says it's a Section 31 map. There you go.
Yeah.
The highly classified stuff is shown. It's not on the regular maps. There you go. I like that idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different color on the map. Perfect. It's redacted on the regular map, so it's a different color on the map. Sure.
Let's bring people there and kill them, because death penalty.
Oh, well, we beamed you down to Dallas. Guess you gotta die. I know you didn't beam him down voluntarily, but...
That's what the law says!
Yeah. And then we get the original plan. We were going to have you two connect. Oh, what a cute idea. And then Cameloid Boy was supposed to take her form, which the Cameloid shapeshift is just ridiculously complicated for whatever reason. Or in Star Trek 6, it's more like just...
Yeah, it may...
They never really see it in Star Trek 6, so...
Put it this way, it's not this. It's Star Trek 6.
Yeah.
I guess he's not trying hard, because there's a way of... It looks both cool and incredibly messy.
Maybe he's doing it deliberately to look cool.
Yes, and whatever her name was trying to be stealth. But it would have been fine if he just morphed without jumping around and then having smoke come off you. It's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much. It's yeah.
And then this is... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was a bit disappointed this is the only fake heist, because this is meant to be a heist movie. That's kind of part of how it's built. This is the heist movie part. And these can be extremely fun.
Yes.
But when you realise this is the setup to the setup to the setup, it loses all value as a fun scene. First time, it's fine. It's like, it's just a setup to a setup to a setup. It doesn't need to have a pre-heist heist where it's not a heist. Because remember, in the scene, all she does, they punch him. There's no heist here. They punch him. I know she does the phase thing, but in the original version, they punch him.
Well, yeah, that's what Zeph was there for, to take him out. And then later, it's the augment guy that takes him out.
Like, the plan is just to punch him.
Oh. Here we get, and this is where Fuzz comes in, where he can get into his biotech of this data now. And right away, I'm thinking that's going to come in handy, useful later. I thought it would be to get into Zeph's suit and help Zeph do something, which is kind of the case, but... Anyway, before we get into any more, Sussy Guru 2000 throws in £5.
Thanks so much.
Producers saw Loki and told the visual effects team make it look like this.
Is that who does that in Loki?
I have no idea. I can't picture what they're talking about.
I've seen Loki and I can't picture anything either. But guys, we have 101 votes. I am shocked, Stuart. Are you shocked? What's a better film? 19% people say Star Trek 601 is a better film than Star Trek 5.
Well, that shocks me.
That's 20 people. Now, are you brave enough to legitimately call out you're one of the 20 people that say this is a better film than Star Trek 5?
No, they came in, voted, and left.
Are you strong enough to put your hand up? Because that's interesting. That's interesting.
Dan says, oh, it sounds like one of those Ocean movies. Yeah, the Ocean 11 and 13, whatever movies they're fantastic. Great. I love when they lay out the plan, you get the montage, and then see it all go wrong because it didn't follow the plan. It's great.
And that legitimately could have been a really fun movie if that was in it fully as the bit. Because those can be, I mean, they do it in DS9 once. It's a really fun episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not that. And I don't understand why Zeph is there to punch him, not phaser him. Like, breaking his face by a mech punch is not a benefit. And it doesn't look smart. This is Section 31. This is the most advanced specialist agency in the Federation. And your solution is to punch him in the face. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It doesn't make sense. Especially as they say the guy goes in and affects his robots. But you can see in the scene, it doesn't. He just walks forward and he punches him. Like, it doesn't even, I know it's a small thing, but like, it's not presented well. It's not written well. And it's not,
I like when Garrett says, and if you find out you're messing with his implants, I'll bring down the full weight of Starfleet on you. And Zeph's like, he's a bioweapons dealer. Who gives a shit? And it's like, well, Starfleet does not do assassinations. I think her role's still pretty good. So,
unfortunately, I don't believe she would have come down with anything that they could have punched out of her. Yeah. Hey, stop at the sense of Starfleet. Okay, we stopped Garrett.
Yeah. I love how the Delton says too, don't get your prime directives in a bunch. You're not gonna get your hands dirty and mess up your chances to becoming captain.
Ha ha ha.
Hint, hint, she's a captain later.
Yes.
Didn't know if you knew.
I didn't know.
But then it goes on to say she's a top tier science officer.
Which I liked. And she science out the problem. There are nuggets of good in this, guys. There are genuine nuggets of good.
There are, yes. And that's our job here on Trekyards, to point out the good and bad in all of Star Trek. Because none of it's perfect.
And again, this scene, maybe not this part of the scene, but the first part of the scene, one of the best scenes in the film. Genuinely fun to watch. Just weird on second viewing. So we get the real heist, and her new idea, because she has a bad plan to punch him, is to dephase it and then get him punched. Personally, I would have pulled out phaser and shot him in bed. Like, into the bed. Done. Quicker, easier, simpler. Or
stun, baby. It exists.
Or, Phantom Menace it. Gas. You own the rooms.
Nerazine gas. It's mentioned many times in Star Trek to take people out. And not kill them.
Yep. Real easy.
Oh, here. And then we get the actual scene of him walking with this package. And the very first line of dialogue from the singer is, blowing up my phone now.
Don't know what that even means.
What? I know what blowing up a phone means, but why? Blowing up my communications now. Change a lyric. It's just stupid. Anyway. Whatever. Yep. So we get the real heist and what happens, and it's actually Giorgio and not the shapeshifter that is doing the meetup with this guy. And she escorts him to his quarters.
And how disappointed were you that the shapeshifter has no active part in the story for shapeshifting?
Although he's a great person to have on a Section 31 team.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah.
With that. Yeah, guys, we only have... Oh, we didn't hit our goal. We had a goal of 10 $5 super chats.
In fact, they weren't coming through. In the middle, they weren't coming through for some reason.
Weren't they? Okay.
Let me start another one then.
Okay. Yeah, if we do get 10 $5 super chats, we will have a free shot.
That's already passed those. I've done a lower goal, $2. We do want that shot.
Oh, he's lowering it.
Yeah. The other one broke, so sorry about that.
For you. Oh, okay. As long as it, yeah. Because I thought we would.
I think we're about 7. Didn't get 10, but we're about 7. So yeah, it's now $2 or more. Super Chat will have a shot if we do all 10.
And Fatora says, blink and you'll miss it. I'm pretty sure we finally saw our first real example of personal shield. 100% you did.
Yep.
And I didn't miss it the first time. I didn't blink. I got it. She activates personal shield, which is cool for fighting.
Mm-hmm. And also the first example of Dune crossover.
I was going to say that. Yep.
Because it's the same sound effect. I didn't realize that, but it is. It's the same.
It's the same sound effect. I didn't realize that
like within almost a T. Like it's obviously they just like we like that. We'll do that. It's very similar. It's a great effect. Yeah. Metallica. How much for a shot? So it is 10 for a half shot, 20 for a full shot, and 20 is a big deal for us. So if you can, please do. So it's $20 for a shot, which is for me this is filled with shots. So drink it, and 5 for a drink. We are sobering up, guys. And you want the madness.
And I do a real shot. I'm just saying. Anyway, she introduces him to his room. He's like, that's very tacky. But, you're known for that. That's kind of an insult, but okay.
Which is odd in its own way. He knows of her, but he would know the Empress's face from 60 years ago. She was a tyrant for 40 years.
You would think so, yes.
But there's no semblance he knows who she is. Any point in the film, even when later on she's like, they're like, you're Empress Georgiou. He's like, ah! So he doesn't know who she is, even though he would know who Empress Georgiou was.
Well, she's got a new French name now, so of course he wouldn't know.
But the face we plaster all over.
No, he wouldn't know. The name. It's like Clark Kent and Superman. As long as you go like Clark Kent wearing glasses, you can't tell.
But did that occur to you?
So that's what the contacts were for.
Oh shit!
Part of her disguise.
And the French accent. Time, Giorgio. But did that occur to you second time that he should have recognized her? I was looking
100%.
for
100%. Not first time.
Yeah.
Most people, to be fair, most people are going to watch this movie once. So on multiple viewings, it's a lot more. It doesn't make sense. So
because I thought that was actually the second time. I didn't know the double. I was looking for extra stuff. I thought he was insulting his empress. At least his. Well, I mean, he could be 60, right? He could have been a kid when she was on the throne or whatever. He's probably alive.
But still, you know her face.
But he could have been insulting the empress's tacky decor. You're known for that, his little jive, which would have been really fun if he's like bitching at the old empress because now he can because she's not empress. Just saying, that would have been a really fun subtext. Yeah. But he doesn't know who she is, even though she's the most famous person in the world.
So she throws this phase thing on his case. He's like, "What's this?" Like, "Oh, I got it from a client. I got one for myself too. It puts me out of phase with you, but puts me into phase with the case." And again, just ignoring the fact in Star Trek, because you have to, that phase shifting isn't affected by floors. You would just fall through the floor. But hey.
But you could probably design it so that it's not affected by gravity plating to allow you to not go through floors.
Yeah, I usually play devil's advocate when people bring that up, but I wanted to point it out because I know somebody's going to mention it.
But this in particular, I think, is okay. Although I love how this is the most important bioweapon in the mirror universe. You know this will kill a quarter of the galaxy. The amount of chill he has when it gets dephased. Oh, what's that?
Yeah.
It's so relaxed. Are you okay, sir? Are you okay? You're on drugs. Are you okay?
And the fact he keeps trying to shoot her through the phase thing. Metallica fan 1442 throws in 20 pounds. Thank you. That'll be a shot.
Amazing.
Peach Crown
Oh.
Royal.
Now, I want to reiterate, guys, for wonderful fans out here. My girlfriend Marie is in the other room. She'll be joining us for the epilogue of this. She also has a drink with her, so she can be more fun. So
lubricated.
Thank you for a live. So if anyone wants to put in a Marie drink super chat,
Marie. You
are welcome to. You know what, Stuart? I think we should be generous right now. I think we should go from $5 to $3 as a drink. So we're doing down $2. So anyone's putting $3, I'll go tell her to drink. So I'd love to see right now $3, and I will go to drink 5 times. And that will help her to come in and say her thoughts, because she's likes Trek, not a Trek fan. We'll just see what her thinks at the end. So yeah, $3 is a customary goal for the next few minutes.
And HDAI says San knew about the phase shift sphere. Yeah, he had one on him as well.
Well, he did, yeah. But this is not...
That confused me. It's like, how did he know that this was going to be the thing that they were going to do?
Well, he didn't. He just had it as well.
But how it... Okay. Well, so how would he pick up the case? He'd have to unphase shift.
But he didn't know she was going to grab it. It works because both Mirror Universe people thought they both had... It was good to have this failsafe. That shows their training and their logic of their universe. They both had it as plan B. That's actually quite that's a nice little tether.
It's a little coincidental, in my opinion, but I'll buy it.
I mean, yeah. But I want to give full credit, though. This is a good idea and a good sequence and a creative way of doing it. I have no issues with this first part of the scene. Dephasing to grab a box. Yep. Like it. I was happy with the scene. No problems.
And Fator says it was probably a cut storyline about San introducing the technology to her in the first place. I wouldn't disagree. That might have been in the original idea for the series, where they talk about it in the Mirror Universe. It was one of her go-to plans, or something like that he knew about. But then why would he know that she was involved with this weapon and this station? Like, he must have done his research, I guess. But
also that means the tech's 60 years old, but she says, I knew a guy that gave it to me, which implies recently. But she frames it as like, in the last few months.
They might have changed that for the movie version. I don't know.
But it does create an infinite dephase tech thing that's that easy.
It's a really good idea if you think about it.
Yeah. And the way it's utilised is a very clever idea. Just, you can't touch anymore. Haha, I've got it. It's mine. Yeah, it's a good idea. Although it would have been nice if you had a phaser from one of the other shows versus just from random prop.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if you had an assault phaser, but like customised. That'd been cool.
And in the final version, it's the augment guy that punches him, not Zeph. I love how in the planned heist, Zeph is like, one punch, he's like, that's one. That's funny. I wish that in this one, the augment would have been like one punch or something as a reference to that. It would have been great. I think that's something that Zeph brags about all the time. Like, it took one punch to get this guy down.
Yeah. This scene I liked and then didn't like in equal measure. I love the fact that the augment, this is the hint, he's an augment. And George is like, ooh.
Wait, what'd she say? She says, are you sure you're human?
Yeah.
I love his response. First time it's like most days. I'm like, okay, there's more to him. Let's see what this is about.
Yeah, this worked really well second time. And it explains why he's able to fight the robot later. Cool. Great. Super. But I'm left thinking, robot guy, he was pointless this mission. His job was to put cuffs on the guy. At least in the known mission. Like, that was his one job.
And then the break through a wall for no fucking discernible
reason. But he was here to do the one thing, and they didn't let him do the one thing. That was why he was brought on the mission. I thought that was...
Same with the Comaloid. He's on the ship now because they don't need him.
Very... Well, he was eating popcorn. He was fine.
And Royston S. Bailey throws in $2. When is the next point in time for Kurtzman to go? I don't know. I'm going to have a drink for that, even though it's $2.
I mean, yeah, I think that's fair.
Not soon enough.
I mean, if Skydance Slide's not good for the project, they could throw him off on the takeover by paying his fees, etc. Now, this moment, both times of the film, I thought, the music changed, the pacing's changed, the story's beginning. No, that's okay. It's a good time for the story to begin, right? We're 20 minutes in, it's fine. And it's some guy in a tack suit with a gun. I'm like, okay. Entirely nondescript armor, gives me no hints. Okay. What did you think when this happened the first time or the second time, whatever? Like, what did you think?
I was like, okay, there's more to this than what we're seeing. There's going to be like this intricate thing. I couldn't discern at the end of the first viewing if this was San or not, because I kind of forgotten about it at that point because my brain was dead. But on rewatches, I'm like, okay, is this somebody that San hired? Is this somebody that's controlled by Fluff or whatever his name was that is working for San, or is this literally San? You get no answer. I wish we would have had like the suit in the final scene hanging up or something, so we knew that it was actually San.
You see the suit, the helmet, and he deactivates the helmet. And it's the same helmet when he pulls a knife out of the guy.
I don't remember that.
We'll get there. I mean, it is Sam. He works alone, even though he's working for the Empire, we suppose. And so, how does he... Okay, they say later that the micro guy, he's tapped into the black market and he learns there's a sale going on, which has nothing to do with this, right? Now, does he tell San that the Godsend is being sold, and therefore he comes out of the anomaly and comes here? Because they are not the same buying. It's all non-connected.
The different universes is the confusing part, because I got the sense that San knew it was at this facility. It got stolen.
Sure.
Oh, and so he reached out to somebody that knows the black market to see if this comes up. Let me know. But it's the Terran Empire and the Prime Universe, or the Prime, or the Discoverse. Sorry, that's where the connection gets lost for me, because I could assume that he knew it was at the facility. He wanted to get it back. Found out it was stolen by somebody, maybe traced the guy and found out that he did go through the temporal, or through the I almost said temporal thing, but the rift between universes. So he assumed it was there, so he reached out to somebody in our universe, but why wasn't he in our universe to begin with? But I guess he was. I don't know. It's kind of convoluted, but that's kind of how these heist things work. Like, the thing you want is stolen, so of course it'll be sold on the black market. Reach out to somebody who knows the black market. That's kind of the vibe I got.
Because I like the idea that the mirror guy stole it recently, as in the weapons guy, and then San happens to know it's been stolen, and perhaps, and this would be fine, I think you'd agree, that San cannot get to the bomb normally. It's too well secure, too well guarded, right? Because why is he waiting 70 years to do anything? Right? There's a reason he's waiting 70 years to have revenge. Why can he steal the bomb in those decades? So possibly the bomb's stolen. He works out it's stolen. Now it's just held by some guy. He can steal it. He knows how to cross another universe. He does. He makes contacts, like you say, and they're
My guess is he maybe knew who stole it, followed him through the rift, and then on our side said, okay, he's not going to keep this for himself. He doesn't want to destroy anything.
I'll just follow him and grab it.
He just wants to live off the proceeds. So this is the guy I know stole it. He's replacing his other self in this universe.
Yeah.
You know the black market. Keep an eye on him, and then let me know where he's going to be and when.
You do.
Yeah. So yeah, it's never really laid out. I wish there was some explanation near the end about all of that,
because these are non-connective story threads.
Yeah.
And he's not just in our universe and just doing nothing. He's actively come to get this, to be the new Dom. So his plan is just to walk in to the guy's quarters the day he arrives and kill him and get the bomb. That's his entire plan. There's nothing Giorgio related. Because think about it, you've always got to think what the initial impetus is. There's no Giorgio in this plan. I'm just going to get the bomb, kill the universe, and then tell, I guess Giorgio will know it's the godsend. Ha ha ha. But also, how does San know she's in this time period?
Exactly.
Because he says at the end, I want to make her suffer. But you had to know she came back via a portal into a different universe. You weren't just...
At a different time.
At a different time. Happenstance?
Yeah. Sergeant Montgomery, member for 49 months, direct lieutenant. Thank you, Lieutenant. Says, is it the same rift as the ISS Enterprise came through? What, in Discovery? Who gives a shit, first of all? Second of all, I mean, at least they referenced an ion storm, which goes back to Mirror Mirror, which is TOS.
Yep.
2 ion storms converging is what created this.
Yep.
I kind of like that.
Nope, all credit to them. It was a fine... There can be ion storms everywhere. Fine with it. No problem. I thought it was pretty clever, actually, considering. But yeah, so Zan's confusing. Comes in. He's also out of phase. Tries to shoot her out of phase. They have a relatively poor fight. It's definitely 4 out of 10.
It's not only like lit darkly, and there's a lot of pan whips, like there's a lot of blur mixed with their being out of phase. It's just messy and ugly.
Well, it's people wearing black in a dark room, out of phase, blurry. And Michelle, I can't tell if she's doing most of it, and she's got like bits of cloth, which makes it clearly hard to fight. She's not trying to fight in this costume, of course. That wasn't intention, but
she uses that a few times.
She does.
Whip, and then later when she gets thrown off the skiff thing, she uses it to like latch on. So it's like it's not regular fabric. That's kind of the implication.
It just feels inefficient until later. And they checked if it's a shield generator somehow, which does help. Oh, and also, she shoots San point blank in his chin. With a kill shot, we assume. And it bounces off.
But the question I have is, even though you're holding the fucking weapon, it's out of phase. That's fine. When you fire that bolt, does the bolt then translate into the...
No, because you fired it out of... It stays in the same phasal coordinates.
I don't...
Why would it move back out of phase?
You have to be in contact with it. So as soon as it leaves the barrel... I don't know. I could make an argument either way, but...
No, I think that stays out of phase.
Aussie, $2, long live fries?
Long live fries. Okay. Hey, you got that for us. That's good.
Then we get a naked Andorian with no genitalia.
No.
He's wearing shorts.
He's wearing very, very blue-collared shorts.
The actor that plays the Andorian is Linus from Discovery, apparently.
Right.
Yeah, I did not know that, but now I know that, and now you know that, and we have to live with that.
Yeah. And I gotta give him credit. Fine Andorian. Nice he's known race. Yeah, I'm totally I thought it was kind of cute in like a dumb, stupid, silly, sex pest way.
But the lady he's with, some kind of fish lady, it looks like a Mon Calamari. Looks like Admiral Akbar's wife. What is happening?
It's a trap. Is that a safe word?
Well,
trap!
That's definitely a red room from 50 Shades of Grey with the red wall and all this sex things on it.
I love they spent money and time to set dress bondage gear in a Star Trek movie. Someone got paid to do that.
They end up in her office. I didn't even realize this till now. They're in her office because she's got all the weapons on the wall.
It's 3 rooms away. So she's put the head. There's one room, sex room, and some other guy's important room. There's yeah.
And some good weapons on the wall, some katanas, some batless.
Get into that later. We have a whole thing about that. Yeah.
Phasers. We'll talk about that later.
Real phasers.
Make sure you're subscribed and notified so you don't miss those videos, by the way.
Yes. And this is the problem. This is a okay fight, but it has 3 phases. It should have had 2 phases. It should have ended in this room.
Yes.
It is way too long. I didn't even
realize this was her office till now. That's sad to say.
But yes, there is a TOS phaser. No ifs, no buts.
We'll have a video about it.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be later next week.
Mm-hmm. And they go through the wall. And this is a very long segment.
Too long.
It's much too long. I'm annoyed that these people are brought in for a reason. The Delta knows she can seduce him to stop killing people. As I said earlier, the only race in the galaxy is a Comoloid, so she knows it'll work. Yet she chooses to not use that. Instead, hit an armoured helmet that can survive weapon fire with a glass. Bitch, that ain't working. You know it ain't working.
It was working for a second, where she was like projecting the whatevers, but at the same time, it's a sealed suit that he's in. You can make the argument that it needs her pheromones, therefore her scent.
I would love that. I was not in the scene either way.
It wasn't.
Because then she would know that.
And then she goes on to like smash him with a bottle. You're absolutely right.
And I agree. If she'd said to them, he's in a suit, try anyway. But she's trying, therefore she thinks it would work. Because she's on their team for a reason, right? She's not a throwaway character with no meaning.
Or is she? Because she dies.
Legitimately shocking. Yeah. I didn't like that. Yeah, pretty gruesome. And very Discovery Season 1.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's the problem with this whole movie, is it's a lot of Discovery.
The second problem of this scene, this part of the scene, is that she's on a specialist bar that she owns and runs, which would have private security. Not just that, everybody has a gun, which means no one checks security. They're allowed to walk free with guns on the station because everyone sells a gun. So guns are allowed. Not a single person tries to stop them as security. She would have alarms, security, and all the patrons stay like, "Oh, is this a show? Oh, it's really stupid." You normally in these scenes you have thing happening. They all run. The set is empty, and then security come in. Something happens. They murder them. This scene is entirely unbelievable in the way it's framed.
Yeah, she's the proprietor of this establishment. She would have security to protect herself, I'm sure. You're absolutely right. Now, the one thing I can say I like about this fight is that they turn the phase shifting off and on.
Yeah.
I love that. That's great.
In part 2, it would have been great. We didn't need part 3. And it would have been absolutely amazing had they brought security with like Klingon rifles from Star Trek 3, like classic tech, right? Which would make sense. And San just like throws a mirror universe, that stabby thing that she kills her team with, throws and murders them all, and then moving on. Like, show him be epic and kill all the security without a second thought.
Yeah.
Done. But it's like, why are they all watching it? Why are they? None of this stuff. None of this makes sense, effectively.
And then, this to me is one of the stupidest things. The first time I was like, what? Or the phase shifting thing doesn't work. She gets stuck in the wall, which means her foot is not phased, although it's kind of glitching on and off. It would still become solid and meld with the materials of the wall and basically amputate her foot. And then why doesn't the guy that she's been fighting, trying to kill her this whole time, without the reveal that it's San, because you think he'd want to tell her, and he'd recognize her, come in and just walk over top of her body and be like, okay, I'm going to take this thing now, instead of just killing her. It seems like it was trying to do this entire time. I don't know. But yeah, her foot would have been gone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where I can see the fail-safes existing to not let that happen, but I don't know why. Sure. I don't know why it broke. I don't know how she fixed it. I don't know why it got her foot only. I don't know any of it. It's just a thing that happened to make her trip so that they had to get her.
I think there might have been something during the fight where she deactivated and got hit, and it kind of started glitching after she reactivated it. But again, it's not focused on nor shown clearly enough to make that determination.
It's just... Yeah. And you're right, I hadn't even thought of that. Well, okay, my thought was, why is he pulling the bomb out of the box?
Just take the box. Unless he wanted her to know that it was her weapon.
Yes. I guess. I think if I was San, I would have taken her with me. Amputate her foot, take her with me. Done. Like, you've got the bomb, you've got the lady to turn on the bomb, if you need to turn the bomb on, she's right there, you've won. That's easy. Is there security come after you? He just leaves for no reason whatsoever. Damn. And does he even say anything, does he? Not like, I'll see you next time, Giorgio. You know who I am?
Yeah, something like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he just fucks off for no reason. Huh, didn't think of that.
But then she clearly.
Oh, and also the bomb's on red mode. It's on detonation mode. Look.
Oh, is it?
The lights are red. Yeah. They get red later than bomb. And that's a very small thing, but like that's bomb mode, surely.
Well, they're not red. They're not white, but they're not red. They're kind of a pink.
We'll talk about that in an hour and a half when we get to the bomb scene. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But then we get a successful phaser scene where he has a phaser. She goes after him. He shoots her. He wins. Phasers, baby!
I like that he was like, you recognize that weapon. What is it? And we get another flashback to her and son. We are two, we are one, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but it's totally not him.
Torture.
Totally isn't this guy.
We get a Terran Empire a lifetime ago. Another flashback. I gotta admit, I like her dress being like the Chinese dragon. That, like,
it's crazy, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I love how advanced pre-TOS tech is.
Don't even get me started.
Hey, at least they fully recreated Discovery art design for this room. Those doors are right out of Discovery. I mean, this is perfect art design for Discovery. Even the annoying red, orange light coming through the window, it's perfect.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I was like, who is this guy? It's just some random guy. And then I see the scar on his face. Oh, that's why they did that. Gotcha. Because I wouldn't have recognized this as San. I didn't even know his name. Didn't pay attention to his name if they said it in the beginning.
I just thought he's the other male character. I knew who it was instantly. It's like, it's the guy. Like, it's a film, right? Narratively. And I was 100% certain at this point the guy in the suit, San. Didn't 100%. Because, for some reason, this film uses the Borg First Contact theme to represent the Terran Empire.
I had another drink, even though nobody super chatted.
Yeah, 2/3 of it. So the theme Stuart played when San appears in the room the first time. So I'm like, oh, that's San. It's the audio cue. This is the guy. It's the audio. It's that guy. It's just like literally. It's like that's what audio cues are. They tell you things subconsciously unless you realize it.
Okay, I want to do something real quick. I'm gonna jump in here and I'm gonna end this poll. Which is the better film, Star Trek V or Star Trek? Well, I don't even want to call it Star Trek Section 39. I just call it Section 39. 84% say that Star Trek V is the winner. I got a new poll. I want to see.
Ooh.
Oops. I want to see your reaction to this.
So guys, we have many drinks left. I have an entire bottle of vodka. I actually have many rums. Yeah, this is a Drunkyards Live. We want to be more destroyed when it comes to reviewing this, especially in the last act. So, super chat your things. And remember, guys, that Marie is in the room and she will... We are still on the $3 super chat drink for her. I will tell her to drink. So, hashtag Marie drink, $3. I will encourage her to, as you say, be fueled up.
No, be lubricated.
Oh.
Not in a dirty way. Don't be a pervert. All right, so the new poll is up. Would you read it, Sam?
Yes, I can. Let's see what madness you have. Oh god. Would you rather watch Star Trek TNG's Code of Honor or the new Paramount Plus stream movie Section 31? Currently, Code of Honor is winning
Which
89%.
which is more Star Trek.
Well,
I made this argument last night in my first reaction review, or not last night, Friday night. I would much rather watch Code of Honor. There's a lot more Star Trek in that. Anyway. So back to the show. It is for you, Majesty. It is the weapon you requested. All your engineers killed themselves afterwards.
yeah.
And then she gets all like emotional with him. Why do you cry for me? Do you remember who we were before all of this? The curious boy, the innocent girl? I only remember my failure, Majesty. Don't lie to me. That's the term you're supposed to regurgitate to her. You're not supposed to say anything else, right? Because she's the emperor.
Mm-hmm.
We were the only ones who could understand and stay alive. We made a team. We needed each other, didn't we? Why is she doing this now? Is my question. Because up to this point, she's obviously treated him awful. And at one point he says, your question is so poetic right now. You have no idea. Because I just poisoned myself, essentially. Nobody wants to live in your world. You could have done something great with your reign. Instead, you chose to do what you and create this.
So he hates her.
Yes.
And interestingly, him faking her death is him trying to escape her. That's all that is. There's no grand plan here. He just wants to escape her tyranny.
Yeah, and then there's a bit of a test. She's like, what would you have done if I said, let's run away together back then? Would you have done it? Yes, I would have. All right, cool. Why? Why now? Why are you mentioning this now?
Because they wrote it in a page of a script which demanded this random out of nowhere. It's entirely unmotivated. And this scene is odd because it's an okay scene, right? It's actually okay. I like him dying. It did make you think, oh, it can't be Sam.
Like him dying? You're an awful person, Sam.
You're welcome. Sam or San. But it makes you, it puts in, it can't be him, he's dead. Works well, fine. The issue is that this tells you explicitly she's abused him for decades. He's been a servant there is no love, there's no respect, there's no love loss. He has been brutalized by her, not literally, but in the system of yes. servitude. There is nothing there connection. Anything they had when they were children has been gone for decades. So anything from this point onwards, he hates her like a bit, the bitch ruler she is. Which makes the last scene difficult when he says, I still love you, because no, he doesn't. That's all bullshit. Not at all. But it's interesting, because whatever she could have been, she chose to go full dark side emperor. There's no hint, and this scene could have been super interesting. As I said to you in another review, I would have loved if this scene started with her and let's say Captain Killy, right? So thank you, Mary Wiseman in full uniform, and she's a hologram because I love holograms, and Georgia's like, you will go and kill the Ratha 3 Nebula colony. Claire's like, I will, Empress, but I mean all of them and the children. Yes, Empress. And then she holograms down. She's like, well, I did my job. And then Burnham walks in, Mira Burnham, and she's like, are you doing well, Empress? Yes, I ordered the death. I didn't have to do all the children. I did. They'd come and kill us. So you see a bit of okay, she has to do it to save the Empire. Okay, she's brutal for a reason. Because she's honest with Burnham, as we know from the other episodes. She's honest with her, right? You get that chemistry of honesty. And then San walks in. And he's not the servant. He starts the servant, and then because Burnham's there, he knows that they all have a connection. So he's like, "Okay, I'm here. Here's the weapon," and he's not being the little bitch because Burnham is, like the chemistry of a coalition of characters versus just linear. He's just the servant. There's nothing else here, so it makes everything else after just hard to swallow because no, he's just a servant. There's nothing else. I don't know. I think this would have been great with Burnham and Tilly, and it would have been so nice to see them. Would have elevated the scene, for sure. What do you think?
Would have, yes. Yeah. As much as I'm not a huge fan of Discovery, it would have been better. It would have been a cool tie-in, for sure. So, yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Again, I think this might have been more protracted in the
100%.
series version of this.
Yeah.
And the episode would have been called A Lifetime Ago, and it would have been mainly in the Terran Empire, if not all in the Terran Empire. Seeing more of their relationship over the years, and her making this weapon out of thinking she has to, and then realizing that it's an awful idea.
I mean, hey, let's be brutally honest. If Lorca was in the scene in a flashback and she had to make the weapon because that bastard almost took over the Empire, and he gets a cameo,
Yep.
and Burnham's there as a helper, she's a nice secondary character, like that would have worked really, really well. Like, there's a lot in this that could have been elevated by honestly using the canon they had, and it falls a bit more flat. Right, gotta go to the little boys' room. So I will see you in a mo.
So hit the like button, guys. 98 of you here, 114 likes. We're probably about halfway through, I think. I hope. And yeah, go vote on the poll. But hit the like button if you're just joining us, or if you haven't hit it yet. We'd really appreciate that. Make sure to send in some super chats so we can get some more drinks. And hopefully you're enjoying this. Let us know if you're enjoying the critique, both positive and negative, because we're saying both, whether you like to think so or not. Because there were some good elements to this, so let us know. And just be part of the conversation. I really appreciate you guys in the chat. So somebody says they got a scar. They have dermal regenerators. So it was a deliberate choice to let him run around with a scar. 100%. 100%. It's to mark the person that was in direct competition with you to become the Emperor, to mark them as the failure and have them be, your subject and slave, essentially, under your boot heel. It's exactly what it was. Yes, they could have fixed his face. Chose not to. And I totally get that. 100%. So, yes. That's how that works. Code of Honor was mostly bad, but definitely Trek. Section 31 is mostly terrible and doesn't feel like Trek at all. At least to me. Code of Honor, bad Trek. Section 31, not Trek. Perfect answer. So go vote on the poll, guys. What do you think? As bad as Code of Honor was, I'd much rather rewatch that multiple times than this. So, so glad this wasn't a season. It's okay as a movie. You couldn't make it 3 or 4 episodes at most. Yeah, that's the problem. They would have dragged a lot of this stuff out, and you can see the chapter breaks. There's one called The Passageway. There's one called The Night at the Baran. There's this one, A Lifetime Ago. There's a few of them throughout it, so you know that those are episode titles that they've put in here. So it would have been awful to watch, honestly, unless they put more context in, which I don't have faith that they would necessarily. But like I said, this episode would have been almost entirely in the Mirror Universe and get to learn more about their relationship. So, Enterprise finale or Section 31? Definitely the Enterprise finale. That's better than. I'd rather watch the Enterprise season finale than Code of Honor. So that's a thing. This set is typical of New Trek. Big dark sets filled with nothing but glaring light beams. 100%. And they recaptured it beautifully. For good or bad. Bill Barkley says even the pop-up book video of Stewart was better than the Section 31. Oh, thank you, Bill. That implies that was an awful video, but I appreciate you. It's very, very good.
All right. Any more drink chats?
No, not yet.
Guys!
I asked for some.
Guys, the drink chat live. I have so much alcohol on my table. Well, I'm running out of this one. Yes. Lots to talk about.
What about 50 Shades of Grey, the clip show? See, the clip show, 50 Shades of Grey isn't that bad because it reminds you of better episodes because of the clip show. So, yeah, I'd much rather watch Shades of Grey than this.
Because you can turn your brain off.
Yeah.
In that cycle. All right, so we get this flashback and San kills himself. I don't believe, like I said, that we are two do this together. We aren't two. We don't do this together. It's very poorly written in that regard. And then he dies to escape her. But I do like her. You will not,
I'm not allowed to die. I forbid it. It's like, oh, really?
No, I buy that. The problem is she's acting in this scene like the post-reformed Empress Giorgio,
Yeah.
which she isn't. She's a bitch, and I wish she was more vicious. And it's a subtle distinction, but she does not play to the strength that that character had. She plays. I mean, she's trying to be vulnerable to this guy, but she isn't. So yeah, it doesn't work as a scene. But yeah, then we get back in now. Just to keep in mind, guys, this is a Section 31 designated safe house, right?
Yep.
With an antenna that does not work, which would be useful if it did work, but it doesn't work. And a ship that's luckily right nearby that doesn't work, that does work. Cool. And it happens to be in the same solar system or same near sector as the anomaly they need to go to. Entirely coincidental, entirely random. It's there. Which San is already there, basically. He would be nearby. So they happen to pick a safe house nowhere near her facility, because it wouldn't be. That's ridiculous. Unless everything in this film takes place in the course of like 2 solar systems. I don't believe for a second. So, random chance they pick a safe house. I hate this plot point with a passion. There's no reason for this to be where it is and how it is and where it is. None. It's ridiculous.
Correct. Anyway, she wakes up after having this flashback, and she says, "Why aren't you torturing answers out of me?" It's like, you're a tyrant, a real one. Torture wouldn't work.
Yeah, fair.
Trust me, I know. It's like, oh, really? Tell me your story. I mean, if you want to hide it, that's a weakness. I don't want weakness in my partners. He's like, we're not a partner. We're not partners.
It's a little bit forced to force him to give her backstory.
Yes.
But I do like his backstory. But it's not intelligently written. Like, it's like, we need to have a storyline here, so let's have it. It's like, well, can you at least have some rationale? Yeah.
We find out he's from the eugenics wars, 1996. His family was killed by the augments, and then this augment lady basically took him under her wing, and augmented him.
Yep.
And then he basically killed a bunch of people and
he did his job.
Her. And yeah, so we get his. He's 350 years old. He slept for most of that time on a sleeper ship, we can assume, or in cryostasis somewhere.
I mean, he's not Khan's posse. And actually, I would have been amazed if he'd actually been a survivor of Khan's planet taken off at some point.
Yeah.
Would have been a bit weird, but I'd be like, wow, that's a deep cut. It's a deep cut by itself, but that would have been pretty cool.
They tend to fall back on the eugenics wars quite a bit now, unfortunately. But it's fine.
Yeah, what do you think of this
I do like his character.
Well, it's a hell of a twist. I mean, for what little it does to the story, it's a hell of a twist to have a eugenics war, born around the same time I was,
Yeah.
Or lived, whatever. How did you feel you watched the first time?
The scene is fine. Like, I loved hearing that he was augment. I wish we could learn more about where he was, quote unquote, sleeping during this time, and why he was woken up. Was it Section 31 that woke him up to use him as a tool because they knew about him, that he turned on this?
Well, don't you know,
tyrant?
Stuart, that getting people from the 20th century can help with the new advanced weapon ships?
I've heard that somewhere. Yes. Anyway, the scene was dark and ugly and not well done, in my opinion. Again, very well acted on his part. It was
Not
very
her
kind of
part.
flat. No, her part wasn't the best. It was fine. It was a fine scene. I love learning more about him. Like I said, and I've said this multiple times, I'm going to say it again. I liked the characters in this. They're all interesting enough that I would love to see more of their adventures. My favorite character, unfortunately, dies. Spoilers.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, for me, this is one of those remarkable things where the film takes 3.5 steps backwards, but takes a giant step forward. It's like, oh, we're going to confidently make them an augment character and have it be entirely logical and fine. Oh. Okay. Sure. That's cool. That's a nice addition. Gives him cool abilities and look, okay. Sweet. And you could argue that, in theory, he should be, as is every augment, with enhanced strength and adds enhanced intellect and enhanced arrogance. He's a very neutral guy. There's no augment arrogance to him at all. So you can infer that they were able to cure him of that in Section 31. So he has the abilities, but not the enhanced bullshit. And I'm okay with that, because you can't just make new 19th century to 20th century augments of their time as well. So I thought that was actually quite an interesting thing. Doesn't change much of the story, but hell, that's a bold canon usage that I'm like, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sweet, of all things. Sweet, yeah. And certainly, if there's been a series, to see 1996 flashbacks, that could have been sweet as hell, you know? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then we get another episode, quote-unquote, title, Coded Transmission number 2, The Godsend.
Yes.
Where we learn about the Godsend. And,
wait, hold on. Wait, God's End?
Yeah, I was going to get to that in just a second, and you fucked it up. Thanks.
Sorry, I'm just really confused. Really confused.
They sound similar to you, do they? Godsend or God's End?
No, you're saying the same thing, but you're not. I'm confused. Just really confused.
It's the one without the apostrophe, so Godsend. Right. I hear it now.
I know some people have said this is just cringe. How do you feel about this whole thing? It's quite a long little scene.
Cringe?
Yes.
I don't think it's cringe at all. Again, it's not pretty to look at. Nothing is, because this piss filter that they have over, even when they go outside, you got this planet that's just ugly and disgusting and drab, and the colors are all muted. I hate this. This is what I mean by the cinematography being awful for me. Yeah, later we get vibrant pops of red and blue on the ship at the fight scene at the end, but it's so fucking muddy and weird straight lines that really break up the image to make it visually ugly. So it's just ugly to look at. I guess you want to make it look like another planet, so you tint it. I get it, but
well, also, this entire planet sequence felt like, right, we only have $1 million to make half an hour of the film. Shit. Quarry and forest time.
And flamethrowers everywhere. I wonder if they were the same ones they used on the bridge.
Oh yeah, they ripped them out. They pulled them right onto set. Yeah. And there's not even a hint of a reason for this. This is a dead world. There's no mining here. There's nothing. There's no reason there'd be those. Nothing. Not even an attempt.
It's obviously some kind of planet that's been mined to death. So
it's lazy. I mean, it just allows them to have light hit them in the forest to make the forest not boring. But just stop it. It's depressing.
But we get an explanation of what the Godsend is. They called it the Godsend. It triggers a chain reaction like a virus passing between planets. Everything in its path incinerates. Not just people, not just a bioweapon. Everything. An entire quadrant would be lost. If my enemies managed to kill me, there would be nothing left to rule. So it's not a fucking bioweapon as much as it's a bioweapons dealer that's selling it. It incinerates everything. She says so herself. But the fact she says like a virus, I think people put together a bioengineering weapon, and then I don't think that's the purpose of it, personally. I think the way she describes it here is meant to destroy everything in some form, moving from system to system. I don't know how that would happen, but whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. What did you think of that? Did you think it was a bioweapon that just killed the people on the planets? That would probably be the best way to go about it. Then you have cities and stuff left over. But she doesn't want anything there that anybody can rule over.
Well, this is a slight spoiler for later, but San also is going to use this weapon to kill a quadrant of our galaxy, but they want to strip mine it for resources. So you're going to destroy thousands of planets worth of resources.
Good point. Good point.
What? I don't think they knew what they were doing. I think that's my official reaction to the weapon. Because they don't explain what it does. You said it. What does the weapon do, sorry?
Destroys everything. It
How?
Everything. Don't know.
With what? How quick?
Proto-matter.
See? It's a red matter bomb. And that would have been fine. If it had red matter bomb, I'd be fine with that. It'd be ridiculous. But yeah, It makes no sense. How is it going at warp? How is it traveling the ecosystem? It's obviously not slow, otherwise it wouldn't be useful. You just warp out of the way. What? I mean, hell, if they said it was a mycelial-based bomb, at least it would link to the stupidness of Discovery.
That would make more sense to be able to destroy a quadrant, let's be honest.
That would make more sense, yeah. And she's just choosing to end at the quadrant.
She could have even name-dropped Stamets. I hope Stamets helped me decide.
Or a Stamets cameo. Imagine if he was one of the last engineers and he killed him. Well, that's wrong timeline, but yeah. Like, there's things they could do to make that make sense, but I don't know what the weapon does. I don't know how it does it. It's not a bioweapon. It doesn't work structurally or logically. It's just big thing that goes boom. And as we said at the end, it can't be turned on unless she activates it herself. And she wasn't fucking there, so there's no threat at the end until she turns on herself!
Fucking hell.
Guys, we need alcohol for this. We're learning the plot problems. I want to see a slew of $2, $3, $4, $5. Make us have the pain helped.
Quick question. Is it God's Send or God's End? That was funny. That's why I like Zeph.
Yeah, I mean, she's not the easiest to understand, and both work well. God's End.
Yeah, God's End is amazing.
And
she
God's...
considers herself God. She destroys everything.
God Send? What does that mean?
The message sent by God, which is also her. God Send. I don't know. It's fine.
Sure.
I prefer God's End, personally.
Yeah, I prefer God's End. But this is quite a long scene, and it feels
This is where she puts together that Dadano is not the Dadano from this universe, but her Terran Empire, because he knew about the weapon, and no one else would.
Now, of course, he could just find out from someone else, from the Terran Empire, because he's a weapons dealer. So, big assertion there, lady, but okay.
Peter the Cockle throws in $10, so thank you. Otoy unification was better than this Mission Impossible in Space movie. Drink up.
It was also shot better. Vile Mike, Commander is wrong there. It can be turned on by anyone. It can only be turned off by Giorgio. Well, they say there's no failsafe, which means it can't be turned off.
And she would have just turned it off.
And she turns it on. So what are you going by? That's not in the movie. They turn it on.
You're absolutely wrong, Ensign Ricky.
Yeah, because there's no reason for her to turn it on, to not turn it off if she could. And again, she says no failsafe. Failsafe means an off button.
Wow, Mike, not Ensign Ricky.
Sorry.
I confused you.
Oh, is that what you said? And then,
yeah.
Oh no. This also scene continues with the. I mean, I think good acting by the Irish guy. I like all of his scenes for the most part. They're all dumb, but they're pushing him to 11. But he's also a freaking weird and like he's this little. He's weird. It works, right?
This is where he says, "Calm down, little brother. Little." Size shaming and blah 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 blah.
And these faces
till it rusts.
are amazing. You got. I mean, they're all bloody incredible.
Yeah.
But you can't function a team if he's that sensitive. Like, shut up. You're the size of a microbe. Get over it. You know, stop being so sensitive. It's fine. It's fine.
So they decided to go to the ship to interrogate Dadano, and the interrogation is pretty good.
I mean, it's a great side view of the ship, which is a black ship with a fuzzing black blah, 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 over it, and the warp coils go blah, blah. I don't understand what I'm looking at, but it's a ship they have for another scene.
Yeah. At the end, she just refuses to turn it off. I'd buy that if it would seal the rift, and it does. But they need to have a line down. And if we use this in an energetic state where these two ion storms create this rift, it'll close the rift, but it will not destroy anything else. As it is, they're setting it off, not knowing if it'll destroy their quadrant or the quadrant on the other side, which is the Terran Empire, or both, or half of each. Wouldn't destroy the whole quadrant if it's split between two, but hey.
No, she turned it on.
We need dialogue at the end to verify.
Yeah, so what does he say? It is in the movie. It's basically a dead man switch if she's not around. But the implication earlier on is that if she's cooed and she dies, it's turned on for her. There's no sense it's going to keep in her personal command and she has to physically turn it on. Like, haha, bitches, I'm going to... They never say that. It's just it's a dead man fail-safe if she dies or if she gets cooed. Not in the room where she's there to turn it on. That's not the implication I got whatsoever. Normally, because normally in Marine Universe you get killed without you realizing, right? Shot in the back, cooed. You're not there with the bomb happenstance. You know, not at all.
Yeah.
Very strange.
But here they introduce her to Data and say the mother of the fatherland, blah 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 blah.
And there's no recognition on his face. He does not know her face. There's nothing. I watched it looking. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Even though he's mirror, and we know he is, and there's nothing there. Also, wasn't it odd that the whole scene, it's like, you lied, I'm going to punch you too. You know his punches would be like break your face punch, because an augment, and her face is just lady punch? Like, I wish they played into that slightly.
He can pull his punches. He doesn't have to punch full strength. Because that would kill somebody, probably. Crush their skull. But
a lot of pulling back for an augment, though. I thought they were going to play into that. I thought it'd been a nice little moment. Like, wow, that hurt way more. It's like, yeah.
Because I'm a man. What, did I say that? Like I said, this movie retcons in real time. Yeah. Yeah, so the interrogation scene's pretty good. It's like, do you know what I did to have one of my generals talk? And she whispers in his ear, and he's like, oh my God, yeah. I planned on selling the Godsend and using all the profits to live here, because this is a much better place to live. That's basically the entire scene. So he goes on to say he was an administrator at the Imperial Weapons Facility on Terra, and he knew it was stored there, so he stole it.
So he could live away from the stagnancy that is the Terran Empire. It's going real
and
bad.
They do mention that the Terran Empire is... crops are failing, people are dying, the ecosystems of planets are destroyed. It's just a shithole, so he wants to move here.
I liked that.
Yeah.
I thought that made sense.
And then all of a sudden there's a huge explosion. What happened? Did the ship get fired on? What happened? Oh, before that, though, to get the actual truth, the guy shoves his finger up his nose, which is like, ew, gross. But I thought he wanted his eyeball at first. And then no, it's just...
But yeah, my biggest thing for this scene is that there's zero connection between the big reveal that he's Mirror and knowing her, because she was the Empress for 60 years or whatever. I wish they played on that even slightly. And like we said earlier on in this live, is this how the Prime Timeline guy looked? And he matches Augment's facial modification to blend in? Or did he come in decades earlier, kill a guy, do the thing, but then he wouldn't... But he'd have to go back into his own universe after decades to get the bomb? This scene certainly implies he just grabbed it, which means he's brand new to this universe, but he's a well-known weapons dealer. It doesn't... It's not the biggest thing in the world, but it's all a bit like, oh, okay.
So they call for an emergency transport, and if you notice, when they beam down, there's two of them standing. All three beamed out, though, apparently, unless Data stayed on the ship, and that's why he's burning, which makes more sense. But you wouldn't want to kill the guy you're interrogating, because you'd want to beam him off, too, in case you didn't get the information.
What? I don't know. I mean, the room exploded and cut up his body with metal. So his body ain't surviving a crash like that, so he had to beam away, but then on fire. They didn't think it through. At least they beam out blue, which is Wrath the Khan style.
Yeah.
I guess.
Just because of the lighting on the planet, it's not actually blue.
You think?
Because it's yellow every other time.
No, the freighter's green, so they do variate who uses beaming.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's blue. Pretty sure.
Peter Lukaku, $5.
Thanks so much.
To be honest, I'm enjoying your review of the movie more than the movie itself. Have a sip. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thanks so much. Will you try? And I was legitimately shocked because normally in Star Trek, the ship is a hero. And they killed the ship under halfway through without knowing her. I was like, oh, wow, the ship meant nothing. Huh.
Oh, well, it meant something to Zeph. He said, I like that ship.
I mean, in the context of the film. Like, I was like, oh, we're doing that? Huh. That's bold. But also, I didn't know the ship, so I didn't care. It was a weird, it was odd.
This is the whole... It was sabotage, and I expected the sabotage to queue up, aka JJ movie. Just play Sabotage by the Beastie Boys. But this is where they kind of discern that somebody sabotaged the ship. Therefore, we have a mole in our presence. Who could it be? Well, it could be you. It could be you. It could be you, some people working together.
Or Sand could have followed you and put a bomb in the ship.
I mean...
Why would you assume sabotage? It just occurred to me. Why would you? Why would you assume sabotage?
Well, that's a good point. We find out that Fuzz is expecting to have a new pod of hatchlings, 190,000 of them. He's like, whoa, whoa, whoa! I want to see them live.
Given we meet his wife later, and his wife's not pregnant, we assume that's all a bit of a lie.
Or she's pissed off at him, because she is pissed off at him at the end. It's like, I have to raise 190,000 hatchlings by myself now.
I like to think he's now double bullshitting here just to create sympathy, which I think actually works kind of well. Because I did not care who it was, but also I didn't know who it was. It could have been any of them. That's the problem, right? Any of them could be the mole for any reason. Yeah. It's sort of a hard thing to... But this is also kind of a padded scene, and if you look at it, it looks ugly as hell. It's just filming people's close-ups around a fire.
But it provides some of the best dialogue and character interactions. Like, oh, I like you less now. It's like, or I like you more now. It's like, oh, if I want to be liked, I'd get a dog. You know, stuff like that is what I enjoy about this movie, the character interactions. So yes, while it's not a visually interesting scene to look at and quite ugly still, it still has some of the best moments in this movie for me. And it's like, okay, if you're the mole, then we have a couple problems. First of all, we got a mole. We're stranded on this dead planet, and in less than 4 hours, the Terrans get the godsend and use it anywhere in the galaxy. So.
Yep, we got a ticking clock.
And they can't tell Section 31 or anyone else about it. They can't warn anybody because the transmitter's not working. Of course not.
Even though it's their safe house.
It is.
And it's odd. I believe they say in the first scene, it's not broken because they've broken it yet. It's broken because it's just not working. Because it's old. Yes. So it wasn't working if it's a safe house. And they double break it. It's a bit confusing. And now starts the very cheap feeling middle. And I really did not need the mole hunt subplot because I don't know them enough to care. And it's like, oh, a mole, okay, I guess. It pads time, that's the important thing, right? It gives them a cheap subplot.
Could you imagine if this had been a series, how long this would have taken?
No.
Exactly.
Yeah. But lucky though, happenstance, there's a garbage scow that's warp capable, walking distance away, that just it was actually working originally, he just pulled a conduit out, that's fully working, that has shields, warp, the full tractor systems.
Convenient that.
What?
I think Section 31 at a safe house might have a secret facility that has like a ship.
A shuttle? One shuttle? Reserve shuttle? Why is this thing warp capable? Like, I like the idea that it can go into the nebula, but what?
So we get some context on the ship of like, was there a failsafe? No, there's no failsafe. Well, your corporate mentality is crap.
Fair.
We need this part from the cargo bay to see if the ship will fly. And he gets intimidated by her again. And then we get the whole scene where Zeph disappears. It's like, where's Zeph? And then Hunt is on.
Well, we also get the very important. The Irish guy is speaking a bit weird. Therefore, he's old pilot.
I noticed that the first time.
But it's so damn subtle. He's just not. Yeah. It's not enough.
His line of dialogue, I couldn't be more excited, is fine. It's flat, but it's fine. And then the way he walks down the stairs, I noticed something was odd about that first time.
It's not enough of a hint, though.
No, it's not.
And then more of the same scene and the same sets.
Ugly and boring.
Yeah. And all of a sudden the thing activates and it's a giant sky beam when it would really just be a button and then a signal sent. Why is it a sky beam?
So we know it activated.
Where is it a sky beam to? Like,
I don't know.
What? These aren't sky beams.
Yeah, you're right. That's actually kind of awful.
Like, I'd be
That's
fine.
the transmission. How subtle.
Like, I'd be fine if the thing goes bloomp at the top like a little light, but there's no reason it's a giant sky beam. I don't. And it also feels like we're just traipsing around the same corridors, which we are literally, but it's just not. And I'm scrolling, and none of this is entertaining. None of this stuff.
No.
Oh god, this middleman.
Then we get to hunt in the forest for Zeph.
And that was a lot we just went through.
Yes.
That was a lot of the movie we just skipped, and it was not interesting. That tells you something.
And then we get the futuristic Section 31 tricorders that are just literally a cell phone with a cool case on it and the light on with TNG sound effects. And the very awful scene, the very awful acting from Michelle Yeoh of, oh, it was just convenient enough to be a monster, because they have this whole conversation about the person that made him an augment and how she died, and then a monster who has a conscience is nothing but a monster that doesn't feel anything. And they talk about wiping their slate clean. They're both kind of in the same boat with that. There's a price to pay for people like us. And then her worst acting of the whole movie. You think I'm a monster who feels enough to be controlled but still do the real dirty work? The way she said it was just, that was the take they went with. It just surprises me.
And I was kind of surprised that they just went to a forest. You know what I mean? It's the cheap, like, it felt almost fan film quality. I mean, they padded out the forest with big, motorized lights, smoke, fireballs to give something happening. But it all just feels disingenuous. They're like, oh, we need to pad out a forest because we ran out of money. We ran out of money. We need to do 2-day night shoots because we have no money to shoot anything else. We're just going to walk around a forest. It's like, what? It just, you know what I mean? It just looks not good.
Then they find the body of Zeph, who's doing this, I might add, which I thought was odd. It's like I thought he was pointing at something, like a clue or a direction that somebody went. Turns out to be nothing, but that's fine.
Well, he stabbed himself and then seized up. And genuinely sad to see him go. I mean, you kind of knew it was going to happen. We already had a death in the episode, so made sense. But it's like, oh, okay, he came and left, but then how did he get out there? Why did he get out there? I mean, the wound does look. Obviously you can see it right from the still. There is a drill. It's bloody, and his eye's got a drill hole. I mean, it's not exactly subtle, but they can't hide the truth. It's just they cut away from so quickly. But I didn't think it was anyone else that killed him. I'm not thinking the mole did it from this moment. Like, that's not how it's presented. So I'm thinking, okay, it was hacked. It's not that, it's not particularly intricate.
Also, I want to point this out later. We see the length of the drill bit, which is about that long. He's got a thing on his face that it would have drilled through. At the very most, it would have got to his eye, and maybe he couldn't use that eye. It wasn't long enough to actually kill him.
I mean,
just for the record.
Electricized.
Sure. But the problem is here, too. They have to move his body from here back to the ship.
Mm-hmm.
So when they get back to the ship and they're immediately suspecting Rachel Garrett because they found like 25 centimeter long brunette hair, they scan her and there's blood under her fingernail. And she's like, "That's impossible." How did you get him back to the safe house? Not the ship, sorry, the safe house. You had to carry his body. Again, that's never explained either. How that blood got under her thumbnail or her fingernail when she says it's impossible. Should have been a line of dialogue.
No, they did. No, they said the small guy. He planted blood on her fingernails. They said that.
They didn't say that directly.
They did. Yeah, he planted
it. Said just planted evidence. That's all they said.
Well, but he'd have to physically have flown out of his mouth.
But I never once thought that till you just said it now.
Oh, I took it. They just said it. It's a weird thing to do.
Just covered his ship in blood and just wrote it under her fingernail.
Oh, it's a little cannon of blood. I mean, it's micro. Yeah, sure.
planting evidence I assumed was the hair. So
It's both.
I didn't get that till you just said it now.
Yeah.
And that's still stupid.
Yeah. He's also a biomornoid that controls an Irish Vulcan. It's stupid, right?
Brett Dean throws in $5. The reason behind every bad choice here is laziness. It could be on an episode of Red Letter Media's Best of the Worst.
Ooh.
It wouldn't even win that.
Oh, yeah, they can review it. That'd be interesting. That is true. Yeah, the second time, I was kind of taken back by... Because it's before they get through the forest that they find the hair, isn't it? The brunette hair?
No, it's after they find the body.
But I mean, it's in the forest.
Yes, yeah.
It's a dark freaking forest, and you're telling me you're finding one brown hair on a body.
Yeah, Giorgio. Yeah, she found it.
I don't believe you, movie. I don't believe it. And then she's like, look, it must be the lady's... What are you on about? What? I don't...
Imagine this is a series. This would have been a whole episode of figuring out who the fuck did it and the evidence.
Yeah, it's played like a comedy. Look, I happened to find on a black suit at night. Yeah. I found black hair, brown hair, but black hair.
Yeah, and Rachel's like, we spent a lot of time together in the last couple of weeks. Oh, you like Mecha Boom Boom? Lots of humans do. No shame. It's like, okay, that's kind of funny. But...
Yeah. It's very dumb. But it closes the tricorder, which is terrible. Just terrible tricorder.
It's a cell phone. Let's be honest.
With a case.
And even less lazy than the Picard season 2 tricorder, which was the Galaxy flip phone.
Well, at least that was a shape of tricorder.
Like a tricorder. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is more lazy than that.
More lazy. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's almost no effort. And tricorders are it's bad.
Look, I have my tricorder. I'll turn it to scanning mode. There, it's scanning now.
Yeah,
that's all they did. They turned the light on.
Yeah, what does
the light on?
What does the torch do indoors? Like even outdoors, we've never seen a tricorder have a torch ever. So why would it have one?
It's a scanner. It's obviously in scanning mode. It's scanning now.
Oh.
Don't you know? Because it's the scan emitter. That's what it is. It's not used as a flashlight or torch, as you wrongly call it.
Sorry. It's so advanced. It has now light function of scanning.
It's a scanning thing, yeah.
Phoenix, no, he didn't. Sorry. But also, I did laugh out loud when blood detected, and it's clearly like someone's drawn on Photoshop with a brush, red around a thing. It's so lo-fi Photoshop. It took someone 35 seconds. I could do this right now in Photoshop. It's really daft looking. Yeah, it's very low budget.
Yeah.
It's so... And she slowly goes over to him and finds same blood matches. Why are we trusting Hitler on this? Why is she leading the investigation? You're trained agents. Why is she suddenly leading the pack? She's Hitler. Stop.
Yeah. And Garrett's handcuffed to a chair.
Yes.
Cool.
Now, given that they effortlessly find the video evidence that the guy killed himself, are they implying that the bio guy is dumb and didn't think about that? Or that they're so smart they hacked it out of him? Because there's zero effort. They just say, we can find the video file. All right.
I don't know. Yeah.
It's just so easy. There's zero effort involved. Like, just hack. We'll just all plug into the video files. Oh, okay. Oh. Guess it's that easy. What?
Yeah, and he's saying and Zeph, as he's dying, you can't really hear it necessarily. In subtitles you can, but we were your friends. We were your friends the whole time this was dying. Mm-hmm. You can't kill me. Mm-hmm. I can't kill me. Yeah. It's fine. Anyway. Why would he kill himself? And it's like, sorry to disappoint you, Your Majesty. I'm obviously not the killer.
And then we get the reveal
Yeah.
And it's kind of we're ahead of them as the audience, so it doesn't feel like a giant reveal. It feels like, okay, yeah, I mean, sure, it's him. Makes sense?
Yeah, she goes back through everything they said. You know, when you're talking about Zeph, you're talking about the machine. Or you're talking about the machine, you're talking about Zeph. And all through the introductions, and I can't believe the tiny spots I can get into. Like, well, it's pretty fucking obvious what happened, guys.
Yeah.
But thanks for sharing.
Then the guy turns on the thing, Sue Priestley. Pews it, Sue Priestley.
I'm still hacked into him, yeah.
I mean, at least the actor got more stuff to do by being even post-dead.
Yeah, but no dialogue, which I like his dialogue. I like his delivery. He's a good character.
Yeah. And then we have, let's be honest, a pretty bad action sequence.
It's fucking awful, and it's too long again.
It is pretty long.
The skiff chase. It's again visually blurry and messy and ugly and disgusting, and it just doesn't work for me. And we see a Comaloid do its thing. It saves the.
That was lovely.
That was cool. Yeah.
I didn't believe it could do it, but it was lovely to see. And Zeph just gets kicked off one point and dies. As in, like, his body gets destroyed. And there's no moment for it. It's just, oh, gone. Goodbye. So, double Rippo.
Yeah, it's a big chunk of shit that doesn't need to be there.
And it looks expensive in that they had to clearly, like, make bad sequences work, but the footage was just not good enough to make it look good, and they didn't put the time in, because it does not work, any of it. It looks, I wouldn't say it looks cheap, it just looks bad.
Yeah.
Now, guys, this is a good midpoint, I think, of the entire movie. What did you think of the chase scene and the Drunkyards, of course? Super chat your drinking goals. $5 to drink, but we do drink at 3. That's all good. And
let's try to get to 150 likes.
No, 10's half a shot,
Yes.
20's a full shot.
Yes. Super chat in and hit the like button. I want to get to 150 likes. 113 of you here right now, which some of you probably haven't hit like yet. Please do so. We don't hate everything about this movie. There are a few good moments here and there. So just want to put that out there. But we're ending at the chase scene.
No, I'm
which is the reveal. Let's be honest. Because dude says, you know, you murdered your family and, you know, didn't care about your only friend.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you know that? I'm glad you're catching on. Sand's alive. And he beams out. It's not great.
And then also, briefly, back on this action scene, I'm pretty sure they filmed most of it on the LED wall, because for most of the shots, it looks super flat. They've got the foreground piece, and then the background is just a moving plate. Like, it looks exactly what it is. They couldn't hide it. It's a really big thing to try and do on an LED wall, and they failed to achieve it, because it looks like flat and them. And the
lots of motion blinkers, so obviously it's happening. Yeah,
and the black levels are wrong. And it's just yeah. But yeah, then they zone up. For some reason, not Robot Guy decides to monologue facts that only Giorgio knows, even though he's losing, and has no idea that he's going to be beamed up.
Yeah. Tiny doses of poison over time. He didn't die. Once again, small shite for the win, mama.
Now, my question here is, to win, all he has to do, San, beam up Giorgio, stun her, put her in handcuffs, he wins. He beams up his cohort here. Giorgio is kind of lost on a... There's no way she can escape this elevator in the next minute. You can't beam out. Even if she has a gun, it's irrelevant. You can also deactivate weapons in transport. Why is San not beaming Giorgio out this platform? And either shooting, capturing...
Very good question.
Like, she's right there.
You'd want to. You'd think he'd want to say, you created this, I'm going to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no reason, because he's right there to beam. He has seen 2 life signs, and Giorgio's there, and it's like, but why are you not? Why? Yeah. This is your great plan. You got 4 hours. Just grab her. It's fine.
I'm sobering up, guys.
Yeah, I know, guys.
I need to do a hash shot just because.
Yeah, we need... Guys, okay. A plea to help us survive this movie. We'll need more liquid courage. And then for Marie when she pops in.
Liquid courage.
Guys, liquid the courage. But it's hard when you have... Oh, stop using tricorder, Jesus. But it's hard when you're like, why wouldn't the villain do this? Hypno says, yeah, being the only one that carried the bomb on board. Yeah. You know, keep her in prison. Easy. You know, get a biosign, as in like take her hand off and use that.
Yep.
But anyway, so
then we get a new ship.
We do. It's red. And it has
Terran Empire ship.
Voyager style moving nacelles.
It looks like it could be in the same fleet as La Serena, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Just a bigger ship in the fleet.
And tronified.
But to be fair, it's a real jump to warp. It's not a Discovery, whatever the fuck sound effect they use.
It's in between. It's got a little bit of that.
It's better than Discovery.
It is. But this one does not have a warp star. The other ones do. So, take that for what it is. But we come to the inside and we get the played like a reveal. Sam's face gets demasked because he happened to be wearing a mask in his own ship. For no reason whatsoever. Oh my god, it's the guy we thought dead, who we totally knew was the guy because we just got told it was. And he's not aged a day in 70 years. He's 67 years older.
That's one of the benefits of the poison. If you can survive it, it doesn't make you age.
Which would have been great had they described it. Because again, there's nothing else happening here. He is almost 70 years older than the 40s he was. He should be in his 90s or 100. And I would have loved it if he had grey hair. But they did not put a second of effort into making him his age. And you can be old in Trek. You can't be that old in Trek and doing what you're doing. As you had said in another review, he's had a brutal life. He ain't looking 50 when he's a 70. He should be looking 90 when he's 70, right? This guy's 100 years old, roughly. Yeah. They just forgot. They just forgot the timelines and they left it in as a giant plot hole, and it's like, that's a problem, guys. Oh.
I make a little joke of your Empress could have named it something a little less confusing.
Yeah, fair.
Whatever. But back on the safe house.
But he is warping away at real warp.
Yep.
Which
would assume would be faster than a garbage scow, so we'd have a good head start.
Yes. They got 2 hours till the Ion Storm convergence. I'm fine to say he got there in like 5 minutes and he just hung around for an hour and 52 minutes. That's fine. But this guy could probably go warp 9. Garbage scow can probably go warp 3 if you're lucky.
Yeah. And let's talk about this awful fucking set. I hate the lines everywhere. I hate the way it looks. I don't like the bridge of this ship, quote unquote bridge. It's generic sci-fi stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad Farscape set. I mean, there's no imagination or Trek. I guess having no Mooniverse symbols is because he's not necessarily official Empire, but you can do so much with this space. It's just a big, giant, open, non-space. Yeah, it's a very poor set. And where's his crew?
Go back at the safe house.
Where's his crew, Stuart?
Exactly.
Where's his team?
Would have been helpful to have security and crew aboard.
He's gonna be Emperor. You can't do this by itself. I guess you can because he was one of the two could-be's. Pre-prize a claim to the throne, but that was 67 years ago. Who's been the Emperor in the last 67 years? They probably don't want to give up the rule to a guy that lost it 80 years ago.
Fred's the new Emperor. He's pretty chill. It's fine.
Yeah, he's happy with coups.
Yeah. So back at the safe house, they're discussing the implications of this. He plans on using it on their universe. And while the Federation is in chaos scramble mode, he's going to take his opportunity to seize control. And we can't even warn anybody because our transmitter is down.
Yep, we know the situation, Giorgio and team. But luckily, as if we skipped an entire episode, our lead character has the thing that we need to survive. Let's go for planet. Okay.
It's not that they skipped an episode, it's just discovery storytelling.
But the first time I didn't think about it, the second time I was like, okay, that was easy. What?
I'm aware. She even calls him an asshole as a result.
Like, I'm fine with him stealing it to get the mole, that's fine. It's just played really odd here, and it doesn't...
Like I said, I couldn't tell anybody with a mole on the loose.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, but...
And then we get it turning on, kick it,
Anyway, they power up.
blah, blah. Yeah. Again,
Yeah,
garbage scow.
Thank you, Jankum Pog.
Green L cars.
Jankum Pog for the...
Other L cars. And they leave, and garbage scow, no weapons, and they know what the other guy's armed with for some reason, but no evidence whatsoever.
And they say what the ship does. Garbage scow, it goes through space and collects all the garbage from all the ships that have dumped garbage. And once it's got a full cargo hold, it puts it in the radiation of the nebula, ironically enough, to atomize it.
Yep. So thank fuck this ship designed literally to go into the nebula they're about to go into. Although no distinct radiation shields to deal with the nebula. But they do survive a full nebula blast and don't die. Or at least
Yeah.
implication.
And an unknown alien language that he doesn't know, so whose garbage scow is this exactly? We don't know.
But only on one console, because they're different colours.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you shouldn't be able to fly the entire ship, should he, if you couldn't read the consoles? That would be silly. But they leave. We don't see them go to warp. We just assume they do.
And
they suddenly appear there. Should have taken hours, weeks, days, months. Hello, up now. They got there in, and then they say we got 30 minutes until it opens. So 30 minutes to get here, which is Jesus Christ.
And this is the next episode, obviously, because it's Coded Transmission 3, The Passageway, which you can definitely see an episode being titled.
Yeah.
Peter Lukaku throws in $10. I'm wondering what the budget for this movie is. Michelle Yeoh got half for sure. What the throats, boys. Oh, yeah. We'll have a drink for that. This irony, it doesn't vaporize the rest of the mirror universe. That'd be funny.
Yeah, it's
So, cheers.
Time and pace, eh? And also, they warp to the edge of the nebula, and the guy's ship is within visible distance of the edge of the nebula. Wouldn't he be right at the?
Yeah.
Like, that's seeable. It's giant.
Waiting by the thing.
In which case, it'd be in the nebula, unseeable. But no, this guy's chilling out at the edge of the nebula for no reason at all. It's dumb. It doesn't make sense. And then this ready-to-be warlord is like, oh, they got it working. I reckon torpedoes. So are you trying to kill Giorgio or not? Because this thing can't take your weapons. It's a garbage scow. You're a high-end warship thing. So he is trying to kill her.
From all of his actions, I don't think he wants to come face-to-face with her at any point. He just wants to kill her and get this godsend and start his role. I don't think he wants to deal with the emotions of facing her face-to-face.
He says in the fight, I've always needed you.
Yes, I need you to show me who I am now.
But he tries to kill her with a torpedo. Which somehow isn't strong enough to destroy the shields of this garbage scow. They pack the shields and garbage scows, don't they? Because that one torpedo should be enough. And why are they not avoiding the first torpedo? Why are they letting themselves get almost destroyed in one hit?
Well, he does say evasive maneuvers, guys, and nobody did anything, and the ship gets hit. I would buy that, it got through the shields, took their shields down, and because it's a garbage scow and made to go in radiation, it had like more armor plating, so that was damaged. But again, that's never said. So.
And it's just, don't risk the one asset you have, a broken old shitty ship. Don't take hits. Like, I know this team is never going to go at space battles, the Discovery team, never in a day, and they continue that. Not as a battle, but... And then they continue to fly at the ship. They fire one torpedo, which they do dodge. and these tractor beams on it. But they haven't got any local weapons that can just... Oh, our target sensors are not working. It's right there. Just manual phaser targeting, pulse cannons. Like, it's just right there. It's fine. The shields are just fine. Just shoot it. It's fine. It's hard to have...
yeah.
It's hard to have stakes when no one's acting cleverly, right?
Yeah. What an awful Terran Empire ship for him to bring that's taken down by a garbage scout. Oh, radiation. And a garbage.
Oh yeah, it's
so much so that his navigation goes out once the tractor beam's locked on, and his photon torpedo's damaged.
Mm-hmm.
There's one. I don't buy for a second that the Terran Empire ship only has one photon torpedo.
Well, they fired two. Oh yeah, launcher. Yeah. Oh no, it's not Tower Bridge redress. No.
Yeah.
But Classic is coming to our rescue. Jory drank for.
$10. Hey, Classic, how's it going? Bump up the Rainforest ship because it's better than Star Trek Section 31. The Code of Honor combined. Oh, better than Section 31 and Code of Honor combined. Yes, I know what I just wrote. Okay, well.
Madness. So I sort of definitely lost the plot a bit here with the space battle because they're really forcing themselves to how do we defeat a top of the range Mirror Empire warship? A tractor into anomaly. It's like, okay. And it takes under 5 minutes. I mean, Sand's not a good character, right? Let's just say it, right? He's not a good character. He's not smart. And he doesn't act smart either. And that's how he loses so smart. Easily. Exactly.
He will not make the Terran Empire go.
Yeah, it's Oh, then Richard Garrett, embrace the chaos. It's like, no, don't be friends with benefits with it. That's cringy as hell dialogue for a Star Trek movie. Jesus Christ. But they get the shields down, which I appreciate the logic of shields down, and they beam over. And this is awkward because rather than shooting Giorgio, he just walks out with a gun and can shoot at any point in the walk. Because she's like, it's like, why are you not shooting her with a stun? You could easily win. And then the friend is stabbed, and Giorgio turns. So she's available to be shot by a phaser. Yet Sam does not shoot her with a phaser. And it instantly pulled out of it, because he's not a believable villain. He's not acting like a character would act. I don't understand. Explain to me why he doesn't do this shit.
He was shocked by seeing her. He didn't expect to see her. He didn't want to see her. So when he saw her, he froze. And he remembers his feelings for her. I'm trying to play devil's advocate.
Don't think he should be emperor.
A benevolent dictator. Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't exist. We get reminded of that soon.
Mm-hmm. And now we've got a really kind of boring fist fight. Which, remember, Sam...
2 fist fights.
Yeah. And San...
Fuzz and lead guy, and then San and Giorgio.
And San knocks over the universe-destroying weapon. And then it turns on. Because he knocks it over.
What a great weapon. I feel very safe having that made for my brain.
But it's played like a comedy scene. He falls into it and it falls onto the floor.
Yep.
And again, if you know the weapon can't activate that her biosign, that entire scene breaks because it's like detonation level 1. When we saw 5, nothing will happen. It's like, okay, cool. Very strange.
Yeah, the weapon thing was stupid. It's activated, but it can't be activated without her. What's it gonna do? Count down to like the final thing, and then be like,
"Can you please tell me on
kidding.
Now?" Yeah,
we have no biosignature. Peace out. What the fuck?
Yep, it does hurt the last act.
And just visually ugly fucking fight scene. I'm sorry. The background, the explosions, it doesn't add to excitement. It's just too long and protracted. And the fact that there's also the fight scene between the lead Section 31 guy and Fuzz intermixed with it, and then cutting back to the garbage cow occasionally. It's just, it doesn't work. It's not exciting. They think it's exciting. It's action-packed, don't you know? But it's not.
Yeah, and then the
Star Trek is not about fight scenes. I'm sorry.
well, it's actually hand-to-hand fight scenes.
Yeah.
Like, even the one in Star Trek 4 or 3 felt dumb. Like, that felt like a low point. You don't have hand-to-hand fights, really. I mean, I guess you're in TOS, but that was also 60s where you've kind of gone beyond that a little bit. At least, probably. But then the bioform leaves the robot, but he's an autopilot, so it's entirely a moot point he leaves. It doesn't affect the fight. He can still fight fine, I guess. Even though even though he talks organically later, which sort of is both autopilot and also controlled. But that doesn't matter. New rules. And then he leaves in a shuttle, which is a giant shuttle.
Yeah, which smashes into the tractor beam emitter of the garbage can.
Which shows it's being giant. But he's a micro beat. Do you know there's an escape shot? And why is it like a crane fly?
Well, you know what survives very big explosions? Very small things.
I've heard that a couple of times, yeah.
Classic for real, $5. Ooh. Which would you rather get? $5 super chats to reach your YouTube target, or $10 super chats for taking more shots?
Ooh.
$40 for uniform change. I don't want to do uniform change. I don't think Sam does either necessarily at this point.
But you're welcome to $5 Marie drink. So if you want to give, a 10 for me to drink, 10 for you to drink, 2 5s for me to drink, share the love, that'd be amazing. Yeah.
The goal is broken again.
Yes, it is.
$10, honestly, would be best.
Yes. More drinks and then some for Marie. Send some love to Marie. But yeah, no costume change this time. And that's okay.
But then we got Rachel Garrett down in the cargo hold, and she happens to find a demonic doll. It's like a Furby on crack from a Droom planet. Oh, and coincidentally enough, we don't allow Droom planets in the Federation because they use whatever fucking power source they use. I can't find the flame right now. Oh, Terrenium is the power source. So I'm going to use my science knowledge because I'm a top science officer and pour this thing on this battery to cause it to explode. Cool. What a coincidence that thing was there.
Well, also, this is a giant set of garbage. This is actually quite a good-looking set. How much money do they spend on this setup for such a minimal part of the scene? You know what I mean? This is a pretty decent little set. And she finds it in about 13 seconds. Like, it feels like the famous quote, super easy, better than inconvenience.
Really inconvenience.
There's no struggle. It's just, oh, the thing, moving on.
If she hadn't found that, what were they going to do?
It feels as dumb as it is. Now, obviously, you aren't meant to watch this movie and break down the scenes. You're not meant to just moving on, right? That's the whole point.
At this point, your brain's catatonic, so you don't even pay attention to what's happening. You just want it to be over.
It's definitely getting close to that, yeah. Because we get a fight. Now, I do appreciate that it's the augment find the robot. At least I can buy that's a possible fight. Yep. So full credit to them there. But then San is a 90-year-old, 100-year-old guy. He ain't fighting Giorgio, even if she's rusty.
Yeah, who was raised in slavery, not given the best foods, but then again, he's had a lot of time apparently because he's aged a lot. I guess I don't know, or not. Was he in stasis this whole time? That could be an answer.
I wish they said that.
I wish that's what I mean about Liz missing dialogue. I said that earlier. There's a lot of missing dialogue at this end, which would really help, including the closing of the fissure.
Yes. And
not destroying a quadrant in either universe. For fuck's sakes. Turn off your brain and enjoy the content. I can't. I didn't enjoy this the first time. This is so long, these fight scenes. I just don't care. This is not what I watch a Star Trek, quote-unquote, Star Trek movie for. The fight scenes aren't that great anyway. Like, it doesn't really highlight Michelle Yeoh's martial arts.
Nope.
If I'm honest.
Nope. And I couldn't tell it was her. As in, this could be a stunt lady, and then a few close-ups.
Well, it's blurry and it's messy, and there's explosions going on, and the contrasting weird.
And why is it exploding still?
Because radiation. I don't fucking know.
This is a shit ship.
And there's even a fight scene with the android guy, the robot Vulcan guy, not an android, that does like a Wolverine type towards it, and it looks really bad. Like not
Autopilot.
Sure, yeah, okay, I agree. I buy that.
But you've lost the stakes when he leaves this fight. It's just padding. It's just to keep him out of the fight. I would just put a phaser and shoot him in the face, honestly. You know, punch him away, gun, ba-dum. Hand-to-hand fights are lowest common denominator for things, right? Because you have to go down to your fists.
The only good thing about it was the fact that she tried to hug him and make him remember.
Yes.
And I love that he rejected it. He's like, no, and he whips her.
Yes.
I get where they were going, and I love that he didn't break at that point, So that's good. That actually makes him grab the sword. So now it's not hand-to-hand.
Yes, that was definitely as if she wasn't trying to kill him, which she probably wasn't, right? That's fine. But yeah, she every step. But that the hug, while I like the idea of it, the way they play it is he's trying to kill her, and she has enough ability to get under his defense and hug him. If you're a trained soldier, you wouldn't allow hugs mid-fight. Your reflex would stop it, right?
You'd think.
You wouldn't, So he's not trying to kill her either, I guess. Well, he says he loves her, so he's not, but he is. But he's not. It's entirely the wrong motivation. It doesn't. But I like her better in the fight in terms of that. But it's not played enough. She's not verbally saying, "We can do this and this, and I'll retire." This is just fighting.
And Dave in that says it's not Star Trek, it's Kurt's Trek. So apt that it's literally a trash ship. I said that in our initial review.
And today, yeah.
It's so ironic that it ends with a ship full of garbage, because that's how I feel about this. And then the whole dilemma of, well, I can decipher some of it, but one of it's a self-destruct button, one of it is open the cargo bay doors. And she's like, she shows her captaincy. She goes, "You're good. You do your thing."
Also, what are the chances those two symbols happen to look identical?
I don't. Yeah, that bugged me too.
In a cargo ship, which therefore would have the doors be very important.
And on the same display screen, it's like, no, that's a whole fucking other subsection, subroutine. It wouldn't be anywhere near each other.
I don't believe the lines you just said, sir. These are, and you don't even need. You've got two fights. A guy in a shuttle trying to kill you, maybe. I don't know. He's just sort of flying around for nothing. You've got enough tension. He destroyed the shuttle
instantly. He flew into the ship.
Well, we haven't got there yet. I'm saying, like, in theory, that's enough risk. Why do we do a self-destruct potential?
Because risk is our business.
Don't ruin this.
That's what the starship is all about.
God.
That's why we're aboard her. You said risk. I had to.
So that's not a good plot point, but it works effortlessly. For some reason, the way the cargo falls, the droid falls differently to everything else.
Yeah, it's not a droid, it's a toy.
Well, yeah. As if they're trying to keep, as if they did a real simulation, and it was lost instantly, but you need to see it, so they kept it up the top. But that's not how physics works. It feels very disingenuous.
We can be friends forever, and then later says, "We're all gonna die." What a great toy.
So, well, it was thrown in the trash for a reason. I don't understand this entire subplot in that.
That's a good point. Sorry.
I don't understand the subplot, though. The bio creature friend person said peace out because he wants to live. Right? As he left, he damaged the ship by hitting it.
Yeah.
He does never fire weapons back on them. He never turns to attack them. Why isn't he leaving?
We don't know what happens to him, because he takes the shuttle, he crashes it into their ship to destroy the tractor beam to the lock off of Sand's ship.
Yep.
And then we never really hear from him again.
Until they're in front of him in a parallel course and they fire trash and he flies into it. So why are they in front of him and why is he not leaving or shooting? There's no thing given.
Because he's fighting Giorgio. He can't activate his weapons.
You mean Section 1 guy? But that's autopilot. He wouldn't be able to find that.
Well, he's in this little fucking thing. He survived the explosion of the shuttle. He's just in space.
No. Before that, I'm saying the shuttle. Why is the shuttle following the freighter without firing to get hit by the debris to explode? Right underneath it.
The shuttle gets destroyed instantly. It launches and hits the tractor beam.
No, it gets destroyed in this. You see him. Yeah, you see him. You see
him in his little tiny fucking machine. But you don't see him in the shuttle. The shuttle gets destroyed instantly. It crashes into the tractor beam emitter.
No,
Yeah. Later, when he sees the doll, and he's like, "Oh shit!"
But then why is the micro machine? Okay, fine. Why is the micro machine chasing the freighter with the garbage at a scale of 1/10 billionth? Why is it following it without any weapons or ability to affect it if the shuttle's destroyed?
Trying to get back on the ship, maybe.
The freighter.
Sure. It doesn't make any sense. That's the point. Maybe you're talking about something totally different than I am, but I doubt it. And these fucking visuals are just awful. I don't even know where I am anymore. They're all the fucking same. It's just god awful and gross. Yeah, he's on his little tiny ship, and he's behind the garbage scow.
Why?
He's like, "What the hell? We're all gonna die." Is the little doll thing.
Why is he following? In range of the debris.
He wants to get back into, I would assume, Sand's ship and take control of the Vulcan again.
So follow Sand's ship, not the garbage scow.
Yeah, but the garbage scow's right behind Sand's ship. So he destroyed their tractor thing. The explosion, he didn't.
But Sand's ship isn't moving.
But how do you know that? I don't know that.
Because no one's piloting it. Because they turn
moving towards the thing.
But they turn impulse on later.
Don't argue with me. I'm just telling you.
Well, I'm confused. I'm genuinely confused.
They're following each other. He hasn't had a chance to alter the ship's course or do anything because he's been fighting Giorgio the whole time.
That's so
anyway,
confusing.
BJ throws in $5. Says, too bad they didn't pull a Spaceballs and dump the film into space with the rest of the garbage.
But Ryan K says, why would a trash barge have a self-destruct? Everyone should. That's fine.
That's not a big problem to me, yeah.
I mean, you know, even Segways have self-destructs. You know, you buy them, little bump, it's fine. Yeah.
Anyway.
Much confusion. Much confusion.
Explodes and causes damage to Sand's ship, I guess, which would prevent it from moving closer to the entrance. Because it is moving towards the entrance still.
I mean, no shields. That would cause a lot of damage.
Well,
no, I guess no. It's a toy. It wouldn't cause much damage. I mean, shields are low, I guess.
The explosion was big because that's why they don't allow Dream Tech on Federation Worlds because it's highly explosive.
It's probably, but it's not phone to poo level. It's just a big for like a small.
But it
explosion.
also all of the garbage that's around it gets thrown out of shrapnel.
I wish I saw that. That would have been great to see.
Right? Yes, you're correct. But the that's what I assume from all this.
I like that idea.
I'm only assuming because it's not shown, but all this gargle full of garbage, explosion, all that garbage is now shrapnel, which goes through his ship with his own shields.
I wish that was shown. That'd be great.
I wish it was shown also, but here we are.
Here we are. Sand's crap as a character, isn't he? So he grabs the sword. He has the sword.
Oh, and he starts pushing it into her cheek, which would got to be awful, by the way.
And way more damaging than they show it. Because there is not much room in the cheek before you get in the bone. And
then she kicks it away, and it hits him. And I thought, oh, she's fucked to the other side of his face. No, it hit him in the neck. Fine.
Both times, all I thought was, that was way too easy. And that's the film done. She kicked into his neck in 3 seconds. Is that it? It's so unsatisfying. Oh my god, is it unsatisfying?
especially after a fight that long.
Yeah.
The fight was so long that I just wanted it to be over at this point, so I loved this ending. It's just...
It's so lazy feeling.
I felt brain dead watching this fight.
It's really an unintuitive, easy, simple... Oh. Yeah.
And then she cradles him, and he's like... I'm glad you said this. I'm glad she didn't say I love you, because that's bullshit at this point. But this is not what I want. And you get the flashback to I love you, which when they were young is fine.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I still need you. You were right the whole time. I've always needed you. I need you in this moment to know who I am. I don't care. I'm at that point in the review and the watching of this that I didn't give a shit.
My question to this moment, did the writer have the rest of the script before this scene was written? Because nothing he says is emotionally or characteristically motivated. Nothing he says there makes sense to the film.
He says, I still need you. I always needed you to show me who I am.
You haven't seen her for 70 years.
I know.
You thought she was dead for 70 years.
My emperor, my love.
You've tried to kill her for 2 days. Well, actually, you haven't.
Forever.
Nothing about that worked. Like it was so weak for a death scene narrative point. It was so weak. At least she didn't say I love you too, or at least that was. It felt like it was coming. It didn't. It was really bad because at least say at least I was bested by the better fighter. Like have it make sense thematically, but it was awful.
Yeah, and it
makes a boring scene feel worse. At least there's no satisfying payoff.
Yeah, then Giorgio and Section 31 guy they're fine. They survive the fights. Because Section 31 guy fight, sorry, that ends with a knife through the face of the robot. And it's like, can I tell you something funny? I'm on autopilot, and his face melts.
Which we knew 10 minutes ago because they told us.
But he wouldn't have known. So
I thought he said it in the dialogue though. I'm leaving.
No, he didn't. He said it to himself. He didn't.
Yeah. And this second watch, it was so weird. She's standing there on a working ship with a team behind her, with a friend next to her. She just won. Yet she decides of her own volition to turn the bomb on, so she has 6 seconds of her own volition with nothing else generating this moment.
And no dialogue to confirm that this will in fact close the passage, and only that.
Nope.
Because it is such a convergence of these ion storms that the amount of detonation will just close the rift.
Yep, I'll save the galaxy.
Wipe out a quadrant in both universes. Or one. We don't know why.
Not just that, but she stands there for 30 of her 60 seconds before it blows up and kills a quadrant of the galaxy. He has to go and turn the impulse engines on, giving it only 30 seconds to get through to kill the mirror universe. Had she just walked to the console, beep, 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 turned on the impulse engines, waited, gone through, turned on the bomb, wasted seconds, we're done. There's no reason she's doing any of this.
She also has time to ask him, if you were standing in front of the lady that made you who you are, would you kill her? Even if it meant knowing that you also would die? And he says yes. And she's like, well, I'm glad I know you.
Dying in 29 seconds, 28 seconds, 27 seconds, 26 seconds.
Well, you got to be in them back. I'm trying. The radiation, blah, 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 blah. It's interfering. 10 seconds, 5 seconds, and it's like they're holding hands, and it's like seems a little forced, but in the situation of death,
it's nice. It's okay. I like it.
It's fine, but she just saw her true love of her life die. What the fuck ever.
But he wasn't though.
I know. She was his love of his life.
Yes. And she was some guy he knew once. Yes.
Pretty much.
And then slaved for 40 years.
Who they used to love.
Yes.
She used to love him,
and this would have been a tremendous death scene had she gone through and knowing to the audience it would close normally.
Yourself.
Great. Him a bit weird, but it's like, okay, he's with her for the ride. Fine. Whatever.
He's Section 31. It's fine. That's his job.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think the way they play it, you can't tell if they go through the rift fully because they don't show it. And so if they don't, it's going to kill Garrett, but it doesn't. There's zero dialogue as to it not destroying there's nothing here to back up any evidence for any version. So it's just, it doesn't kill him. Why? It's fine, whatever. And then it edits so quickly from blinding flare to alive again. There's not even a time to mourn them. We even see them beam in. Yeah.
To her vision. There's a beam in.
Which is after the explosion, which means they've already been killed.
Well, they're just playing loosey-goosey with editing there.
But you know what I mean? The flare is after, and then she's been blown back out of her chair to be on the floor. The timing doesn't make sense either. You can say pan buffer, but... yeah. But it's a really poor editing for oh, is that it? Yeah. And then they're alive, and no one's worried, and everything's fine.
And you're alive. Oh yeah, Quasi, he saved. He transported us out.
That's super easy.
Oh, we won, and then she hugs Giorgio. Garrett hugs Giorgio, and Giorgio says, "Perkiness is disgusting," and she's like, "Yeah, I hear you." And I gotta say, the phaser in her holster, in Rachel's holster, looks very much like Wrath of Khan phaser, Star Trek 2.
Yep. And it luckily stayed in her holster, even though she was thrown to the floor by the explosion. It's a good holster. And then they play the anomaly blowing up as if we saved the galaxy, but San was a threat, not this hole, because no one knew about it. And there's no ships through. This feels like a season finale. We built up this anomaly. It'd be a giant problem. It feels entirely different to the scene it's in.
It's totally a season finale. And it also, when it closes the rift, it does the Mutara Nebula thing of taking the nebula away.
Yep. An Iron Nebula. In both universes, I guess?
So no more Crescent Moon Nebula, I guess.
Nope.
Where are these people going to get rid of their trash?
Well, they're all dead on a dead planet, but yes.
The ramifications. Oh my god.
Yeah. I don't know if they thought about it.
And then final transmission. 3 of your Earth weeks later.
Yeah. Very funny. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. And now Michelle's got blue hair for no reason. Cool.
Most of this was in the trailer. Most of this final scene.
I don't remember, honestly.
Oh yeah, it was. But anyway, yeah, the Cameloid tries to trick her and say, "Hey, how was your debriefing? How was yours? You know, yeah, man. I know it's you. How long do you think you can keep this up?" It's like you still have fear in your eyes when you look at me. It's kind of cute. I like this scene.
It would work if the movie was different.
Yeah.
Because she's a genocidal maniac. They're Section 31 agents. And they play off like she's a murderer. They play off that everyone else died. I do not like for a second that Rachel Garrett has gone from being a one-off agent, which I'm fine with, to being she's now a regular attaché to this special unit.
And now she's a lieutenant commander. She got a promotion because of all this.
Which shows some promotions are not earned. Because what does she do in the whole thing?
She got out of handcuffs and went, woohoo!
How? Thank you for remembering that. Actually, that. Yeah, I do not like this ending. It's in the wrong movie. I don't like if Garrett had been, as you said earlier, if Garrett had been on a Federation starship in Monster Marine uniform, and then the closing beat is them warping in on a new ship, they'd be on board. Garrett, we need you. I'm on duty. We need you, Garrett. Phase her out. Why is she on this team? I don't like it. She's the wrong person for this. She's a real Starfleet officer doing science things, not this shit. Are you joking?
There's a little joke about I could kill you all anytime. We kind of deserve it. This isn't poison, is it? And there's one last surprise. The wife of Fluff is here in another identical suit, Vulcan Romulan thing.
Hair's sexier.
Which has a southern accent now.
Sexier hair, southern accent. And you know what? This was definitely right out of the TV script of like, hey, continue character. And I was absolutely fine with it. It was dumb fun.
Me too.
He was a fun actor who had a fun role. and to have him have a real deep connection with the villain of the previous episode, I mean this episode, yes, fine with that.
His wife's name is Wisp, just for the record.
Mm-hmm. No mention of the swarm, though, of the potential kids, which I would have wanted to have heard of, but that's okay.
Yeah. I wish you would have said, yeah, he's got something to answer for, which you did say, and then go on to say,
Yes.
gross. Go on to say, yeah, I have 190,000 hatchlings to look after by myself.
Sorry. Yes.
Then we get a final message from Control, which is Jamie Lee Curtis. And she mentions Turkana 4, which, if you don't know, is the planet that Tasha Yar grew up on with the rape gangs.
Ouch. Back in 1 second, my bladder.
Your bladder or your girlfriend, Sam? Hit the like button if you haven't. We have 146 likes. I'll hit 150. So 4 more likes. If you haven't hit like yet, please hit the like button. Go vote on the poll. We have currently 146 votes. I think it's 150. So 4 more votes on that as well would be great. And yeah, we're just closing out here, at least my part of it. Sam is going to join you with Marie, and she's going to give her thoughts on it. But I was done half an hour ago, so it's fine. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we got a Jamie Lee Curtis cameo, and basically assigns him a new mission, which is going to be for season 2, if there was a season 2, if this was a series. It will be for another Section 31 movie. I only hope that it'll be like Terminator or Alien or Star Wars, where the sequel is better than the first one. Would be my hope, but yeah, that's the end. And then at the end, the whole station and all the ships around it jump to warp, which I didn't expect the station to warp, so that's kind of cool. That's very 32nd century Discovery vibes there. Not the era that it's in. So too many implants, it was distracting. It was distracting, yes, I totally agree with that. So Jamie's appearance on Buck Rogers got bumps up as better. No more of these ever again, says Hip November. Anton Smith says Cap speaks for many of us. I'm glad I resonate with people.
Hello. That's my right.
I don't know if you heard any of what I said.
Nope,
there.
I was dying for a pee.
I said the ship jumps to warp, or the station jumps to warp, which is very 32nd century Discovery. Doesn't work here in this context for me personally, but hey. Why would the whole station go? Does the whole station go to Turkana 4 and experience the rape gangs? Everybody gets a chance to beam down or take their ships that also went with
I mean,
the
what's
station.
more impressive is 300 very small ships all warp out within 1 meter of each other. That's
Why? Just because they all got a communique, we need to jump to Turkana 4?
Yes? Hey, at least they warp out in warp stars. For the first time in a very long time in live action Trek. But yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis, she is absolutely passable. And I actually, looking at this, I bet those android parts are CG on top of her face.
Probably.
Because I don't think she'd necessarily make up for that. Because the way they're framed, yeah, look at that piece, the way it goes over her hair and not on it. Yeah, that's a CG face makeup. Huh. But like, we can't just have her. That's hilarious.
And BJ makes a good point. Yeah, the whole nightclub goes on a Section 31 mission.
Yep. I mean, move locations.
Personally, I would have preferred if they beamed to a ship and it was the garbage scow, but updated with like Section 31 kind of elements. Or a new ship. And that worked out instead. Because that makes sense for the whole station.
But we ran out of budget 6 seasons ago.
That's very true and quite obvious.
Yeah. And so ends the movie with a sense of teamwork. Movie 2. This is our good new team. We've got a Comloid that doesn't do any shapeshifting in the movie. We've got a guy augment who is an okay leader, but only okay. Got a mass murdering Giorgio who is there, and a Garrett who's also there, and a wife of another guy out for revenge who has skills to kill synths. And the best characters, or at least the most cool characters, are Potential Dead. And San, of course. Rip.
Well, San was not one of the cool characters. I was gonna say, I like Zeph. I wish he would be in more. But,
Prequels. Maybe his wife shows up in his own body. No, all right, Stuart. Now we have our closing. We have the epilogue with Marie, who is waiting to jump on and say what she thought. As a minor case Star Trek fan, you see what you guys think. Who is also drinkable, so we have drinks ready for that as well. So, Stuart, my man, my friend, I'll let you mull over for a second. So put in your review scores right now. We'd love some more super chats for drinking or scores or whatever. We'd love to get 4 or 5 or 6 scores. Let us know what you think via super chat. Like you said, these are really important for the channel, and a 5 or a 3 does make a difference. So if you can, put in a 5 or a 3 or a 10 or a 15, whatever, all helps. So Stuart, what did you think now, having reviewed it for 3 hours and a bit, and how does it feel different having done such an in-depth, because it was an in-depth review?
Yes, super chatting your scores, guys. I would really appreciate a super chat score. Anyway, the fact that we glazed over so much of that ending because it was just visual garbage and literal garbage in some cases says a lot. I think I might have to revamp my score, which was originally 5 out of 10, to a 4 out of 10. It's not without likable things. There are likable characters. I love the banter. There's something that could be done here. This wasn't it. They definitely dropped the ball on the main story and the pacing. But again, it was a series converted into a movie, which is quite evident. The characters I liked, and the one character I liked the most got killed. So I'm not looking forward to another one should they do another one. Although I do like the Cameloid. I think he's great. Rachel Garrett's fine. Giorgio is Giorgio. You know, I like her character, and I also hate her character in equal measure in all of these things. So it is what it is. The main Section 31 guy, I can never remember his fucking name. It begins with an A. But he is good. I like his character. I like this story, the backstory of being an augment, or a forced augment, if you want to use that term. The plot's awful, San's awful, nothing makes sense as far as what the bomb actually did, no clarification as to whether it just closed the rift, it destroyed half of or a whole quadrant on the Terran side. Lacking dialogue, lacking thought and writing to answer questions is a big problem. There's a lot of that here. Beginning's better than the end. About more than half, well, just under halfway through, it gets a little bit draggy and boring. The elongated skiff fight scene was awful. All the fight scenes were too long. And visually, it was just ugly to look at. Everything was too dark, or the piss filter, as somebody said earlier. Yeah, I think I'm being generous with a 4 out of 10. But I did like the characters. I did like the potential. I do like the potential of maybe seeing them interact again, but with my favorite character being gone, which is Zeph, I don't know how I feel about that necessarily. So it's fine. It's fine. It's a 4 out of 10. It's not, that's, like I said, that's generous. So that's my thought.
Now, if you were going to give it a score specifically of a Trek film score, not a personal enjoyment, of on a Trek film scale, where would you give it out of 10? Because I feel like a lot of reviewers are going to go on a Trek scale because, of course, it's a Trek film in theory.
2 out of 10 for a Trek score. Yeah, this is nothing about it is Trek. Not one goddamn thing.
I mean, the aliens.
Sure. One goddamn thing. All
right.
How about you? What did you think after reviewing it for this long? And what is your final score? I can't remember what your initial score was. It was 3.
I think it was 2.7.
2.7.
I think it was a high 2s. Or was it 3.7?
I think it was 3.7. I think
Maybe
we were in the high 3s.
Okay, I think it was 3.7. Yeah, it was 3.7 into high 3s. That was a joke in the review. Like, wow, you're like, wow, all that bullshit and you're high 3. Yeah, high 3. Yeah, so this is a tricky one. It is okay made. It looks okay, but not good. There's a lot of plot problems, which we've gone into today. A lot of structural problems, a lot of which break the entire immersion of the film and make you not go with it in a way that, for me personally, is like, well, you've ruined your film here, because you can't have credibility and logic if you do those things. Now, all of them could be seen in a script session, all of which could be fixed with a script addition, and it won't cost you much to have on set an actor say, if we do this, the bomb will destroy the Iron Storm. That's what we have to do. 6 minutes to film those 2 lines to fix that entire third act plot problem, right? A lot of that stuff is that. And it speaks to, did they not notice, which is some bad writers? Did they not care, which is bad direction? Did they not think it mattered, which means bad stewardship of the franchise? Or did they notice and not care, which is just incompetent creatives? And a lot of those things came through, more so than Discovery's done for a while, etc., etc. Lodex is famous for not doing this. Prodigy was very solid not doing this. This stuff is proper, hardcore, like low-end filmmaking story problems that you just don't write in because they're fixable, right? And we came up with loads. The acting is basic. And I was saying to someone earlier, this is to you, Stuart, as a question. Are there any good scenes? And I can't hear you before you answer. Are there any actually good scenes? Not good lines, good
Best
scenes.
The best scene was the introduction of all the characters on the Section 31 ship. After we'd already been introduced to them.
Yes. And
was it good?
It was okay.
It fell in line with the Ocean 11 films.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I mean. The best scene in the film is only okay. That's not a good thing to say. Score-wise, I think I should lower my score because I think it is not a strong movie. I think they should have made it a lot better. It should have been a lot better. Go into the silliness more, the camp more, the heist more, any more logic with the last bit, have less characters, more flashbacks, etc. I think I'm still pretty close to where I was because, it's in the 3s, right? For me anyway, it's in the 3s. I mean, 3.2 out of 10. I think just misses the 1/3. For Trek, I mean, you got to go 2. I think that's fair, or 1.5. But yeah, let's go 2. So yeah, that is our score. Now, guys, put in your score, and then we'll bring Marie in to give her thoughts. I'm very interested to see what you guys think.
I'm going to end the poll though. 160 votes, which is great. Mm-hmm. Would you rather watch Star Trek TNG Code of Honor or Section 31? 82% said Code of Honor. 17% said Section 31.
Damn. And Bill Barkley, I can't imagine Rebel Moon's worse than this. There's no chance. I mean, there's no chance it's worse. It's almost impossible to do.
Now, if you had said that Rebel Moon was a Star Wars movie, then it would fall right in line with Section 31 being a Star Trek movie because it's clearly not. It's similar. But not even similar. This one's not even similar to Star Trek in any way, shape, or form. So, all right, let's get to some of the super chats that have already been thrown out. Mm-hmm. Classic for real puts in $2. Code of Honor plus Rainforest ship out of 10.
Very nice. Very nice.
Gus for real also throws in $2 and says, "Nice to see Garrett alive and not solid red at least."
Yeah, red lady.
Yeah. Sergeant Montgomery Mako throws in $2 and says 0.0031. See what you did there.
All right.
Out of 10, old Admiral Ash Tyler should be handler. I'd love to see Ash Taylor return because he was put in charge of Section 31. So
could have been old age makeup. Could have been an old admiral hair.
Yeah. Yeah.
and some non-super chat scores. Let's see what you guys have to say. 2 out of 10 for BG Turin for the costumes. Too bad they killed Delton. Yes, agree. Anton, 2 out of 10. Plot lines, crappy aesthetics, lots of discounts. Super Coops, unlike Discovery, at least all the main characters have got something to do. Very true. Very, very true. However,
like I said, we got to know the characters better than this bridge crew of Discovery after 5
seasons. At least the vibe we did. Like, I felt like I know Washcombe or Detmer more, but they've had 5 seasons. They should do more, right? I like Discovery at least, with the characters. However, it didn't mostly make sense, and the plot is awful. 3 out of 10. At least no one cried. No, Sam cried.
He did.
Yes. Phoenix, minus 20 out of 10. So that's minus 20 out of 10. Minkin, 9 out of 11. Okay. So pretty high score.
I think he means 9/11. It's a disaster.
I mean, he said 9 out of 11. So.
But did he, though?
I don't know.
I think I know what he meant.
Bill, 1 out of 10. Ozzy, 6 out of 10. As well, 6 out of 10, so he quite liked it.
With fries, no less.
Verpine, 2 out of 10. Worthless plot, worthless action, worthless Trek, worthless villain, villainous hero character. Kill the characters I was interested in, will never rewatch. Hypno, 2 out of 10. One of the worst sci-fi movies I've ever seen. Just heartbroken of how shitty the filming Yo's fight scenes were. Merlot, 3.2. Oh, there we go. Beats us both. Or beats me at least. Bad Trek, almost decent sci-fi without the Trek. Score adjacent for DMG to the franchise. Damage to Joseph, 4 out of 10. Okay. Tenzingaro, 3 out of 10. Okay. Marker, 1.5 out of 10. Bill, 1 out of 10. Yeah.
And Marco, 0.5 for not being over 1.5 hours. Yeah, I expected this to be closer to 2 hours when I went into it, so I'm glad it wasn't.
Unless there was more mirror flashbacks. I've been fine with that. Imran, 0.5 out of 10. Goodness. So we were generous according to the scores of the fandom, apparently.
Yeah. And Mr. Brisby puts in £5 and says, keep it up. Thank you. Wesley Healy, €2. Happy to be watching Trekyards. Well, thank you so much. We're happy to be reviewing this for you.
Happy you're watching us, watching them, watching us, watching them. Very fun. All right, Stuart, are you going to stay around for Marie's epilogue? Are you going to pop out?
I'm going to pop out.
Okay.
I popped out half an hour ago.
Yay. All right. Well, everyone say goodbye to... Although I guess let Marie pop in, so at least you can vamp while we set up.
Sure.
I'll take a brief second.
So, guys, don't stop the likes. Please get the likes going. 160 likes would be great. Keep the super chats coming for Marie and Sam. And, yeah, unfortunately, I'm out. I got things to do, places to be. All that stuff. I'd much rather be not talking about Section 31. So it's over now. It's been great. Good tea. Nice house. Throws in $5. The most disappointing moments in Trek storytelling history was the burn. But this movie was definitely amongst the top 5 disappointing moments ever. The most disappointing in Trek moment was not the burn. I think the burn was a pretty good idea and reveal, honestly, if I'm being honest. It is what it is, and it was unexpected, and I like that. So, but teach their own. So, yeah, the burn wouldn't even be on my top 10 worst Trek moment list at all, if I'm honest. So, anyway, yeah, you guys stick around for Sam and Murray and enjoy that. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what his dad has to say, but I'll check this out later. I didn't expect this to be as long as it is. But, I mean, there was a lot to cover, and we owed it to you guys. It was a new movie, quote-unquote movie, in the Trek universe. And, yeah, like I said, looking forward to our year of movie reviews. Every month we'll have a weekend Drunkyards like this where we talk about a movie in the Star Trek franchise. Next month, obviously, February, will be a motion picture. and then we'll go follow down the road. So there'll be more than a year's worth of content for that on a monthly basis. So if you can join us on a weekend, that's great. We had a larger viewership than normal. I don't know if it's because it was hate watches or if it was because it was a weekend live, but we appreciate you guys. So thank you for tuning in.
We do. Look who it is, Stuart.
Hi, Marie.
It's Marie. She just watched the film and then heard a one-sided conversation of me ranting about the film.
I did, yes.
For how many hours? How was that rant, Marie?
It's been a while.
She didn't hear any of my rants?
No.
Oh, you missed out on the best part.
Possible.
All right, well, I'm going to go do things.
Yes.
Cool.
Thank you guys for watching, and sorry you're stuck here, Marie. Have fun.
It's okay.
Yeah.
See you later.
See you on Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever, Monday, Stuart. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Live long and prosper. Remember, keep Trek in your hearts, because it ain't on screen.
Goodness.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. And then we're going to swap right over. Oh, the icons. Oh, yes, it's going. Oh, no. And I should. Okay. How dramatic. I need to move this. Alright, this is Marie. This is my more beautiful other half. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, yes, this needs to be near you. So
Yes,
this is
'cause
now
I've
the
got quite-
epilogue bit, because Marie's been very kind to let me do this with all of you guys for many hours now. So this is still Drunkyards format. She has her own drink. If you want to show the fine people. Poor Marie must enjoy. Yes, so we're going to go for a little bit of time. Who wants to super chat drinks for Marie? She is now here. Wahahaha. Epilogue, because this is Marie's A. Sounds a bit low. Well, yes, because it's because I have to move it over here. Can I modify that? Maybe. Let's find out. Blep. How's that? Let us know. Yeah. Low volume. Yes, you guys are yelling. Because it's over here now. Has to be close to her. Can't get the mics to work.
It's because I talk quiet.
Well, I guess we'll just pump up the volume. There you go.
Okay.
Pumped it up to +4. All right. Let us know now. Is that better? Marie, talk so you can hear.
You have to tell me what to say.
I'm not. You have your own independent thoughts.
No.
How is that? I just upped it by a
How is
significant
what?
margin. Volume
The
level.
volume.
Shout, he says. No.
You have to put this over here so I can actually see.
Yeah.
That's too far. Thank you.
Right, for you guys to comment. Woo loud. That's a good sign. Okay, it's better. Good. I'll do one more bump. But it's absolutely max now. Huzzah. So yeah, super chat for Marie. Questions, comments. We'd love a few super chats for things and bobs. Because Marie, you're not often on these lives. So do make it a special hello. If I can have some more vodka. Glass of vodka, please. Thank you.
This one?
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
All right, so Marie, you it's crashed. So you heard a one-star review, but we had a brief talk about it. Oh yeah, you tried to ignore me. So what did you think of the first Star Trek movie in a decade or so? What did you think about Star Trek Section 31?
Oh, it's okay? You have to ask me a specific question.
Oh, classic for real. Remember, for 21 months says, howdy, Marie.
Hey.
The one, the only, the Marie.
Thanks.
Now, why okay and not good? Because you do often default to, that's okay.
I don't know. It wasn't as emotional as it was trying to be. It just didn't hit the right spots, you know? What's the question?
No. Why okay and
Why
not good?
else?
Because you make a distinction there with how you say things.
Goodness.
Now, I'll just reiterate. Maria's seen all of TOS and Star Trek 1, 2, and 3 with the intent to watch more, of course. We haven't got there yet. So, interest in Trek. Obviously, she's done some Trek. She's seen some Trek being filmed on my side. So, she has knowledge, but not Trekky. Ooh, so it's a bit of a different perspective. So, it's useful. So okay, but not good.
Yeah.
Did you know Giorgio at all?
No, I hadn't. I don't think I'd seen Discovery season 1 or 2.
So that was very fresh. So what do you think of her as a character and the fact that she murdered her parents in the first scene?
It's just a bit random. Not knowing anything else, it's a bit odd intro. Well, I guess it's not that odd intro to a film. Like, she did explain that you know, she's been in this scary war games basically, so
Hunger
I guess
Games.
that would change a person, wouldn't it? So
Yeah.
she's obviously been some sort of indoctrinated into
Mm.
feeling that way, that she should do that to being emperor. Why would you not?
Yeah.
And it was a surprise. I didn't know that was going to happen.
Yeah, I did try not to say anything.
But
Didn't quite think she'd be that evil.
yeah, it was evil straight away.
But did you? That's actually really interesting. You didn't know the character
No.
then. So, did you then root for her as a character, knowing she killed a predator in the first scene a while ago? Fine, but how did that affect your like? Did you think, oh, that's our hero? Did you think she's the villain? Or how did you? Because I guess you didn't know if she was a villain or not necessarily. How did that go in? Because it's such a bold thing to if you don't know who the character is.
Yeah, I don't think I really had any feelings. I was just sort of like, oh, where's this going to go? Because obviously the film is about, well, it's about her. So they're going to want you to feel some kind of way about her specifically. They're going to want her to be likable in a way, even if you do hate her, you know?
Okay. Yeah, okay.
So,
Horrible actions in a likeable way.
yeah. You can have it like an anti-hero where you still like them, but they do horrible things.
Okay. That's fair. That's interesting. Did you like her in it? Did you like the character?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. I liked it near the end.
Okay. As in like the fight or like the actual
Like
end?
the end.
Where she was being sort of charming and...
Yeah.
Ha, I won't kill you, but I might. It's like, ha.
But that was also kind of weird at the same time. Like I kind of liked it, but it was also weird.
Forced?
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to be...
Also, I kind of liked it.
And yeah, Robert says, I guess for anyone new, this film would have been totally confusing. Giorgio, doesn't make sense. They're going to have spaceships, but they had to abide by certain rules, which would be weird. Obviously, you don't know about those rules and such.
No.
Did you guess that the guy was going to be the guy? The phase shift guy was the friend from the start? Did you?
Oh, no.
No?
No idea. Oh, you told me why you thought that was who it was.
The musical cue.
The music.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily listen out for the music
Which is
as
fine.
much as...
But for me, it was a riff on a very familiar old theme. I was like, oh, that's that theme. Oh, that's them again. So it was very like distinct. I didn't even hear the rest of the music. I couldn't tell you anything about it. So when he was revealed... So I guess when you saw the character die... It's my ear. Thanks, Stuart. I need to turn those off, don't I? Bloop, bloop. There you go. Yeah, so when the Sam character died in the flashback, you didn't think anything of it because he was already, like, you didn't think anything of him dying because, of course, he was going to die at some point. There wasn't a big, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I think if you're meant to think that's the guy in the suit, then him dying in the flashback is a scene. If you don't think it's him dying doesn't have the same...
To be fair, I thought he died at the beginning when she burnt his face with the sword.
Yeah. Yeah. It's possible. Yeah. So when he was revealed, he's not really dead, he's alive. What did you think?
I kind of didn't really care. It sounds really horrible. What bit was that?
When they're on the hover thing that went up into the sky and she's the robot and he's like,
yes.
oh, he's alive. And she's like, oh.
I mean, I guess it's kind of sad because she's sort of maybe changed.
Mm.
And then
Maybe.
he's obviously bitter about his life.
Mm-hmm.
Rightly so, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Although as the film forgets, he's 67 years older than when he fake died.
Yes, you said.
Yeah. So it looks great for
Weird.
it. I mean, it looks great for being 90-something. But what did he do for the last 60-something years? It's quite a long time, 67
Maybe
years.
he was frozen.
I wish they'd said it. They
'Cause
didn't.
that other man was frozen, wasn't he?
They did. They said it. Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of the film could be explained by dialogue that explains things. If only. But guys, Marie, show your drink again. She's raring.
Pink.
So go.
This way.
Yes.
That's this one.
Is
I'll show you the
Drunkyards.
bottle.
Ask some questions. I'd love to hear some. Oh yes, it was.
No, wrong way. This way.
Yeah. Cherry marshmallow. Oh yes, the fancy one.
It's very nice. It doesn't even taste like alcohol. It's great.
Dangerous.
It's very strong.
Yeah, so guys, throw in some. I love some questions like them because, as you said, Marie's good at answering questions about things. Oh, sorry, like what do you think?
Questions are much better than what did you think?
Yeah, so throw in some questions. I mean, they can be techie. It could be interesting. I'm trying to think of some fun stuff. But throw in some, guys. 71 people here. 71 people here.
Wow.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Marie, she's lovely.
Thank you.
Dr. Nilsson, the famous.
Oh.
Yes.
I try.
Yes, you do. You're amazing. Okay, so the reveal was of the guy, but was he not a bit underwhelming as an actor to then like to have all that emotion on the last 20 minutes? Like this all is on this guy's shoulders, and he's sort of just he's alright. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't find it very emotionful. Like I feel like that sort of the way it ended, it was sort of like, oh, you're meant to feel a certain way, feel bad for these people. Oh no, he's dying. Oh dear. But I just was like,
And
which is sad.
We do watch quite a lot of.
Better.
We do watch quite a lot of movies.
Yeah.
I feel like for the most part, you sort of buy into the world. Even for that, like we don't know who these people are.
Exactly.
Know, like that film we watched, the with Sandra Bullock, who was a writer and a writer. Like it was silly, but I sort of bought into the people. But then, like you say, I didn't feel anything either of the guy dying. It is so blank, and that's the film's fault for not giving us enough. Because films do it all the time, right? All we have is an hour and a half of these characters. That's it, and yet this couldn't give us enough to work with. Do you think it would have worked? Do you think that would have solved if he'd been in more flashbacks? Like if he'd been throughout the Sand
more
character,
development.
well, just in more scenes. Yeah. Like, would you have cared more? Or is there not enough even to go with that one?
I don't know if there's enough build up because all you see that makes you care anything is that one scene that they repeat over and over and over again when they were really young.
Which was, well,
other than that, is her being
point.
mean to him, basically. So why would you care?
Yep. Yeah, he's in one scene as his real old self, and he's a slave man. It's just like, oh. What did you like about it? That's a good question. Anything's the right answer, right?
Goodness. I like the space station.
Yeah.
It's pretty. I do like the people in it.
Yeah.
Thought they were good. They were okay. The main, like...
Team.
The team, that's the word. They were pretty good.
An eclectic bunch of people.
Yeah. That's nice, though, because you've got different people doing different things, different skill sets, different personalities. Is quite good.
We weren't forgetting who they were. They were all pretty distinct.
I'm really bad with names, so I couldn't name any of them. But yeah, they were
Rachel Garrett, the lady, but that's because she's already a character in Trek, so kind of cheat there.
The
human lady.
The human lady, yes.
She becomes a captain of Enterprise.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
Nice.
Pretty prestigious role.
Yes.
There's only 6 Enterprises, 5 Enterprises. Not many. So the people kind of sold you a little bit. Which is what Stuart said. That was his big takeaway. The characters work, mostly. You kind of, I feel like you kind of interchange their quips a little bit with each other. It's sort of like they're all just actors having a decent time, it felt like, but just like quipping. And it's fun, but you kind of like interchange their dialogue. And the reason I say that, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but if you could swap the dialogue between them, then they're not necessarily characters, they're just tropes with dialogue. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a bad thing, just, you know, their potential, right? Now, would you, if it's, assume it's the same story, over 6 episodes of a miniseries?
I don't know how you could pad that out unless they were really short episodes.
And then it'd be the same length of the movie, give or take.
Yeah, that is kind of what it feels like. It feels like not even 20-minute episodes, really, is it?
40-minute? Yeah. Yeah, chunks.
Little episodes. It feels like it's little episodes all compiled into one big, small film.
Which is, you know, films have acts. That's what acts are, but they're not as distinct. But yeah, absolutely, yeah, you could. But I agree with you. I think, how would you pad that to be 6 episodes? I mean, more flashbacks.
Yeah, maybe they could have put more emotion in it.
But then wouldn't it be telegraphing who the villain is if you do more flashbacks?
True.
Because how else
it would be quite obvious, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But would that necessarily be a bad thing?
I don't know. It was played as a twist, you know.
There's There's other twists in it, though.
There are other twists, but not many. Yeah, because there's not that much story. And it's just a super weapon film.
Mm.
There's not much else. Like, if you break it down. Yeah. Yeah, so do you think you would have preferred it as as a series with a bit more padding and more character? Or as a boom bam done mediocre movie?
There's that. Even if it was a series, I probably would have watched it all in one go.
Huh.
Because that's the sort of person I am.
Yeah. Yeah. And they probably would have released it as one batch, thinking
Exactly,
it's
they would have dumped it all
enough.
straight away on whatever
And it
streaming service
could have been
it's on,
better.
and people binge it all in one day.
Yeah. So it would have been just basically 3 movies, in essence, 3 hour and a halves. It's split into 45 minutes.
Huh?
Well, I mean, if they're 40-minute episodes, then 2 of those is roughly a movie.
Oh, yeah. I see.
So it'd be 3 movies, ostensibly, versus 1 movie, time-wise. Roughly. What are people saying? Have you seen the black and white alien from TOS? Because that was the same bartender friend man person. They have the episode TOS where there's black and white and a white.
Or just
Not
the same
alien. Yeah. Remember that? Black and the white, white and the black.
Vaguely, yes, actually. Now that I didn't when I was watching it, but now that you mention it, yes, I do.
Because racism, as in, let's look at racism by having one black, one white, one black. It's the same thing. It's not this. It is. Yes. Guys, any thoughts to Marie? She was having some very poignant thoughts. Any final super chat to have, Marie? A full drink of drink.
I do have a full drink.
I have a pretty full drink. Any thoughts, comments, 63 of you watching? We have 160 likes.
Nice.
Yeah, we had some city polls that people were not thrilled.
Oh, people didn't like it.
Well, we gave them options of would you rather watch this or a not good other Trek, and they all mostly went for the not good.
Oh, you did multiple polls.
Mm-hmm.
Different other good, not good ones.
Yeah, Star Trek 5 is not renowned as a good film for various reasons. A lot of them because they didn't have the right budget and they got sort of betrayed with that. So it's like, have they more money, more time, they would have made a better film. That's not, whatever. And then there's an episode of TNG, which is they made so Next Generation, the first season, which is not the best season anyway, where they made an alien race, black Africans. Now that sounds bad because they could have been aliens who were black, but they weren't. They were aliens who were black and Africans with tribal culture. So it felt racist because even though they're aliens, they were the full black culture in a stupid, stereotypical, negative way. Even though they were aliens. And I said in our live video review, if they were blue, you wouldn't think anything of it. Because they were not hiding the silly, they were not allegorying it, it was very literal. And the story's a bit daft. And so that's a famously bad episode that people don't like. It's like, how did you make this?
Yep.
How?
Yep.
And in fact, amazingly, the same writer went on to make the exact same story in Stargate SG-1 Season 1, but with Japanese culture and women versus black culture and women. It's almost the same episode. It's really remarkable.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's really kind of impressive, actually. That's one of 2 of 10 credits they've ever done. It's like, what? I mean, Carter's pretty good in it. To be fair, she does a good job in it, but that doesn't mean the episode's good.
No.
It's a pretty interesting watch, though.
No.
Because if they're blue, you wouldn't think anything of it.
Thank you.
If they're blue or green, but they're not. And people say they'd rather watch that than this.
Oh. I don't think it was that bad.
See, that's the thing. And, I mean, many people said...
It is mid.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't...
Yeah.
It's not good.
It doesn't feel like Trek, though. But it's an okay film.
Doesn't it just feel like a made-for-Netflix, like, generic sci-fi movie? You watch the thing, okay. You'll never think of it again, will you?
Probably not.
Like left no impression. Yeah. Not like The Witcher or something like that.
No, it's not like, oh, that bit was really cool, I'd watch it again for that.
No, that's what Stuart.
Because it's been a few hours and I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, I said
There
Stuart.
are bits I liked, but I don't remember them.
Like, is there a good scene, like an actually good scene in the entire film? Yeah. Well, some okay scenes, but I don't think there's any good scenes. You know? And for an action film, normally you think action scenes or quippy dialogue.
There might be good scenes, they're just not very good. Very memorable.
But I've watched it twice and reviewed it for 4 hours, and I wouldn't say there's any good scenes.
Oh, sad.
Like I said, okay scenes. Not very good. Well, there's a distinction there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a... How would you have made it better then, do you think? Like, what would have instantly made it improved?
Better music.
Okay.
Don't ask me what that means.
No.
It's just...
Yeah. More memorable, more interactive. More...
And also music helps you get in the feels, even if the dialogue isn't great.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what was playing during the guys dying scene at the end. I've
absolutely no idea.
Nope.
If there even was any music, I don't know.
Yeah,
because there were some
right.
bits where there's just no thematic music.
Wow,
at all.
I hadn't thought of that.
But yeah, I don't necessarily listen when I'm watching a film. I don't necessarily listen to the music. It's sort of in the background for me.
Wow.
But it does make a scene sometimes. But you're not necessarily focusing on the music. You're focusing on what's actually happening, and in the background, it sort of brings you into the feels.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know how to explain it.
That's a really salient point. Yeah, that's really smart. Yeah, I have no concept. The only music I remember is the borrowed Borg cue, which doesn't make sense either.
I don't remember that.
You wouldn't.
I don't. I remember the angry music at the beginning.
Yeah,
and the little Star Trek bit towards the end.
Yeah, it was a little.
That's
thing.
it.
Yeah.
That's really sad. Oh, I feel bad for this film.
But it's not even because it was bad. It just wasn't good. And that's the weird thing. So this was going to say I'm glad I remembered. So many people, which because you looked at my comments earlier today and maybe you commenting, many people, and guys, let us know in the chat if you agree or not. Many people have said, I watched it for 20 minutes, then couldn't watch any more. Or something similar to that. And the first 20 minutes takes us about up to the bar introduction scene. As a non-fan, would the first 20 minutes... Like, do you think 20 minutes, I'll click off, I can't be bothered? Because that's really harsh. Like, do you turn off films if you don't like after 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
But it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, that's
It was only an hour and a half, so it didn't feel... I do think the pacing was a bit weird, but it wasn't so slow that I needed to turn it off.
It's the last third that gets you pace-wise.
Yeah.
It's the last third that kind of drags.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so was it anywhere near turn off bad? Or...
Not for me, no.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. Exactly, I agree. I don't know why... Like, even me being... Is that a foot?
That's my
hello.
slipper.
Like, even me who knows Trek, I'm not offended by it. It's just not well made. You know, there's been worse Trek. It's like, yeah.
I've got the hiccups.
Yeah. Do you think... Are you of the sort that if you like a franchise... And the guys again in the chat, let us know if you agree. So say you love a franchise, right? And you do love several franchises. Is it better to have no new content for a bit, or a bad bit of content in that time period? So like Aragon goes quiet for 12 years, or at least a book that no one likes in the middle of those 12 years.
Yeah, I'd rather them just leave it alone.
Why?
Because it's sort of, you watch and you go, oh, that's really anticlimactic. Sort of... I don't know. It makes you sort of lose hope that they'll do anything good.
Or even like the what you thought was good might have been it was good back then. Like they can't write it now because everything's made of its time and people change. So maybe they just can't write or whatever. So does this, do you think, hurt Trek in that if it's not a good movie, does it not look good on Trek as a current thing?
What do you mean?
Well, same analogy, right? If this is the only film in 10 years and one of the only 3 things this year, if this is not enjoyed, is it better it wasn't made to not hurt Trek, or is it good it was made even if it's not good?
Don't know the answer to that question. It's a hard one.
Mm-hmm.
Because it still wasn't bad though. I think some people would like it. But it's not very Trek. If you didn't tell me it was Trek, I would, and you didn't show the thingy at the Delta at the beginning, I would have absolutely no idea.
Yeah. Because you wouldn't recognise the audio cues.
Until the end.
The little sound effects, or you wouldn't recognise the stuff, would you? So...
The
tricorder. Well,
I recognise the tricorder, but if you didn't...
Yeah.
Until the very end-ish, where they play the theme, you would never know. Really, would you?
Yeah. Yeah,
You just think it was some space people.
Space people.
Going on an adventure.
Yeah. And mass murderers are here for some reason.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the thing. I don't find it offensive. It's not bad. It's just not good. It's below average, but it's not bad. I think people just hate it for the sake of it, but...
I didn't hate it.
Yeah, but you wouldn't, because it doesn't offend your Trek sensibility, so it is obviously... But that's why I liked having a non-Trek fan to come in. And in fact, you might like it less over time.
Oh.
So Rotten Tomatoes, which is a variable platform.
Yes.
18% people, 23% critic. What's your reaction to that?
That's sad for the film. And it's sad for the people in it, because I'm sure they tried their best.
Yeah, and I felt like the actors did try.
Yeah.
Like,
I didn't think the acting was bad.
But it wasn't
Mostly.
good, though. Yeah.
No.
I mean, certainly some people like the two black leads I thought were pretty good. The shapeshifter and the main guy. Both pretty good. The Rachel Garrett lady was fine.
Yeah.
Not anything in particular. Oh, wow, San looks like that. With his long hair. Goodness, that is not the look. Wow. Oh, this now is low. So, the actor who plays San is called James Hiroku Lau. This is now his lowest rated project on Rotten Tomatoes.
Goodness, lots of things. Frankenweenie. I love him.
His highest was 87% Frankenweenie, lowest is 23% this one.
That's sad.
That is sad. So he's now reached the worst of his thing. What's his second lowest? And he's pretty... second lowest...
I didn't even know you could search like this.
I didn't know either. Second lowest, 24%.
Never heard of it.
There's only been 5 things though. Yeah, oops.
Aw.
But hey, in Star Trek and was paid. Who else do we have? And the robot guy was fun. The non-robot guy. The mech
The
suit.
mecha. Yeah, the mecha, yeah.
He
right.
is a giant Star Trek fan. He is like huge. He did an interview. His lowest rating is not this, it's Hot Pursuit in 2015. Oh wow, that's sad. So that's good, not for him. His highest thing is Pursuit Rim, which he was in. Yeah, he did a whole interview a week before saying, just so you know, guys, it might not be for everybody.
Aw, that's sad.
Because he knew, because you can't not know. Oh, the low place Rachel Garrett, lowest is 10% Red Riding Hood on Rotten Tomatoes. Which I don't remember her in, but she's also one of the many people.
I don't remember.
I thought it was better than 10% Red Riding Hood. The Shapeshifter, this is his worst rated thing. Oh no, and the Section 31 agent guy, his worst is 4% at Reach Me in 2014. Oh, sad. That's so low. No, you're right. 4% though. And the director, this must be his worst. No, his worst reviewed thing is 6% Evidence.
Yeah, but it's still got more people score. It's 28% people.
Yes.
Aw.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at that, but yeah. Although the director's best is only 44%, that's not high. That is not high. He did a lot of Discovery directing. That's interesting, didn't he could do that?
No,
Oh, is it Michelle Yeoh's worst film now? No, okay, good. Michelle Yeoh's worst is Babylon AD at 7%, which I have heard
I don't
of.
know what that is.
Not a good film, apparently.
Aw.
Deary me. Yeah, I mean, I don't really trust Rotten Tomatoes truly because you can often be review bombed. So a lot of people put negative reviews and that skews scores. Yeah. But it's a good first check. But would you say it was 23% or 18% good?
That sounds more than that.
I mean, we don't go percentage wise. What would you give if you had to give a percentage score wise?
Percentage?
Yeah, of enjoyment.
Oh, probably about 50-50.
Hmm.
I don't say it was that low. I didn't hate it. I feel like 18 is too low.
Yeah.
For audience score.
Because Stuart gave it a 5 out of 10 and lowered it to like a 4.5, I think it was.
Nah, I'll stay with 5.
And when I did the initial review, I said 3.7. So I felt like I couldn't give it a 4, so it wasn't that good. Then I did 3.2.
That's harsh, man.
Well, because what it is good though, the default average is 5 for me, and it's below average. But bad is that's what I mean. It felt yeah, it's interesting. Let's see. But if you guys have no super chats for Marie, then she'll not be able to down a drink. That's crazy, guys.
I made a full drink. And
you did make a full drink.
That's it.
50 people here. It has 2 out of 10 for IGN, which are famously
IGN.
positive reviewers. So that is very low for them. Yeah, but But I'm not going to shit on it. I'm going to go 3.7. Yeah. Ooh.
What?
Is it the worst Star Trek you've seen?
No.
Oh, okay.
Don't ask me what is, because I don't know, but I don't think it is.
Instant reaction. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I wasn't bored. I
No?
didn't pick up my phone and start playing
You
game
have
or
done
reading
before.
a book or everything, or fall asleep, so it wasn't that bad.
So would you say, you haven't watched that much, would you say some of TOS is worse then? Because that's really what you've seen as a parallel. Because I don't think you'd imagine the motion picture such as Star Trek 3 are worse. The one with V.
I mean, that one where they were going through that cloud
is more boring.
nebula. Oh my goodness, why did it go on for 2 hours?
But it was better than this with the dialogue.
That bit wasn't.
It wasn't.
No.
Visuals are better.
Yeah.
And the end's kind of cool. And
Yeah.
that
cloud bit's boring though.
The cloud is it looks pretty.
It needed about
5 minutes, 10 minutes less.
quarter of the way, not that whole whatever.
Yeah, they call it the slow motion picture.
I see why.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, there's some episodes that just not for me. Not. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not really about the war-y ones as much. Just. Meh.
But also, I like the boring can be worse than bad. As in, you can watch a bad movie, but it's fun.
Oh, I love watching bad movies.
Yeah, so I imagine a boring TOS one.
Yeah.
You would review worse because it's boring. Because boring, if it's actually not just because you can find it boring doesn't mean the Trek fans find it boring. There's a slightly different scale there. But let's say we all find it boring, then it could be worse because why did I watch this?
Exactly, because if it's a bad film and it doesn't keep your interest, what's the point of watching it?
Yeah.
You would just turn it off.
Yeah.
Which obviously some people have.
Yeah, well, yeah. But I'm interested because I found it less good the second time watching it because...
It's because all the twists are spoiled for you. You don't have any what's that mean? What does this mean?
Yeah. So I love to see how you'd watch it a second time if you didn't like it as much because then it might be more boring. Yeah. But films aren't meant to be watched more than once innately. You watch them and then... they're good if they're good a second time, but you're not watch them thinking, on the 7th watch they'll like it. That's not how you watch films, right? So, guys, why talk about Stargate Atlantis?
Because we're boring.
Apparently,
we like the film.
The hate watch isn't here. You've seen Stargate Atlantis, haven't you?
Some, yes.
Some, yeah.
Many years ago.
Many years ago. It's great. It's not boring at all. Met the entire cast, pretty much. Haven't met Stephen Cole or the pilot guy, haven't I guess then the pilot's underneath him, but... Marco says, The Wishes was funny bad for me, but it was uncomfortably bad.
No.
Yeah. See, I was surprised you... Also, I guess we're starting to close out, guys, because you guys aren't super chatting your thoughts and making me drink.
It's alright.
So much drink. Because I liked the first the Kelly family bit. Not liked, but for what the movie is, I liked it. There were better things to watch, but I thought it was interesting, well shot. I thought it was contextually interesting. I like the canon. I thought the first 16
I didn't
minutes,
like the yellow. I made it hard to see.
It's real yellow. Yeah.
But yeah, it's okay. It's fine.
They gave you texture.
It's an interesting setup.
It was murder texture, but it was texture.
Well, something.
And
you just saw watching you go, oh, damn.
And you thought she poisoned her family with the broth, with the soup?
Was it not that?
I assumed you thought that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Stuart was thinking he assumes she might stab them all to death.
Yeah, if you have to kill your whole family, poisoning them is a bit harsh. Because it wasn't like, boom, you're dead. It was like, here, suffer for a few minutes and then you're dead.
I mean, you can have
but
fast
then
and
I
slow
guess,
poisons.
you know, it's not like they could fight back because it was too late, but it's a bit harsh.
But it would have been an action if she actually stabbed them all. That would have been such a big, bold start.
Yeah.
But, like, okay, last question on that then. Did you think from the start that she felt remorseful for doing it? That she felt sad that she had to do it, but she had to do it? Or was she so tricking them that she did it and it wasn't really that sort of thing in her brain? So I'm kind of torn on how to feel at that start.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she was trying to look like she felt bad. But also, she's probably, if they were in this trials thing, she's probably killed other people anyway.
Oh God,
so you sort of, I guess, become numb to it and just like, yeah, whatever.
And if it was her choice to do this, then she was raring for the potential. If she's not chosen, then she has to come to terms with either I die or kill.
Yeah, it might also be a relief to her because then she's not gonna be going around thinking her parents are disappointed's the wrong word, but like
that's interesting.
Judging her, I guess, for having killed other people.
Yeah,
they won't look at you the same way as normal kid.
Also, a great salient point. Yeah, it's a really good point. Thank you with your smart points.
Sometimes I have good.
You do.
Brain thinks, yes.
That's the thing we've saved. But Mark has done a thing. I'm going to read and then drink.
Yay.
Mark
says, take a sip of some sort of alcohol. I've gone with instant vaporization if I had to.
That means we now have to drink half a shot.
Oh, yes. For killing. Yeah, that would have been much nicer.
It's funny what you say.
Kill someone a certain way.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think. And again, that's amazing, Mark. We'd love to get another 10. I'm just saying, another 10. I mean, 20 she'll finish it. As in, roughly how much you drank there. That's about...
Oh, yeah.
You drank about a third.
How much strong is this? Ooh. I was drinking in the other room as well.
Yes, you were.
Good. 20%.
Oh, so 4 5s, 2 10s, 1 20. Just saying, it would be tremendous. Because it's one of the things where God, it's kind of arrogant. I've done a lot of writing.
Yes.
But I feel like I could write that story better. And there's things you can do to kind of elevate scenes. And they took a lot of not options. I know you don't know this Star Trek reference, of course, but in the prequel series Enterprise, we do see the Mirror Universe, and it's a phenomenal two-parter, like proper top-tier Trek. It only takes place in the Mirror Universe, so you get a really nice, like, unique perspective. And at the end of it, I won't spoil exactly, but someone takes over because that's what the society is. Like, if there's an option, I will go for the gold, win, now I'm the leader. Standard, right? And that lady would have been old, but you could have put her in old lady makeup and said she was 120, and they could have actually had her, could have had that actress return. That's what too. Could have had her return, and a longer scene. Fine, it would have been slightly different. But and this is what you guys said in the chat. Quite a lot of old makeup. Fine, whatever. But have the other actress return. Have her give away the idea of the Empire to, I will now pick 18 children who will be my proteges and they'll fight. You had a lot more depth to that. And then she's in those scenes, then she gets killed or sacrifices herself or die. Fine, whatever. But you have that really nice grounding, would have just elevated the scene from me just, kids, kill. Like, really, like, you know what I mean? What do you think? It's a lot to say. Would that have been more interesting?
What, to have a bit better setup?
Yeah, with an existing character. Yeah. Because I think that would have been interesting to have. I think it would have been interesting to have. I like setup and things that make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like the film was borrowing from a lot of other places as well at the same time.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like it didn't have many original ideas. It pulled upon inspiration, but they weren't all.
Well, it's like Hunger Games with the trials, and then you've got
heist
film. But that's like a trope of a lot of things.
But yeah,
and you've got the Fifth Element-esque with some of the aliens singing. Yeah, not all of it, but that first bit, very that song.
Yeah.
The outer phase stuff just reminds me of Dune.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
There's probably some other stuff, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah. Well, the sound effect was super similar.
Yeah, exactly.
Super similar. Clearly inspired.
Yeah. That's interesting, though. I did like that part.
Well, that's what I said to Stuart.
It went on very long, though. But it was a good idea.
Yeah, I said to Stuart, the first bit is pretty good, but there's 3 parts to it, and the third one is entirely too long. Like,
and then they never use it again.
What?
Also, that bug man in the little ship.
Yeah.
Why did he not just leave in the first place? When they were fighting, and he was just I don't remember. They were fighting at one point, or they were chasing him. Why didn't he just fly off in his little ship?
You mean in the middle bit in the yeah, well.
Yeah, they were chasing him. Why would you just not fly off there?
Well, because he wasn't being rescued yet. He would have just been a little dude on a planet and died. He couldn't go off the planet. So it's better to try and escape with your life raft and then be rescued than be a tiny. But then if
in his tiny little ship, not fly in space.
Probably, but not fast because he's tiny.
Yeah, maybe that's true.
But then you're right.
Oh no, but it does seem silly.
I hadn't thought that. But yeah, I mean the baddie Sand is in orbit beaming up, so he's right there. Why couldn't he beam? But also we don't want them to kill the actor, as in he's in scenes. Otherwise you can't really do much with it.
True.
Yeah. Very Men in Black, wasn't it? It's like a whole character that does that. But Mark, remember for 59 months.
Wow.
And that's just
That's
how long.
time.
That's just how long we've had it as an option.
Aww.
I know. Metropolitan Council. I shall be in your vicinity in late June.
Ooh.
Couldn't think of anything else for this monthly announcement. Oh, is that you or me? That's you.
That was me.
Hello.
It's alright. It's just a telephone.
Yes, Mark will be in June.
Aww.
That's crazy. Don't even know what will be in June. Don't even know. Don't know.
On the moon.
Maybe.
In June.
Oh.
It rhymes.
Or a balloon. Or it could be in a monsoon.
Please no. Don't manifest that.
Touch the fake wood, yeah. Or be in a balloon.
This is real.
I think it's plasterboard.
That's wood.
Oh, okay, fair if you think.
It's got wood in it.
Probably. Alright, any final thoughts on the Sex and the movie? We're going 4 hours and 51 minutes. Marie has been very kind. It was some very eloquent thoughts.
Thanks.
Well done, you.
Thanks. I was drinking in the other room.
Yes, you were.
It helps me.
Yes. No, really good thoughts. Really good thoughts. Basically, we see a film together, everyone knows thoughts. Just get you drunk and you've got some really good thoughts.
Yes.
Good job. Any final super chats for the lovely Marie? 20 inch or down the drink?
Yes.
Yeah.
And pass out.
Yes. It is midnight. Oh, no, sorry, no.
No.
We start early. Is that you... Now, you're quite a measured lady.
What's she going to say?
Yes. Is there anything you actively didn't like about the film? Like, actively thought, no, didn't like that?
Not really.
They can be small. They can be... I mean, you said the dying sequence, that had no impact.
Yeah,
so that was probably...
Yeah, but I didn't hate it. It
No,
just didn't make me
didn't
feel
say
like
hate.
anything.
No, just did not like.
Oh.
I don't mean hate. I just mean just didn't like. You got a lot of things just didn't like. Just didn't like that. Didn't work for you. Not that dramatic. Just didn't like that bit.
Well, I mean, yeah, the dying bit, because he's all for, I want to kill you, until he was dying. And then it was like, oh.
Yep. Instant reversal.
It seems like...
Disingenuous?
Yeah, because obviously she hugged him and it was like that. And then I thought there was going to be another, like, not necessarily hug, but similar moment.
Yeah.
Where he'd, like, pause a bit more and be like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Maybe
but he was full force
this,
the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that bit. Anything else?
Yeah, I wouldn't say you didn't. It was just a bit meh.
Okay, that was the bit meh. Anything else you did not like, you think? Oh, but also the bomb didn't make sense.
The bomb didn't make sense. Why?
So the bomb, the guy stole the bomb.
Yes.
To tell his people.
Yes.
To come through, so he can bomb 1/4 of our galaxy and destroy it, which will cause chaos. So his his people can come strip mine our galaxy for resources. That was his plan.
Are you going to say about she has to be the one to activate it?
Except at the end, she has to be the one to activate it with a borrow thing. So he couldn't use the bomb without her there, and get it turned on.
Why would you steal it?
And waited.
Unless it's all a big elaborate trap to get her to go on the ship anyway.
But he had her several times. He could have just grabbed her, literally several times.
And what counts as a biosignature? Could you just like stab her a bit and then drip her blood on it?
Yeah, probably. I mean, sure.
Yeah, that's a bit silly. That does. You are right about that.
Because as I said, when I watched the second time, knowing the bomb can't go off unless she touches it takes all the tension away from the last scene. Because we see it can't go off. It just stops.
Yeah, there's no like high pressure stakes.
There is until if you don't realise it. So it's a weird trick because you think, but yeah. But also she said the bomb had no failsafe, and yet the failsafe doesn't actually turn on until she turns on. And it gives you a 60-second timer. Why?
Yeah.
And then, of course, how does a bomb, which they don't say how it works at any point, they compare it to a disease, a virus, but that's not what it is. How exactly does it travel between solar systems to kill a quarter of the galaxy?
Space magic.
Space magic, okay.
Space magic.
The answer to it all.
I know.
But you know what I mean? These are big problems where just have it be enough to kill a planet. It's fine. It's already enough. You know, or a solar system. But it's a big thing to kill a quarter of a galaxy. Yeah, the bomb's not good. Thank you. Anything else, or is that pretty much it?
I can't think of anything else. Unless you've got any more questions.
I don't think so. It's really good answers. I think I'm pretty...
Thanks.
Okay, Melanie says young Giorgio is speaking her own language in her own universe. When Mirror Giorgio, which you haven't seen those scenes yet, comes into our universe, she retains her natural native manner of speech, which sounds different to us.
Oh.
Is it that different though? I feel like it's pretty similar. And it's 40 years later, so you can change how you speak. Or 30 years. That's fine.
Well, yeah, you can change your accent, but... maybe... How do you say that? Fatio says she's never tested the bomb, so she doesn't know how it works. Because it doesn't do what she says it is, because she's never tested it. That's kind of a funny idea. It doesn't do what she thinks it. That actually... Okay, would that have been... Oh, yeah, okay. That's one thing that was weird. Like, they made this bomb. How did they... And then they all kill themselves, right? Yes. How did they know it was going to work?
Projections.
But you don't know.
No, you don't know. You're not going to test a quadrant destroying bomb.
Yeah. Well, no. There's no way to do that, but...
And actually, would that have been a funny... Funny is the wrong word. Would that have been a better ending if they turned on the bomb...
And it just went...
And no, seriously. And the engineers that died, they could not let her have it, so they faked that it worked. It's been alive for 70 years, and the whole movie's on a bomb that's literally worthless. And they turn it on, it does nothing. Would that have been a better ending?
Yeah, but I feel like they'd need to do something else after that to
100%.
make it a bit like...
Yeah, 100%.
Something.
Well, probably...
Like, maybe they'd do something to the ship to make it be like nuclear bomb or something.
Yeah. Well, they have to close the anomaly, they'll blow up the ship. That would make sense. Yeah. But would that I think would be kind of clever, actually. Like, we didn't even trust our own Empress with this bomb. It's a fake bomb.
Yeah, and they couldn't do anything. She couldn't do anything to them because they were already dead.
Yeah, and she couldn't activate it because it'd kill the universe. Oh, no safeguards. It just works. Never turn it on.
That would be quite funny.
Yeah, that'd be a better ending. Yeah. And it would show she was so evil. And all this time for a bomb doesn't work? That's probably one of the lines.
That would be quite fun.
That'd be a better ending, yeah.
Oh dear.
But yeah, then they fly the ship into the thing and it blows up, and that's how they solve the problem. And it's almost the same ending, just a small bomb. Yes, Bill, the tiny things was already done by Matt Smith. Yes.
What episode was that?
Spoilers for the Matt Smith era Doctor Who.
It's been like 10 years, surely.
Spoilers for the yes. If you recall, River shoots him on the river, and you see him die and regenerate, but then she kills him. Turns out he wasn't. He's a robot with the Doctor in. Remember that? It
Very
was a police bot
vaguely,
that can
yes.
replicate your body, so it looked like the Doctor. So she didn't shoot him, but it was him as the robot. I remember all this. I shouldn't remember all this. This is not useful knowledge.
No.
All right, guys, let's go for final super chat slot. Honestly, we'd love to get $1. You can see the number, little round up. I love a little round up. For the 3 of you watching, we'd love to get on $1 or $2. Just to thank Marie for genuinely interesting insights I hadn't thought of after many hours of discussion. So well done, Marie.
Yes.
A couple of ones would be lovely. And I mean, we've got some drink. Maybe we'll
I do.
do a little brief cheers, maybe, and then
Clink.
a little sippy sip. But yeah, a couple of ones would be lovely. Oh, well, waiting for those ones, guys. We're closing out. Did you enjoy this or Star Trek 3 more?
Remind me again.
The one we just watched, where young Spock and the planet's dying and the planet's born and then dies, and then the Klingon goes down and squeezes some eels.
Oh yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
I think I said that was my favourite one. So
You did?
I like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously then.
I thought you said that, to be
number
honest.
3 until.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I've watched them so far apart.
Yeah.
I'd have to watch them all
To compare.
together to compare them.
So you say Star Trek 3 is your favourite Star Trek movie of the 3 you've seen? Well, 4 you've seen.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so would you...
I liked it.
Oh, that's a harsh question. So would you put this or Star Trek 1 as number 3? Because I assume you like Star Trek 4, the 3 the most. The one you just watched the most, Wrath of Khan second. I would assume
But I don't think this is a Star Trek film.
It's
That is my opinion.
called Star Trek,
Is it though?
Yep.
It's not. It's called Section 31.
Oh, she's having attitude, isn't she? Let's see what
Is it actually?
Let's see. I don't know. Actually, that's interesting.
It just says at the beginning you've got the delta and it says Section 31.
So it starts with a.
Oh, it does. Start with that part.
That's Star Trek universe.
I don't see that part.
No, in fairness, that wouldn't be noteworthy. Where was the credits?
After this long part. This long intro. You're the Empress. I'm gonna burn you with a sword.
Didn't have to do it, did she?
Not really, but I think she was trying to be. Look, I'm in charge.
Yeah.
Here, have some pain. It was before this.
See, I went before this and I couldn't see it.
It was before the big delta. Before this. Oh, maybe it was after this.
I know, Melanie. Empress for the win. So yeah, and final super chats for Marie. We got 1. So thank you. We love
Marco.
together. Honestly, a couple of 1s would be absolutely lovely just to kind of close out. So it must be after this bit then.
It must be.
There we go. It must be this delta.
Oh yes.
It is called Section 31.
That's it.
So it's technically never called Star Trek.
No.
And it never has the Star Trek theme.
And at one time.
It's a half theme though. And Stuart doesn't know this yet because we haven't got to the video yet. But you see how every ship is a clone of every other ship, which is fine.
Yes.
And I commend them for this. It's totally unnecessary, and I wonder why they did it. Where is it? This design, which is here and here. That's a ship from TNG. It's a famous kit bash that they did. And it's a really decent. I mean, I think, but I'm quite good at ships, so you should probably trust me on that. It's a pretty damn good. I know you can't see it, but around the ring, that's a really good replica of that ship. And right up to it, and that's a. They TNG replica of the ship. Cool. Although everyone is the same damn ship, which is not very. You should never have the same shape together because it feels obvious. And I said to Stuart, this is the cleverest, cheapest, crappiest station, and that.
But I like it.
No, I know you do. That's why I'm saying it. Because if you look at it, all it is the middle bit, and then one ring that then built and cloned. So it's a clever sort of limited work, but it creates an effect. I like the effect, but it's a clever use. I think all windows are extruding, which doesn't really make sense because windows shouldn't extrude. I wonder.
I don't know. I do like the space station though. I think it's interesting.
It ain't bad. All right, read the final super chat from Marco, if you could.
Marco says, "Thank you, smiley face."
We say thank
you,
smiley
Marco.
face. So I'll just talk for 5 hours with you all. Thank you. Join me and Stuart on Tuesday for another live. Have yourself a lovely rest of the day. Thank you, Marie, very much for joining me on this epilogue. Ooh,
Ouch.
I think it was very good thoughts.
Not me.
So well done you. We're going to go get some food and go to bed. It's late.
It is 11 p.m.
Yes. So thank you all. Have a good evening. Till next time. He went to bed. Well, no, it's like.
Oh, he went to have lunch.
He's Kamala Cockins and she's.
Me. Who am I?
Marie.
Marie.
Marie. Thanks, guys. Bye.